Peace, everyone. Peace and blessings, and welcome to the stream. I'm still waiting for the pizza. Pizza didn't show up. But yeah, I'll probably have to step away as soon as the door rings or he sends me a message that he's here. So it's very difficult to debate without pizza. Hope you guys know that. But with that said, welcome, everybody. Welcome to the show. This is the third time I'm inviting people to come challenge our position, the Quran alone position. I am a person who has submitted his will to the Lord. Our Lord is the God, the creator of the seven skies and the land that we're walking upon. He has put instructions for us to live as human beings, and the guidance is the guidance of God, and the guidance of God is found in the book of God, which is the Quran. It tells us on how to be good human beings. Now, we reject all outside religious guidance from outside of the whatever is outside of the Quran, right? So things like the Bukhari book, the books of Hadith, and that kind of stuff, we're not very interested in because it does not give us any guidance to God, nor are we commanded to observe such books. Now, I understand the title, it says Hadith Rejector, and some people are crying about it, but it's just to find you bugs that want to be very overcritical. Obviously, I don't reject the best of Hadith as the Quran, but I do have to also, the people with their conceptions and the way they see the world, for them to be invited here. I would like for my fellow believers and people who do adhere to the Quran alone, for you guys to kind of like leave this stream for the people who have questions, not questions, but more so the ones that want to challenge us. So Christians, atheists, Sunnis, Shia, all the sectarians, all the idolaters, all the atheists. But because I just don't want to spend too much time, both of us agreeing and being an echo chamber, I'd rather have this be more so for the people who want to challenge us. So anyone's welcome. The link is linked in the chat for the StreamYard. And you guys are more than welcome to you're more than welcome to come and jump on the stage and defend yourself. Now, the funny thing is, throughout the week, I usually get a lot of messages from people, whether it's from the, like the Sunnis, the Shias, the Christians, the people who follow Rashad Khalifa, all sorts of groups, always throwing some shade at me and telling me how incorrect I am. But as soon as now you are given an opportunity to come and, face me, so we have a discussion, and actually this is including some of the people in the Quran alone community. If you guys have anything to discuss, then please come show me where I'm incorrect, and let's have a discussion where at the end of the day, God's book is going to judge between us. Because if God's book is not judging between us, then what's the point? See what I'm saying? So we have, yes, I get your message, Brother Hassan. Yes, definitely. Cool. Yeah, no, hold on, brother. I'm just going to send you some. I'm going to send you my email. Please send me an email, and there is a way for us to stay in touch. We can have like private discussions. That my email. I'll put my email on a banner. Is it a banner? It is a banner. So this is my email address. If you guys want to have if you have questions or things that you want to share, and just between me and you. So this is my email address. So if anyone wants to send me an email, it's Mohammed2@tuta.io. Tuta.io is a encrypted mail service. So just send me an email. And yes, I do get a few quite a number of emails. So I do my best to try to respond. I don't respond right away, but I do respond in due time if it's worthy of a response, because sometimes there's not much to say when they send certain type of emails. But yeah, so thank you guys for stopping by, and let's give some peace to people. So we got this gentleman here. Salam, brothers. Shadat Mullah. Aina Makkah by Ibrahim. What's up, brother? Nabil. All right. I see somebody in the backstage, and they dropped. So I'm just waiting for somebody to show up. And oh yeah, I gotta keep my eye out on the pizza delivery. I'm hungry. I don't know about you guys. what happened with the stream with Muji? I got a notification in regards to some of the discussion, not between me and him, but the videos talking about people being unalived, and that is against the terms of services of YouTube. And it's not the discussion that they wanted to see on my channel. So I was told to remove it. I was forced to remove it, actually. So that's fine. I could see the weirdos. Oh, he's got a handler. No, there's terms of regulations of the YouTube platform itself. You can't go around saying that I'll kill this person or I'll kill that person. That's not something that they appreciate on here. But maybe someday in the future, I'll have a Rumble account where you can see some weird stuff, and then I'll post it there. Give me 1 second, guys, because I just realized something. Do I look prettier? No, I still look pretty weird. Peace, sister. Yeah, only a certain generation would understand what that was about. Let's see if it'll ever touch. Wow, that's funny. I guess we dealt with everybody very quickly. Ain't nobody on the stage right now. So, see, they like to throw their rocks, and they don't want to put us on their platforms. I go on their platforms, no problem, when they open the stage. And obviously, they like to kick me out very quickly and not even give me a chance to talk. But now it's not about me being on your platform. You're welcome to come to my platform. You could see the people from before. I was respectful. They had their time. I just don't kick people out left and right. So I don't know what's the problem. Why you guys not showing up now? And all the people that want to keep these comments on Grayson's chat. Oh, we've refuted this guy. We've refuted this guy. Stage is open for you. All you people on Discord. All you people on my comment channels. All you people who send me these weird Twitter things and my emails and whatnot. Stage is open. Where are you? Why are you guys so quiet? Salam, admin from Canada. Peace, brother. I have a question. All right, tell me in the ground against Islam. Another apostate in the ground against Islam. Please jump up and show me how I'm an apostate when I say the book of God is enough. Oh, here you go. We have a lone wolf submitter. Brother, it's saying that you need to connect your mic and cam before I can add you. I want to ask you guys, like, look, when in these moments you guys put a question in the chat, I'll see if I can answer it real quick. But as soon as someone jumps on the stage, I'll put them on. Yeah, lone wolf, your camera's not connected, so or your mic is not connected, so I can't add you. Is Mecca and Petra? No, it isn't. Oh, I get it. Peace, brother. How you doing, G Unit? Yeah, man. You're ready to call me an apostate, but bring it. Oh, who wrote the Quran you follow? Who wrote the Quran you follow? King, the complex in in Saudi Arabia. So I have to follow their king now, right? Who brought the Quran? Who is more worthy of following? God, the one who guides, or the one that needs to be guided, as the Quran says. Mecca is at the navel. That's not how the Arabic works, my brother. Bibatni Mecca does not mean the navel, but rather the internals. So it does not need to be a body part as the navel area. I appreciate what you're doing, my man. Thank you, brother. Thank you, and God bless you as well. Respect to you. Plain Earth. That'd be an interesting discussion for you guys to. Anyways, that's a weird discussion. I don't like that discussion, because the people that come actually have no idea what they think that they're like disqualifying the globe Earth because they're pointing at the science, which they don't know what the science is saying. They just know what a few articles. And obviously, I'm not very in tune with that science, but I understand how simulations work. But with that said, when you ask them, okay, so the world's flat, how's the model look like? I don't know. Okay, some people say that it's not the moon that eclipses the sun. So what eclipses the moon or the sun? I don't know. It's always, I don't know. But it's not what you think. So what is it? I don't know. Okay, then. Thank you, bro. Lone Wolf Submitter, your mic is not working. Is Baba joining today? No, this is not. This is just me solo today. Baba has yeah, bro. They're all so brave in the comments to call me a liar and an infidel and all this nonsense, but they just don't appear. They don't show up. Lone Wolf Submitter, your thing is still not working. There we go. Brother, we talked before. Now I understand who you are. We've talked before. Come on, man. I want to have the stream for the people who want to sit in and address me rather than to have discussions and questions and answers. I do have questions and answers on Friday. After I do a sermon, you guys can put your questions on the you guys can put your questions in the chat and can answer them. So I don't know, Lone Wolf, just put in the private chat. Are you here to challenge something in regards to the position, or are you here to discuss and have questions? Can we, with an Orthodox Christian? Yeah, that would be nice. An Orthodox Christian. I would. Well, depends on who you mean by the Orthodox, because the Orthodox Christians in the Middle East are a little different than the Eastern Orthodox or the Serbian Orthodox Christianity. So there's a different, like there's cuts within the Orthodox Christian. So if anyone's willing to jump up, all right, this is a nice question. Why Asbab al-Nuzul is unreliable? Well, the Asbab al-Nuzul is what they say as the reasons why a verse came down, right? So many of what they say that this is the reason why this verse was shown, there's a lot of contradictions within it. So some scholars say like this specific verse was shown for this reason, and some other scholars say like, no, it's for this reason, and this is why the verse has been revealed. But when it comes down to what the Asbab al-Nuzul is, it's contextualized to the people around the Prophet. It's not for us. That's not how the Quran works. You don't need to know these specific reasons on why these things appeared, because the context of the Quran is sufficient. As God says that the Quran is sufficient. If the Quran is not sufficient, then we would need these extra other things. So no, one, they contradict each other. B, they don't act much of what you need as a human being when it comes down to the guidance of God, and it's irrelevant. Yeah, this is one of the lies that they keep propagating. Be aware. Can you please turn on your camera for a moment? Yeah, so this is one of I'm gonna make a video about that, Lone Wolf. So this is one of the lies that they like to propagate, is that, oh, the hadith is used to explain the Quran, but yet bring me the hadith where it's talking about the verses of Quran, because it doesn't. The hadith, the majority of it is the Prophet said did, the Prophet did that, the Sahaba did this, the wives did this, and it's all these stories that they put. And when they do that stuff, right, it's just got nothing to do with what the Quran is actually saying. In fact, there's verses in the hadith that the hadith corpus, they negate the Quran. They say, look, you can't use those verses of the Quran. So what they keep saying that the hadith is explaining the Quran, but there isn't much hadith explaining the Quran. So let's see, brother, I have a question. Do you think Sunnis, Shias, or others believe who don't get the true message will be punished? God says that those who submit and do righteous deeds, they have their rewards with God and they will not fear. Awesome. Okay, we have somebody in the backstage. So yeah, there's some Sunnis and there's Shias that are going to be permitted to heaven. So we're gonna have on the stage, be aware. Peace, brother. How are you? Your mic's muted. Be aware. Peace. Yeah, your mic's not working. I'll just give you a second. Do you believe in the Quran and who wrote it? Why don't you come up here and discuss? How are the Christians not believers but are Muslims? Okay, so God says, "Aslama lillahi man fi samawati wal ard." God, there are whatever's in the skies and the lands have submitted to God. That's God's rule. And then there's people who submitted their will to God. Those are technically Muslims. But the believers are the ones who are following the Gentile prophet. Because God in the Quran never says, Ya ayyuhal ladhina, Ya ayyuhal muslimun, oh Muslims. He says, Ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu. So there is, like, the concept of submission to God is much wider than just the people who are following Prophet Muhammad. That's why God says, الَّذِينَ أَسْلَمُوا وَجْهَهُمْ لِلَّهِ. Those that have submitted their faces to their lords, which is including a lot of sects. Brother, be aware. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Peace. How are you?
How are you? Assalamu alaikum.
I'm doing all right. Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, excellent. So I'm not here to basically challenge you on the Quran, because I myself strictly follow the Quran alone. I've been doing this for over 10 years now. Traditionally, I come from a Sunni background, but after diving deep into the faith and studying the Quran myself, I come to the conclusion, as you have, that the Quran is sufficient and that Hadith are man-made and so forth. My only issue is that I watched several videos of yours, and this is a very complex subject. Very few people have real insight into the subject. There's a lot of bogus information out there, but I've done extensive research, both from a scientific perspective as well as from a Quranic perspective, and it's really in regards to the shape of the earth. And I think this is a very critical subject because according to the Quran, from my understanding, in many verses, the earth is not a round ball, as we're taught.
But the Quran is not talking about the shape of the earth specifically. It's talking about the shape of the land.
Yes, but the land is the earth, the dunya, the earth. I mean,
no, al-ard. God says al-ard. Al-ard is the word land. The word land can be like God says about al-ardu, and he's talking about Jannah, right? Brother, I apologize. I do have to step for 1 second because the pizza's here, and I wasn't kidding. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, guys? I wasn't joking. Sorry about that. I'm back. All right. Give me 1 second so I can catch my breath. Can you hear me?
Yep. Have a slice.
All right. So I will in a second.
Okay.
So there is the concept what you're saying that the Quran is talking about a flat land, and then you're attributing that to the shape of the earth itself.
Well, that's not the only thing. It's also the aspect that Allah describes the sun and the moon as spotlights. Now, a spotlight is not a spotlight. That specific word spot. Let me find the verses for you.
Right.
Basically, I think it's 71:16. You can pull that up if you want.
Sure.
Then also,
now as I'm pulling it up, I do have a question for you. Is me believing in a globe Earth? Does that mean I'm not there's no salvation for me?
No. I'm not, listen, you're a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. We're trying to get to the truth. Right. Allah gave us reason and logic, and we're always learning. We should never be stuck in one way. As we get more information, we can repent if we made a mistake to Allah sincerely and and
Right.
hopefully Allah forgives us. But I'm not saying
So-
listen to me. I'm not 100% accurate. I don't know. I haven't seen the Earth from space or
Right.
from the top, so I don't know for sure. But
So this is what I tell people.
Mhm.
Like the people who are not saying you're a mushrik, you're a kafir for believing in the world. Look, if I'm wrong on the day of judgment, may God forgive me.
Exactly.
And if you're wrong, may God forgive you.
Right, absolutely.
Because the truth is going to be shown to us, and we're going to have this problem settled.
Absolutely.
But to me, what I understand from the Quran, this is not, the Quran was sent to guidance. Like the shape of the actual planet that I'm walking on
Mhm.
is not it's not relevant
Well,
to the guidance.
let me tell you why that's relevant to me, and that's actually a very good point you made. What happened is when I finally came to the conclusion, me personally, that the Earth is the way it is in terms of not a flat, because obviously we have ups and downs and mountains and so forth, but it's a plane. So it's not a planet, but it's a plane, meaning that it's spread out. When I came to that conclusion, and the whole concept of the Earth being a ball within a galaxy and so on and so forth, and we're a little piece of a little tiny bit in the grand scheme of the universe and so on.
Mhm.
That idea removes you away. For me, at least, it removed me away from the truth. And when I came to I'm talking about myself. When I finally came to the conclusion how the Earth truly is, based on what I've understood from the Quran, what I've understood from real science, from doing other research, and also I look back at different religions in the past, and all scriptures also claim that the Earth is a flat with a firmament, for example.
Okay,
So let me finish my point. So basically, when I finally came to that conclusion, everything became much more magnificent. Everything became much more meaningful and made sense to me. I don't see myself spinning thousands of miles per hour.
Yes, I know. And just like
also water has to be leveled. You can never
I know
water
these
around
points,
it. Yeah, I know these points. You probably did the research. Yeah.
It's not about doing the research. I've had this discussion for length with people. This is why I dislike this discussion, because you're talking about concepts that the water has to be level.
Correct.
You don't see the Earth going 1,000 miles, but these are all things in regards to how gravity works on something that is extremely big.
Gravity is a theory.
And you don't believe in gravity. I understand gravity.
I believe in mass. I believe in mass. Mass
right, but mass causes gravity.
No. Gravity is.
Yeah, but now look.
Gravity was true. How come a feather floats higher?
Brother,
you know
you're talking to me, but you're gish galloping. So you're giving me like 13 points, but you said 1 point. I was like, let's go for the first point. You said that God created the moon and the sun as spotlights.
Correct.
So is that from what you're saying, that they're in a one position?
Yes.
So they don't move?
No, they move. Of course they move. They revolve around each other. That's how night and day is created.
Okay. So the moon and the light are moving, correct?
Correct.
You do agree that half the Earth is always under sunlight, correct?
On a specific time frame.
At any second. And any second I look at the Earth and anywhere in the world, half of it has to be in sunlight.
Well, it doesn't have to be half. I'm not sure of the proportions. But
this is something that's even agreed with the flat earthers. This is why when we tell you to bring us a model,
listen, don't mark me as a flat earther, because I'm not marking nobody as a flat earther or a Quranist or anything like that. Let's leave the labels behind. Let's talk about. Let's just have a discussion, open discussion.
Well, let me
see what you know about the subject. I'm going to tell you what I know about the subject.
So here's what I know about the subject.
Yeah.
For me, being on a small rock in a big space, it shows on how much God created in the 6 days of creation, which is extreme. It's a lot. So it makes you feel extremely insignificant that you're this little tiny dot on a tiny dot in a very big space. So it shows on how much God has created, but then it shows you on how significant you are and how much God is aware of you being this little tiny speck. So this is, for me, when they realize those things, it's huge.
Are you talking about the ball Earth or the plain Earth?
I'm talking about what they're discovering in the universe and the size of the universe. And for me, now let's go back to the ball Earth.
Who's they?
Now, me as a person who's reading the Quran, I could see how the verses can apply to something that is flat. but I can also see how the verses with the Arabic can apply to something that is globe. Because the way the verses are explaining themselves, it's irrelevant of the shape. It's very phenomenological. Now, I have a question for you. We perceive color based upon our eyes, correct?
Correct.
So a creature with different pigments perceive different colors, right?
I'm not sure. I don't know the science behind it.
Okay, so there are ways to test this because we have a way to measure wavelength, and through a filter, we see which wavelengths keep going and which wavelengths stop.
From my understanding, color is perceived by the brain, not by the eye. The eye just sends in the information.
But the eye is the sensor that's picking up the wavelength for the brain.
Correct.
To
the brain processes it and creates the color. Yeah, the brain.
Correct. But if the eye is missing a certain pigment, then there's colors that will not appear to you.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so some spiders have 4 colors that they're capable of seeing, and some spiders have 2 colors that they're capable of seeing.
Yeah, I believe
Us
so.
as humans, we have what God has given us. Now, the question that I'm saying this, right? The reason why I'm saying this, I want to take you to a chapter in chapter 36, okay? So we go to chapter 36, and I want to go down to the very end where God is talking about the people who are questioning if he's capable of bringing them back, right? God is saying here.
Yeah, he brings them back like right. Winter and summer, basically.
Right. So the God says here, the one who granted you fire from the greenish tree. This is extremely phenomenological because we don't actually know what the color of the tree is based upon God's eyesight, because we're not capable of grasping God's creation. We cannot get God's point of view. It's impossible for a human that's finite to understand how infinity will see things, right? So he is bringing it closer to us, and he's talking to us from the perception of us. So we're the ones in the center, and we're the ones who are being discussed because God is making it extremely from our perspective. So God says, I made the world flat to you. I made the things go move around you. I made those trees green for you. I made those things for you. So it's from our perspective. The Quran, for me, is heavily a book of psychiatry and the philosophy. It's the psychiatry of the human mind. God is teaching me on how the mind thinks and the relationship that I have to have with God. So he's telling me what my eyes are perceiving, what my ears are hearing, and how I'm supposed to act. So I will never understand the actual shape of the earth because God knows the exact shape of the earth.
Can we go to 79:30, please? 79:30.
Sure.
Chapter 7.
But do you understand what I just said there, right?
I understand, but I kind of disagree with that.
I understand. So, but you're saying that the tree is green no matter what.
No,
right?
Forget this tree. I'm not talking about this verse.
But what I'm saying here is God is not describing the color of the tree objectively. He's describing the color from us.
We have a verse that's very clear about the shape of the earth. Go to 79:30 and read what it says.
Yeah, but he spread out the earth.
No,
spread out the earth. وَالْأَرْضُ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا. But how is that have it to be flat? Because I could take a ball and I can also spread it.
Muhammad, I've heard many videos of yours. You said that the earth is very clear. I mean, the Quran is very clear to understand, and Allah, he's not trying to trick us. He's very direct. It's an easy Quran to understand. So it says,
but brother, you're adding it to here. God says, "Wal ard." He didn't say planet Earth or the shape of your. He's saying the land. The land for you is spread.
Yeah.
Yes. So one second, brother. If I take a balloon which has a small size and I blow air into it, it will spread out. So the surface area will also get spread out. And I could say, like, I wouldn't use the word dahaha, we don't see, but I could say I spread it out. Like you guys use the word, like, for example, tabaqat, which is layers. To you, that means like the sky is layered. But we would also use the word not layers, levels.
You guys, who's you guys?
I mean, like the people who want to talk about that God is talking about a flat earth in the Quran.
Guys, I'm a sincere Muslim. I just want to get to the root cause.
All right, sorry, but I'm talking about the discussion generally. I'm not talking.
To be honest with you, this is my first time discussing this subject with anyone after many years. So I just wanted to discuss it with you because I trust you.
Right.
I wouldn't have this discussion with, for example, somebody that.
I understand, but the thing is that where I'm trying to tell you, which I'm expressing to you, that these verses can apply to something that is a globe and can apply to something that's flat.
Yeah, but
so
this verse.
But you're saying that, but this now you're going to say no. It only means that it's flat.
So
the word
why?
Bahaha does not mean
why
flat.
why did you guys translate it to Earth? Why did you put the word Earth there? Because I know you helped build this project.
Okay, you said you guys. Now you said it, but
no, I said
that's fine.
you another guy from
All right, but listen,
I forgot
brother.
his name.
The word Earth, when we say planet Earth, okay, it's about the Earth, the soil. That's why it's called planet Earth. It has an actual literal meaning. Well, Ard here is the actual like the land itself. It does not necessarily.
Why did you say land? Why you chose the word Earth to put in there? Why did you?
Well, that's a discussion for you to have with it. But again, the word Earth here is literal. It's not the planet Earth.
No, but I understand. You're saying Earth as the ground. You're saying Earth as the ground.
Right, but when they say planet Earth, it's because of the soil. It's because of the surface.
Yeah, but you can't say planet because planet means circle. So we're not talking about.
When they say,
I disagree with the whole concept of a planet.
I swear to God, I understand that. But do you agree that there are planets around us?
No, I do not agree.
So God, when He uses the word Kawkab, that's not a planet?
No, not a planet. It's
or a celestial object?
We have stars. We have stars, and we have different levels of heaven. 7 heavens are mentioned. But you see, brother, nowhere does it mention planets. Please find me a verse where it says planets.
The word Kawkab means planet. It means celestial object, which would include asteroids, planets, and stars. Yeah, that's the word Kawkab in Arabic.
You're saying planet because planet is a modern word. That's a modern
but
word.
We're capable of observing it.
The word planet didn't exist, like, let's say 300 years ago.
But brother, it did, because they were able to observe the movement of a planet compared to a star. That's why they used to worship planets.
Have you researched what stars really are? Have you actually looked into stars?
Yes. I have a very good friend that he's having a PhD in astrophysics, so he has the science behind it.
Yeah, but listen,
astronomy. Sorry.
Listen, don't take that PhD thing serious, because he's following.
Why?
He's following the textbook. And the textbook.
No, he's not following the textbook. He has experiments. So with the experiments, they're reaching the conclusions. It's not just being
a very easy experiment you can do. You can use a zoom-in camera with a very powerful lens, and you will see what a star is.
Okay, but you said something that's interesting. You said use a camera when we have better technology, which is a telescope, and we have now digital telescope.
Yeah, but exactly. Digital telescopes are manipulated. They're manipulated. They're
okay, but I'm a computer programmer. I understand the type of manipulation.
I'm a computer programmer myself. I'm also a computer programmer. Very advanced.
Okay, so you understand that the sensor is going to give you exactly what you programmed it to give, and we're capable.
With a zoom camera, you'll get a much better picture.
But brother, the cameras that you're using are using an actual digital sensor.
You can. There's a Nikon camera. There's a specific camera, Nikon.
There's these cameras right here, the Canons.
Yeah, I have the Canons. I have the Mark II
and the Nikons. In this day and age, they all use digital sensors.
Yes,
for you to get an analog sensor, then you're going on film.
But so basically,
brother, are you taking the image from a film, or are you taking the image from a SD card?
No, it's from an SD card, so it's a digital image.
So if it's an SD card, it has to have a digital sensor for it to create it into a digital form.
It does.
Okay,
but it has no filters, is what I'm trying to say.
But exactly, the telescopes that they're using, they don't have filters.
Yes, telescopes have filters. Maybe not the one that your friend is using. I'm not sure, but consumer telescopes have filters.
Some of them do, but I'm not talking about consumers. I'm talking about the people who spend their lives looking into this stuff. So now I have a question here on this verse right here, chapter 89. God says here, on the day of judgment, right? And he goes, إِذَا دُكَّتِ الْأَرْضُ دَكًّا دَكًّا, when the earth has been demolished, leveled by level.
Correct.
So it's being leveled.
So basically, no. What happens on the day of judgment? Everything crumbles. The mountains crumble. Everything is leveled, and it's also mentioned, I believe, a verse where the sun and the moon come down to the earth. All right. Where's the verse? You know that verse I'm talking about?
What's that?
There's a verse that states that the sun and the moon will come down on the earth.
No, they won't. No, they say they will be combined, but they will not come down to earth.
I believe I read that they will come down.
Then you have to bring up the verse because they don't come down.
I have to look into that, but for my
right. But brother, there is also one point that I want to point out to you. If I personally had the money to hire a pilot, which I swear to God, I'm like super considering it.
Yeah, but pilots already know this.
One second, let me get to the point.
Yeah.
If I fly from the lowest point of South America to Australia over Antarctica,
you can't. It's not allowed.
One second, brother. I'm asking you a question here. Yeah. If I fly from the lowest point of South America to Australia, and it takes me, I showed that it's 9,000 kilometers, and it only took me the time that the plane that I'm traveling will take only 9,000 kilometers. And if I accomplish it over Antarctica with videos, does that mean that the world now that has a north and a south, because it's got a polar, like it's polarized, that means it's a round, it's a globe, correct?
Say that again, please.
If I'm capable of going from South America to Australia in the shortest time possible, which is not going to be capable of going the whole round, literally cutting direct, that means the world is a bowl, correct?
No, that's basically what you're assuming is that the maps that we have are correct. The maps that we have,
okay,
the maps that we have that we rely on are not accurate.
Now we start talking without the Quran, because now you have to provide to me a model.
Yeah, but
you have to provide to me a model.
Can I ask you a sincere question and give me your honest question? I mean, your honest answer. If the earth was a ball, do you think Allah would have mentioned that it's a ball? Why would he leave
No,
that
because it's not relevant for our guidance. That's my point. God didn't mention many things in science that is relevant to us in this day and age.
That's a major relevance.
Where's the relevant? Like how is the world's shape going to change? Whether you're going to take care of your parents, take care of the orphans, be a righteous person.
Subject. That's a different subject.
That's why the Quran is sent. What does all the messengers, what do they tell their people? Like they tell them, hey, stop hustling, stop lying, stop your homosexuality, stop worshiping multiple gods, be kind to each other, don't cut that. This is what no messenger was sent and said, like, hey guys, the world is a globe or the world is flat. That's not why the Quran has been sent. Like there's obviously proof of big creatures that we're calling dinosaurs, but God did not address them in the Quran. Does that mean now they don't exist?
Well, dinosaurs is a conspiracy.
It's a lie to you. Is that a conspiracy and a lie?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, so that's a conspiracy and a lie. So now, what about like the pyramids and all that? Are those also the pyramids that God talked about, or is that a lie?
We can see the pyramids.
There's much more around them.
What do you mean?
Like there's much more artifacts of the Egyptians that's around the Egyptians, correct? Do you take that as history, or is that a conspiracy?
No, that's history.
Okay, so if that's history and the bones in the grounds that they find is dinosaur, but that's a conspiracy, where do we draw the line?
No, but the bones, there's the bones. Anyways, that's a whole different subject. I don't even want to get into that.
All right, but here, you see, this man is saying a good word, Muhammad, but the Quran says it's a clarification for all things. Exactly. God is clarifying to us what the guidance is. It's not clarifications whether like what happens when a cell implodes on itself. It's not a clarification on how cancer occurs. It's not a clarification on how the binary system of the computer works. It's not a clarification for quantum physics. It's not a clarification for the chemical makeup of water. So it's not a clarification for all things. It's a clarification for religion. So when we have differences in religions and guidance, that's when we open the Quran and talk. The shape of the earth has absolutely nothing to do with my guidance. Because on the day of judgment, if I'm making a claim, then I have to prove it, right? But it's not. I'm not saying that God is telling me that the world is globe in the Quran. That's not what I'm saying. You guys say that God is saying that the world is flat in the Quran. I say no. It can be flat. It can be around, because God is not talking about the specific shape of the object, the entity we're on. He's saying that for your eyes, I flattened it. For your eyes, I spread it.
He doesn't say for your eyes. Never mentioned the word for your eyes.
You want to see it? He goes, have they not? Okay, I'll show you, brother. These are easy because we've been through this. أَفَلَمْ يَرُوا كيف خلقت, and this is in verse 88:17. I apologize, bro. Here we go. 88:17. Okay, so God says here, أَفَلَا يَنْظُرُونَ, do they not look? So it's our eyes. أَفَلَا يَنْظُرُونَ, right?
Yeah.
The camel, how they have been created.
Correct.
And at the sky, how it has been raised. And at the mountains, how have they been set up?
Which verse is that?
This is, sorry, I believe it was 88. Let me pull it up again. I'll get you it. It's 88:17.
So 88.
So God,
do they then do not they look towards the camels, how they are created?
Right. And at the sky, how it's been
towards the sky, how it is raised.
Okay. And at the mountains, how they have been set up. And at the earth, how it's been spread out.
No, it says fixed. Mountains are fixed. How they are fixed.
Okay, sure. And the mountains, how they have been fixed, and at the earth, how it's been spread out.
and towards the earth.
This is
how
the
it
word
spread out.
futihat.
Exactly how it's spread out.
But brother,
out.
look, okay, so this is the point that I was making. God is asking you, have you not seen? So it's from your eyes.
No, it doesn't mention anything about eyes. Where do you see?
So how am I going to look? The word yanzurun here, do they not look? Where do I get the look from? My eyes. He's saying, do you not observe? Do you not look? Do you not see?
I get what you're saying. You're saying basically based on 88:17 all the way to the verse of 88
right
20.
So
you're
so
saying
it's a
that's only referring
continuation.
to the eyes, basically.
Right. Do they not look? Do they not see?
I
The
understand.
camels, how they have been created, the sky, the mountain, the earth.
But that still does
And then
not
he said to the prophet, remind.
Yeah, but that does not negate still the shape of the earth.
But here we go, brother. Perfect. Look, when you're saying that the world is flat, okay, yeah, this verse can align to the world is flat. And then we go on to history and we realize, okay, God's giving us a test. Now we're noticing that the rock that we're on is a globe. So does that mean the Quran is wrong? Well, if I look at the Quran alone, again, he's talking about my eyes. So the Quran didn't get broken. So this is a question that I like to give people that give me this. If the world is unequivocally proven to you that it's a globe, does that mean the Quran is wrong?
What? Say that again. Sorry, I was.
If the world was proven to you, if this planet was, or this world was proven to you that you're on a globe, right? Unequivocally, you've seen it. Does that mean that the Quran is wrong?
No, Quran is never wrong. It's only me. I could be wrong. Correct.
Perfect. So this is what I'm saying. So we are going with the perception of what is available to us as knowledge. When it became occurred to me that the world is actually in fact a globe, I went back in the Quran and I looked at the verses and I saw that the verses still can't explain a globe earth without mental gymnastics. So people would say the word tabaqat, which is
can you go to 78:13?
Yeah, sure. But brother, I do have like a bunch of people.
Yeah, I'll let you go, man. Thank you for the
a glowing lamp. But that does not
how does a lamp work? Is a lamp is a concentration of light. So
no,
the lamp is a concentration of light.
Now a lamp needs a source. A lamp needs a fuel. So the fuel sparks and then it becomes the fire.
But the lamp is always the majority of the light is concentrated on a specific area. Is that correct or no?
Not necessarily, because I can concentrate it if I have, like, if I put things on it, then I can concentrate it. But the concept of lamp in Arabic is that it has a fuel and it sparks and it lights. So in these lamps that are around us, the fuel is the electrons, the electricity that's running through it. In the form of a star, it has a light that it's literally burning. But God gives a different word for the moon, which is which is a reflection.
Yeah, it is a reflection. It's the reflection of the earth.
Okay, reflection. So the earth itself is emitting light?
No, what happens is beneath the earth, there's magnetic mechanisms, which the moon is not an actual place. It's made out of plasma. So basically, the earth is more of an X-ray of the land of the earth. So basically, you can get a true map of the earth based on the moon. So if you look at the moon, the dark spots spots are the land, and the lightest spots are the water. Now everybody's.
I will need you to show me the evidence of that.
Look into it. Do some research. It's your obligation. I'm giving you the road sign. Look into this. This is a serious thing. The moon is a instant selfie of the earth.
So 1 second. I'll show you what you just did to me. You said that the earth has electromagnets in it, and you said the earth. Sorry, you said the moon is made out of plasma, correct?
Plasma, yes.
Where's the verse in the Quran that says this?
No, this is based on science. This is based on other research. It's not based on the Quran. Yes.
That's my point.
What's your point?
So I have to take your science.
No, not my science. I said do your own research. Look into it. I'm looking into it.
But I've done.
Yeah, but you seem unaware of this subject.
All right.
Unaware of the.
I'm not running away. Like for me, it's very simple. I can put a few cities, their distances, their known distances, and we can have a plane that goes from one city to the other, right? These are all known facts. So I know how long it takes a city to go from a plane to go from one city to the other. I can measure all of that. I can put it all into one system, And then I can also tell the system about when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when the moon shows, and the phases of the moon. All three of those
Do you
things.
think the moon is a rock? Do you think the moon is a rock?
Regardless of what the moon is, I'm telling you what I'm.
I'm just asking you based on your personal
Let me.
observations. I'm sure you have personal observations. You're not just going.
Yes, it's a rock, because the way that you're saying that it's plasma, then it would look like the sun, where the sun is moving and glimmering and shining. So plasma.
Why do you only see one side of the moon? Always, you can never see the other side of the moon.
Because it's rotating. But even regardless, it's completely still.
Brother,
the side that I'm looking at,
you have a lot of research to do.
Thank you, brother. I'll take my time, but I think
thank you for.
I think it's very fair for us to agree to disagree.
Listen, thank you. I agree to disagree. Hopefully, this was beneficial to anyone. And
thank you, brother.
All right, take it easy, man.
All right, you as well. Thank you for at least approaching it in a polite manner and not calling me a mushrik.
Thank you.
God bless you. All right, next we have is a frequent man now, brother Saif. How are you?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, I'm a Hadith Acceptor. And I just wanted to ask
Someone else had your name. Someone else had your name, so I thought you were the same person. He came and his name was Saif. So I thought it was you, but no. I think I know you from somewhere else. How can I help you?
No problem. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions about the Qirat.
Okay, I have a video on that, but what would you like to ask?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, how do you reconcile the Qur'at while only accepting the Quran?
Okay, so when you look at the Quran and whatever they're showing you of the history, it's very clear that it was consonantal at the beginning. So God is preserving the Quran in the writing of however it was presented to the Prophet at the time, and that was what's propagated. And then people had different readings in the way that they were perceiving, if it's a dot like inda or abda, and they were making their readings of it. It does not mean that the Quran is wrong. It's the people having ijtihad on what the words actually say, like Malik Yawmiddin or Malik Yawmiddin. Technically, the understanding, the remembrance doesn't change. But then, there's one that is going to be closer to the truth than the other. So when you put the effort in and you look at the Quran and the whole scope of it, then you're capable of deducing which one is the most accurate reading. But again, at that point, it's subjective. But whatever you extract, it doesn't change.
Okay, so what's your criteria for which qira'at you accept?
It's not about, okay, brother, the history of qira'at is there was many qira'ats before the 7 and 10. And then they standardized it, and then they attributed that the Prophet gave them this. So I don't know how much history you've looked into the qira'ats, but the qira'ats didn't get standardized much later after the Prophet. It's because people were capable of picking and choosing what they want until somebody came and said, these are the choices that I made, and that's how it's going to stick.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have hadith. Yeah, I know you don't accept the hadith, but for us, when we accept the hadith, it says that the Prophet recited in 7 different modes that were revealed to him.
But there's 10 qira'ats.
Yeah, no, qira'at and ahruf are not the same.
Okay, and then, let's say the ahruf, but there's 14 different qira'ats.
Yeah, there's some difference of opinion, but the 10 canonical, the ones that are like widely
do you know who
accepted,
gave you the 10?
it was standardized by scholars.
By one scholar.
Well,
because the first scholar gave you the 7, and then later, about 50 years later, another guy gave you the 10.
All he did was just
all
he did was just cite the most popular qira'at. That's basically what he did. The ones that had
it wasn't about the popular, because there was some popular ones that did not make the cut. Like the qira'at of Ibn Abbas did not make the cut. He said that it's not up to par, it's not up to standard, because it was missing many things that the qira'ats were doing. Like, for example, it wasn't sa'ala sa'il for Ibn Abbas, it's sa'ala sa'il, which now most of the Arabs that were speaking, they had the Hamza incorporated, but it shows that the Hijazi Arabic originally was lacking the Hamza. That's why it's ya seen, it's not ya seen. And
well, for us, excuse me. Yeah, for us, even if there were some qira'at and ahruf that were lost while we were trying to compile the Quran, it wouldn't really matter to us, because according to another hadith, it says all you need is one qira'ah or one harf to make rulings, and like one Quran, one harf is sufficient.
Yeah, but this is you clearly asked me which one is the right one, and you said that all you need is one. So what's your question?
No, like my question is, how do you reconcile this while only using the Quran?
I reconcile it is because of God saying that He preserved the remembrance, and people were reading it differently because there's different dialects and different ways of people approaching the actual letters that they were shown, and then they had to reconcile those differences and standardized it. So here I'll give you an example. They say there's a people that say Zirat al-Mustaqim. They don't say Sirat al-Mustaqim. They use the letter za. That's one of the readings, but that is not of the Arabic language, the actual pure Arabic language. That's somebody's dialect that they had to sit and manage because of their influences on the ummah. But then that influence died, so nobody now uses the word zarata.
Yeah,
but if you look at the actual, like the earliest manuscripts, they all have sa, not za. Sorry, sa.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter to us because we all
It doesn't
know
matter to me. That's why you're asking me a question. It doesn't matter to me
we're
because
talking about like
I'm using the Quran as guidance. It's not about these things are not relevant because the guidance I have understand what God's message to me. So you're asking me a question. You're saying that it's impossible for me to know the real Quran other than me accepting what you say. But then you're saying that the Quran is not preserved outside of your books.
No. When I said it doesn't matter, I'm saying this is based on a different dialect because we know the ahruf are basically just different dialects. It doesn't mean it's only limited. The differences. It doesn't mean the differences are only limited to different dialects, but most of them are dialects, like dialectal changes.
Okay, but are they relevant for guidance?
Depends what you mean by that.
Are they needed for guidance? If you know classic, modern, standard, or any classic or modern standard Arabic, and you're reading whatever dialect that you're being given, would you extract the message of God? Any of the recitations?
No, yeah, because I said before, one harf or one qira'ah is sufficient for making, rulings and stuff like that.
So what the readings is the extraction of what the text is saying prior to the harakat and prior to the nuqat, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing. Yeah.
So there was a time where they basically had few signs and they did not have the diacritics and they did not have the dots, and people were just reading that text because you're an Arabic speaker from what it sounds.
Actually, yeah, I'm an Arabic speaker. But
so
yeah, actually,
when I type to you, do I put diacritics?
Yeah. Well,
we don't use diacritics.
Like only if it changes the meaning a lot.
Right. So we would put the diacritics where it's very important. And you see that in the earlier scriptures, they'll have a dot up, dot down.
Yeah,
where it's very important, the diacritic was there.
Yeah, I recently watched a video on this on how the diacritics didn't really corrupt the Quran.
Nope, they can't. It's impossible.
Yeah, it didn't. Do you mind if I share that video?
Well, I mean, we can look into it, but I'm agreeing with you because the diacritics have a place in the parsing. The word Arab it means parsing or the syntax, parsing the syntax. Arab, all of these words are it's talking about the actual basic of the language, the basis of the language. So when you give me a sentence, even if it does not have harakat, based upon the context of the sentence, I know where the harakats will belong. So akal, walad, tufaha. I know it's akala waladun alwaladu tufahata because fa'il fa'il maf'ul bihi, and I can't put here akali or akalu because it's madi.
The thing is it all really depends on the context, and for that, I'm saying you have to all hadiths explain the context of the Quran. But most of them,
then bring me the hadith. No, actually, this is where you're making a fallacy. Most of the hadiths do not explain the Quran. Most of the hadith is talking about narrations and it does not even mention anything about the Quran in those narrations.
No, I'm not saying
like you want me to pull up most of them. Very minimum of them talk about the Quran. It's not explaining the verse.
Yeah, but
you can't even bring 50 of them, by the way. You can't even bring 50 from Bukhari talking about the Quran and explaining a verse.
Yeah, I'm not saying all hadiths explain the Quran, but it gives us, context on the Prophet's character and like how it was revealed to him and what circumstances it revealed to him. That's basically what I'm saying.
Is that necessary for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely necessary.
Okay, so it's necessary for you to know the names of the wives of the Prophet and what the wives of the Prophet went through?
Excuse me?
Is it necessary for you to know the name of the Prophet and what the Prophet's wives the names of the wives of the Prophet and what they went through?
No, I'm not saying that. It just gives a story.
Okay, so is it necessary for you to know how the Prophet slept?
No, it's not. Just
Okay,
gives
so
us,
what's left for the hadith?
No, I'm not. Yeah, but that's not a reason to reject hadith.
No, I'll tell you why the reason we reject hadith. It's not because of what, like, aside from the hadith contradicting the Quran, and there's many hadiths contradicting the Quran, but God is telling me that his book is complete. That God is telling me in what hadith do they believe in after God's book. God is telling me to follow the Prophet, and when the Prophet, people to the messenger, and when the messenger had to decree between people, God says, we gave you the book so that you could decree between them what they used to differ in. So the Prophet was using the Quran and the verses of the Quran to judge between people. So if I'm going to follow the example of my Prophet, I have to use the Quran. These other books, unfortunately, they've added laws and rules that are not from God. For example, God says who is forbidding the adornments of what God gave to his people. And then you tell me that wearing red is haram, wearing gold is haram, wearing silk is haram. This is not in the Quran. And then you have people where God says, like, these is what I forbid from you. And what about those people who decorate their tongues that this is halal and this is haram, but they're saying lies? And now I have people telling me eating shrimp is haram, eating eating shrimps is haram, eating other animals that they deem that it's haram, but God said it's not haram. So you guys added so many rules and regulations, and at the end of the day, God's book is sufficient, as God himself says in the book. The book is complete. It has an example for all things. We mufassalan. We did not leave anything outside of the book. These are all verses in the Quran I can pull up for you.
Okay, does the Quran explicitly say that's enough and you don't need anything else?
Yeah, it's saying that this book is sufficient. Do they أَلَمْ يَكْفِيهُمْ إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَا عَلَيْهِمُ الْقُرْآنَ يُتْلَى عَلَيْهِمْ? Is it not sufficient that we brought down the Quran being recited on them? Is it not sufficient? You're saying no, it's not sufficient.
I'm not saying the Quran is not sufficient, but like, where does the Quran say explicitly only the Quran and not the Hadith?
No, where does the Quran tell me to go to the Hadith?
Yeah, the Quran says if you obey the Prophet, you obey Allah. That's how we interpret it. That's how we interpret the acceptance of Hadith.
You just made another fallacy here, and I'm going to ask you a question, a very simple question. When you obey Allah, it's the Quran that was given to the Prophet through the messenger Gabriel from God, right?
Yes.
So the Quran is from whom?
From Allah.
From Allah. Now, you're saying that the Hadith is also inspirations from God that's outside of the Quran, correct?
Not exactly.
Okay, so it's from the Prophet, it's not from God?
Well, not all of them. We also have like certain type of Hadith genre called Hadith Qudsi, which, you know...
but it's God revealing to the Prophet to tell the Prophet, right?
Yeah, I guess you could.
Hadith Qudsi means it's God's Hadith. It's not the Prophet's Hadith anymore.
Excuse me, repeat that again.
Hadith Qudsi means it's God talking, not the Prophet talking.
Yeah.
Qala Allah. Qala Rasulullah. Qala Allah. That's Hadith Qudsi. So I'm asking you a very simple question, and it's very easy. So when you're saying Hadith, obey God is obey the Quran, and obey the Hadith, obey the Rasul means obey the Hadith, but that means the Hadith is not from God, right? And if it's from God, then you're obeying God. You didn't obey the messenger. It's a circle what you did.
Just because we say whoever obeys the Prophet obeys Allah doesn't mean we can't accept anything else the Prophet said. Like, for example,
but you can't prove it. Other than the Quran, you can't prove it. Other than so and so told you. Now I have a very simple way of explaining to you what that verse is. Okay, so is the book that came is the book that came down on Moses? One second, brother.
Okay.
The book that came down on Moses.
One quick question.
Let me just finish this point, please. The book that came down on Moses, right? Is that a book from God?
Yeah. It's a revelation.
Okay. And is that the word of God as well?
Yeah.
So on the day of Moses, they had to also obey God and obey the messenger, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the book that came down on Moses, that's God's book, right?
Yeah.
So if I want to know what Moses said, where do I go?
You could go ask him. Like, for example, if there was
No, brother. Wait, before you tell me, Moses passed away. God said to the people of the children of Israel, obey God and obey the messenger, because that's a law for all submission. So they obey God by the book, right? And how did they obey Moses?
Also obeying the book and obeying what Moses told them.
Okay, so but here's the thing. This is the verse I would like you to check out together. So this verse right here, which is verse 46:12, right? Let me put it on the screen. Boom. We'll put it together. So God says, and before it being the Quran, right? The book of Moses was a guide and a mercy. And this book is confirming language in order to warn those who have transgressed as good news to the benevolent. So the book that came down to Moses, God calls it, God, mu'ana, God's saying, Kitabu Musa. God is saying the book of Moses. So this book is the book of who?
Moses.
No, the book here is the book of Moses. This book, who's it? Yani this book, the Quran. Whose book is that?
God.
No, brother. God sent a book to Moses.
Why are you saying like who was it revealed to?
God calls the book of Moses. So the Quran is the book of who?
Muhammad.
So if I want to refer to what Muhammad was telling the people that God sent to him, I want to refer back to Muhammad's message from God, which is what? The Quran. Not the Hadith, nothing about Hadith. God is calling the book there of Moses. So the Quran is the book of Muhammad. So Ati'ullah was, you're capable of doing that before the Quran. But then God sent you a messenger. And the messenger gave you a message. And he said, this is from God. This is not from me. Obey me. Obey what's here. Right? Because God is speaking, not me. So the book of Muhammad is this book, the Quran. So when you guys tell me that, no, this is the book of Allah and the other one is the book of Muhammad or the book of the messenger, God clearly states here the book of Moses.
I don't really like your interpretation of that. Just because we say
this is clear.
Yeah. No, just because we say it's the book of Muhammad doesn't mean this is the only. These are the only things that Muhammad said.
So we can take you to verse 46 if you want. Verse 46. 45. 45:6, I believe. Okay, God says here, تلك آيات الله نتلوها عليك بالحق فبأي حديث بعد الله وآياته يؤمنون. So these are the verses of God which we recite to you in truth. So in which discourse which is hadith, after God and his verses will they believe? So, and one second, this is now the killer point. God clearly states in the Quran, he goes, if this Quran was not from God, they would see a lot of contradictions or a lot of changes in it. Okay, so the Quran has no contradictions, and this is one of the reasons why we know it's from God. He said that I sent this book, it's from God, and it has no contradictions. Now you're saying that the hadith is also ordained by God, that it is some revelation from God, but we see contradictions in it. And things that are not scientifically ever, it's not even about miracles, it's just like completely wrong. There's no proof of what they say. So they, in the hadith, they say that humans were 60 meters tall or 30 meters tall, but it's clearly not the case. But brother, just to be fair for everybody else, I hope you have, like, you can review one more time, but I want to move on.
Can I just make this last point? That's the when you were interpreting that verse, that's only true if you're assuming that the hadiths were created after the Prophet, which no, we don't believe that. We believe that it was said at the time of the Prophet, and all these scholars, for example, Bukhari, Muslim, all they did was just compile these hadiths. That's basically all they did. It's not like they created it.
So the Quran is important for guidance, correct?
Yes.
Without the Quran, there's no guidance, correct? I mean the guidance of Prophet Muhammad. Without the Quran, we would have not understood the man left. Okay, so the point that I was trying to get to him is, okay, he wants to talk about the history that the hadith was prevalent, but they don't know what the hadith was actually said by the Prophet himself, right? They don't know what the hadith was. They say that they wrote it down, but it was 200, 300 years after the fact. If they wanted to go into their own history, Abu Bakr didn't compile no hadith, nor did he order anyone to compile hadith. And there's a story of Abu Bakr even compiling some hadith, and he felt extremely terrible, and he felt his whole world was shaking. He went burnt it. Okay, Omar, there's narrations where Omar is banning people of narrating hadith in certain places because he didn't want people to forget the book of God. So that's 2 points. Uthman is known for actually like standardizing the because the scribes, obviously there's scribal errors. He standardized it and he made sure it went back to the original, but he didn't sit there and make a whole mission on preserving hadith. So these are the top 3 guys after the Prophet Muhammad, which you guys talk about. None of them had an effort for that. So it would take us back to the people that failed before you, the Christians and the Jews. The reason why I took you to the verse of Book of Moses, because here there's nowhere in the Quran God is talking about Talmud or the oral traditions or what Moses did and what Moses. It's the Book of God, the Book of God, the Book of God, the Book of Moses, the Book of God, the Book of God. Here now you're taking me and you're saying there's the Book of God and extra stuff. Well, you're doing what the Jews are doing, unfortunately. Now next is another brother that came here before, but this is the first time that that's the first time we talked to Haidth Acceptor, I believe. They use the same names. All right, White River, you ready? But don't get mad at me this time. Here we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But let's read this together.
Right.
Umar is not infallible. Bukhari and Muslim are divine revelation like the Bible. So there is books after the Quran when Prophet Muhammad is the seal. So obeying the hadith would be obeying God. It wouldn't be obeying messenger in your in your perspective there, Yusuf. All right, White River, how can I help you?
Okay,
did you say
sure.
salam or not?
I'm sorry?
Did you say salam or not?
No, I don't consider you a Muslim, so no.
Okay, so
okay, so no, because
are you
let's
playing a
not
video
go into
game?
this. I'm doing something besides talking to you. Yes.
Are you playing a video game? Seems like you're playing League of Legends or Dota.
No, it's not. It's none of your business.
Yeah, it sounds like you're playing.
Can we get to the question?
Yeah, sure. This is hilarious.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Basically, I want to go back to Surah Baqarah, ayah 143 and 144.
143. Bro, relax. 143 and 144. The Qibla, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly.
I wanted to hear from you the explanation for these 2 verses again, because
Why?
I didn't really hear your explanation of them.
What's my explanation going to change?
I just want to hear it. I just want to hear if it makes sense and what you're saying makes sense.
I answered you in the exact same thing. It's according to my interpretation.
Okay,
assuming 1 second, assuming that there was an old Qibla and they moved to the new Qibla. Do we need to now record the old Qibla and say that there was an old Qibla?
I just want to hear what you explain from these verses.
That you have a Qibla.
Now, can you go through them with us and explain to the people?
With us. To the people. Okay, listen, man.
Yes, everyone watching.
What? How about we do this? How about we do this instead?
Why? It's a simple question.
Because I'm not a clown here for you to tell me I'm your monkey to read this and read that. I'm asking you a very question. You're here to challenge me. What's your challenge? It's not your challenge is read a verse. No, tell me what your point is.
I want you to read Surah Al-Baqarah.
What's the point? I don't need you to guide me to a point. I can sit here and do the same thing to you. I tell you the point. So what's your point by me reading these 2 verses?
Can we relax? Chill down, okay? I didn't get mad. Like it. Okay. So basically the point is that the explanation that you give of the ayah number 143 does not make any sense with what follows it.
What did I give?
Because what you said is to face. Basically, we made a place for you, right? We made a sacred place for you that you are upon, correct? That's what you said. And then the next verse.
Is that the truth? That's not the truth. The Prophet did not have a place that he was upon. The Prophet did not have a Qibla.
I'm just repeating what you said. What I think right now is not part of the discussion. I just want to,
brother. It's not about this. Like, bro, you're making a claim that I said something incorrect. You say what I said. Part of it. And I asked you, is it truth or not? And you don't want to reply. But be careful. You might get ganked right there.
Okay.
Yeah, because to you, your religion is fun and games. That's why. So you want to play your games and talk. Go ahead.
It's not fun and games. It's not fun and games.
I hope you're having fun in your game, though.
I'm not. The point here is, listen. In the verse after it, it tells us now face al-Masjid al-Haram. Correct?
Where does it say فَلِنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ قِبْلَةً تَرْضَاهَا فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ.
So you don't think it says face to face?
فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ.
Last time you told me when you go outside, it means that you face the Qibla.
I do, because you know what it says here?
Okay.
In the next page, I'll show you what it says here.
Sure, tell me.
وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. And wherever you go forth, or wherever you go from out, then turn your face towards the sacred mosque. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ.
Okay.
From wherever you exit, فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ.
No problem. So whenever you exit,
no problem. But let's just ignore the point now that I made earlier. That you keep. All right, the man's probably losing in his video game. I don't know. He left on his own. He's in the backstage, but I feel like he just left. I didn't. This is weird. All right, guys. Next on the list, brother. I see you down there. My brother, perfect salam, perfect dawah. I'll put you up really quick, but I can't. It literally disconnected me. You're still in the stage, bro. You just need to add your thing. But brother Dawa, like I'm here to challenge people. I thought, here, I'll put you up for 5 minutes, but please, bro, I need to move on to the other people.
Yeah,
yes, brother. Walaikum salam, brother.
How are you, inshallah?
Yeah. Good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. I just want to say to this guy who was saying that you are not a Muslim.
It doesn't matter, bro. I don't address that. Please don't address that. I don't care. They can say whatever they want, but I don't address that. That's emotional.
Just because it's not emotional. Just because these people, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that when Jews and Christians they say just we go to heaven, it said they're thoughtful wishes, So even for them, as I said before, these extremist Sunnis they say just we go. Shia say just we go is exactly the same like the Christian and Jews say, and Allah says their own, wishes as well. So anyway, I just wanted to ask Brother Muhammad. I just wanted to ask if it is possible once either on your channel or my channel we can talk about these two verses of Quran 538 and 533 because I think it's very important for us to understand those two verses.
But again, brother, yes, it's very important for us to understand, but there is a way of trying to liberalize it extremely, and there is the surface level. If you don't like what the surface level is saying because you think it's too harsh, this is something that's going back to you. For me, I don't think it's harsh. I think those people that want to insult the Prophet or insult God, they can get exiled. Some of them can go through punishments, and some of them need to be put to death. That's a blasphemy law. It's got nothing to do with apostasy. If someone wants to apostate and go live his life, that's fine. But if someone wants to sit and propagate lies about like drawing the Prophet in a way, that person needs to sit in jail because that's a law of blasphemy. Okay, if you think that there is no censorship in the world, then the world's not going to exist properly.
Yeah, but anyway, I was thinking that we can, and not just in 5 minutes, we can go through it properly,
right?
To see what exactly the verse says in reality. Yeah, not that what I think, maybe I'm wrong, right. So that we can go through it and then, analyze it and then see the facts, okay, for both verses, 533 and 538.
We can talk about it, brother, but I do have like the stage is full. I have a few other people that
I didn't want to talk now. I said that maybe we can set up.
We'll set something up, inshallah.
Or else you can call my live stream. We can talk there if you don't have.
That works. Every Sunday, guys, Perfect Dawah streams where you guys can have a discussion with Perfect Dawah.
Saturdays, yes.
Saturday. Sorry.
Yes. Anyway, so I wish actually to talk to you or somebody who speak Arabic as well. It would be great if I could talk to you as well.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you for stopping by. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
You come back here, White River. We're not
Hello,
done.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Did you win or lose?
What?
Did you win or lose?
I didn't.
Were you getting carried? It seems like you were getting carried.
You don't know what I was doing, and it really isn't your business what I was doing. Anyways.
But the reason why you're laughing, it shows that I was accurate. It's okay.
No,
these are perception, and you're right. It's assumption.
Where am I laughing?
If I'm right, it would be funny. If not, if I'm wrong,
let's talk about the Quran, right?
Yeah. Let's right here. It's the same verse. But bro, I don't want to spend 20 hours for you to not
fine.
answer the question.
I just wanted to know when you leave your house.
Yeah.
Do you leave it always facing the Qibla?
I do face it. Yes, I do face it. So I take this very literal.
So when there is the door for you, right? Not in the direction of the Qibla, you leave your house backwards?
Yeah, no, it's not leaving backwards. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. So when I'm exiting into like the outside, I will face the Mecca if I know where Mecca is. If not, I will remember God in that moment. This is the direct connection. But I'm not, this is me trying to be loyal to the verse. This is what I'm understanding from the verse. I'm not saying this is mandatory because other people can see this in a metaphysical way. I'm doing it both metaphysical and physical. So I can get double the reward with God. Because you know how you guys say, like, if I read every letter here, it's like 10 cookies from God or 10 positive things. For me, I think if I apply the verse, that's where I get the benefit.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, I'm just repeating what you said. When you leave your house to your door, and your door is not facing the Qibla, if you go like straight forward outside the door, you're not facing the Qibla, then you turn around and leave backwards. So you face the Qibla, and
no, weirdo. That's not how it works. That's not what I said.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
No, when somebody has an IQ of a monkey like you, that they don't understand what's being said, right? So it says, فَوَلِّ وَجْهُكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. That's my face. So I don't need to leave the door walking backwards. I leave the house, and if it's backwards, I look backwards and I keep walking.
You look backwards?
What? Yeah, I look backwards towards Mecca. Is that a problem?
What is the point of that? What is the point of that?
Here's a question for you. Why do you kill dogs? Why do you kill black dogs? If you want to talk like a dumbass, why do you kill black dogs?
Do
you kill black dogs? I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you kill black dogs? Yes or no?
No, I don't kill black dogs.
Then why are you a Hadith rejector? Why are you a Hadith rejector?
Is there a Hadith telling you to kill dogs?
Yeah, there's a Hadith that says kill every black dog in Sahih Bukhari. Do you kill it?
Okay, I've never heard of that Hadith. If that
is because you're a Hadith rejector. Obviously, you don't know what's in your own book. So why do you believe in a book?
How can I hear over 20,000 Hadith? How do I know them all by heart? I don't know them.
Okay. So you're accepting something you don't know. You're just like the Christians. They say they believe in the Bible, but they never read it.
No,
you're amazing, bro. Keep laughing at me because you look like the joke now.
Okay. Then we can leave this point. Besides, I have a even better words. Okay, for you.
Because here comes the insults.
No insults. Where have I insulted you so far? I haven't.
No, okay, no. I'm expecting it because of the way that you're perceiving yourself. You know, right here.
No, I'm not perceiving myself in any certain way. Yeah. Okay, so in Surah Tawbah,
right,
Ayah 36.
Okay, Ayah 36.
Yes.
What about it?
It talks about 4 sacred months. Correct.
Right. Okay.
Which of the 4 months are sacred?
Ramadan onwards.
Where do you get that from?
Well, what month did Ramadan come, or what month did the Quran come in?
No. Where does the Quran tell you that Ramadan and onwards, all of those 4 months are sacred months?
So let's go back to the verse that you want to talk about. Yeah.
Sure.
يَوْمَ خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ, right? 4 of them. Let's go to the beginning of the surah. The very beginning, right? Where God says a permit from God and his messenger to those you have made agreement with among the polytheists, right? So travel on the earth for 4 months. You see this 4 months?
Okay.
So God's talking about 4 months here. And know that you cannot cause failure to God, that God will disgrace the disbelievers. Boom. Okay. An announcement from God and his messenger to the people on the greatest day of the pilgrimage that God is free from the polytheists, and so is his messenger. So if you should repent, then it will be better for you. But if you would turn away, then know that you cannot cause failure to God. So announce of a painful punishment to those who have disbelieved. And what's the next verse say? Right? Except those who made an agreement with you among the polytheists, and they have not fallen short with you at all and have not assisted anyone against you. Then fulfill their agreement to their deadline. Indeed, God loves those who are pious, right? And when the what?
The sacred months, yes.
Okay, so God talked about 4 months, not killing them.
Okay.
Don't fight them in the sacred months. As in chapter 2, is God says in the sacred month, you're not allowed to fight. And then God says when the sacred months are gone, when those 4 months, so they're consecutive.
Okay. Okay.
So you agree they're consecutive, right?
Wait a second. Let me actually look that up.
No, you don't even know the sacred months?
I know the sacred months, but
which are what?
The point is where are the months?
Which are what? What? Brother, in this is what I don't understand. Like why don't like actual Sunnis come to me? People that know their material. What are the sacred months according to you?
Dude, I asked you a question. Why don't you answer the question?
You don't know them. Are they 4 consecutive months in Sunnism? He's Googling it. Google it so you could find out.
I'm not Googling. It doesn't. Okay. Sure.
Okay, God is the witness.
Let's make it.
Or do you want to hide from God too? Obviously, you don't know when your 4 sacred months are.
I'm not making it.
You're just going with it.
I don't know why you're avoiding it. I don't know why you're avoiding the question.
I'm not avoiding it. It's just you're
I asked you the question. Where in the Quran?
Yeah, I answered you, but you're putting me a standard that you don't even know your own standard. That's the funny part. Here. I'll explain it again.
Where in the Quran?
God talks about don't fight them for 4 months. Let them be free for 4 months. And then God says that when those sacred months have passed, then fight them. Chapter 2, God says that it's not allowed for you to fight in the sacred months. So now you have a connection, as God told you to connect with what the Quran is telling you. So rule number 1, right? No fighting in the sacred month. God told them for 4 months, there's no fighting. And then God literally says when the sacred months have passed. So now we know it's 4 consecutive months.
Okay, sure. Let's establish that from the Quran.
Do you agree?
Ahead. When do the sacred months start?
Okay, so now are you telling me that the month that the Quran came down is not a sacred month? It's the most sacred. It's the most sacred night in the year, but it's not a sacred month.
I'm asking you. No. I'm asking you, where did the 4 sacred months start?
Ramadan onwards.
Okay, where does it say that in Quran?
Brother, I'm getting you there. What is Ramadan a sacred month? Yes or no?
Of course, it is a sacred
month. The month that God brought down the Quran is not a sacred month.
That is one sacred month, but where does it say that it starts there?
Brother, if the first month is the sacred, if we're gonna put Ramadan the first sacred month, guess what's the last month's name? Dhul Hijjah. So 12, 11, 10, 9. But the last 4 months of the year, those are your sacred months. If you're gonna start it from Ramadan, then you have the times of Hajj. And look around you in the world, that's when they do their Hajj.
Okay, wait. Let me look that up 1 second.
Yeah, but by the way, for Sunnism, it's not the same. You guys have 3 + 1. It's not consecutive. It doesn't go with the Quran. So you're not prepared. We have another dawah quest.
No. Wait a second.
You don't even know your months, bro. You don't even know the sacred months in your own.
I know my months.
Why didn't you say them? Why do you have to Google them?
Wait, I don't need to. I didn't Google anything. By Allah, I didn't Google
anything. Sufficient is God. Okay, if he knows if you're lying right now or not. I don't need to prove
No problem.
Okay, do you need time to? Because I do have to get through the.
Okay, I will search that up and come back to the on the next one.
All right, brother.
Can I get one more?
I actually appreciate the way that because you're looking. But do me a favor. If you're saying you believe in Bukhari, read it, brother, because it'll help you on a day of judgment.
You don't need to tell me what I need to do or not.
Okay, it's a warning. It's not me being nice. It's a warning.
I have one last thing. One last question. Where in the Quran does it tell us to take your interpretation of the Quran?
No, it's not my interpretation of the Quran. Okay, it's what the Quran is revealing. God is the one who teaches.
It's your translation of the Quran, correct? That you are we always read on
this,
the stream.
This
right?
is not my translation. This is the translation that I see most fitting to the Arabic.
This is
And if I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, then bring the Arabic and show me my error, because God said He brought down a clear Arabic book. So if I'm making an interpretation and it's incorrect, then it would not fit the Arabic, and the Arabic would be the decisive matter. If I said something that's grammatically incorrect, or I didn't say the correct Arabic words and I made an interpretation, fine. Or if I made an interpretation where there's another verse that tells me I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. So I can't say homosexuality is allowed when there's verses saying that homosexuality is a sin later. So you see what I'm saying? I can't take one verse and start twisting it. It's about the whole.
That's fine.
Cool.
That's fine. I'm talking about a non-believer that we both consider a non-believer, that he tries to learn he tries to learn Islam. Now, how do we explain to this person which interpretation and which translation he should follow?
He should read the Quran.
Which translation? He doesn't know Arabic. Which translation does he read?
He should do the ijtihad. He should do the effort and read a few of them.
He should read it himself, and whatever
he should
comes
read
out,
a few translations. Yes,
and whatever he thinks is best, he should stick to.
Yeah, because do you understand what the religion is extremely simple? You guys like to complicate it.
No,
religion
it's very simple.
Yeah, okay. So what's the message for the disbeliever? Take care of your parents. Be nice to your relatives. To give from your money. To take care of the orphans. To talk to people nicely. Don't lie. Be just. Fast in the month of Ramadan. Visit the pilgrimage and believe in one God. But the more important parts is the internal. Any disbeliever that opens the book can get that same message.
Okay, so the disbeliever reads different versions of the Quran, and he comes out with the conclusion to follow the Hadith. Will he go to hell or not?
That's shirk.
According to who?
God in the Quran.
Yeah, but you told him to just read the Quran, right? And he just came out knowing.
Yeah. Okay, brother. Where does the Quran tell you to go to another book called the Hadith?
Do you want to go through the verses, like the standard verses?
No. Tell me where God is clearly telling me to go to an external book.
Well, obviously, when you're talking to a Sunni right now, right? So when Allah tells you to obey Allah and obey the Messenger, but we talked about,
okay, the Hadith from God then?
I didn't know.
Is it from God or not, bro? It's not revelation from God.
Hadith, of course, the Hadith that have to do with the religion, that they are from Allah.
Okay, so the Hadith that has to do with religion is from God.
Yes.
Okay, so me obeying those Hadith is obeying God, not obeying the Messenger.
No, you're obeying the Messenger.
How?
Because if you obey Allah,
guys, let me walk him through this so he understands what he's saying.
No.
God gave the Quran to the Prophet or the Messenger said the Quran. This is obeying God. But then God gave Hadith to the Prophet, and you're listening to the Messenger to the Hadith. That's obeying the Prophet. It's not obeying God. That's inconsistency.
No, it's not. Because
it's not inconsistency.
Look, I'll explain it to you. Because why would Allah repeat Himself 2 times when He means the same thing 2 times?
Because I told you before, and I'll tell you again. You can obey God before the Quran. The Messenger gave you the message, which is the Quran. So you obey God with whatever God has already revealed to you in obedience, right? And He's showing you things daily. And then the Messenger is there to guide you. What's the Messenger giving you? The message of God. So I did the exact same thing to the person before you. When God says, وَمِن قَبْلُهُ كِتَابُ مُوسَى, the book of Moses. What's the book of Moses?
The book of Moses, we don't have it today. The Torah.
It's not about having it or not having it. What is it?
The Torah.
Okay, let's assume that's the Torah. So what's the book of Muhammad?
The book of Muhammad is the Quran, but
thank you very much. So if I want to see what the Prophet was preaching to people and what the Prophet got from God, I will go open the Quran because that's the book of Muhammad. You proved it.
No, because in the Quran it says, wait a second, let me pick up the verse where it says to explain the dhikr, to explain it.
Where does it say explain?
I'll tell you right now, 1 sec.
لِتُبَيِّنَ لَهُمْ مَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْهِمْ. To reveal, to show.
You'll twist the Arabic again.
It's not.
Yeah, sure.
Tubayyin, mubin, clear.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Everyone got it wrong. The PhD Arabic natives got it wrong, but you got it right. Correct.
Oh, because the PhD Arabic natives are all Sunnis. There wasn't people saying that you guys were wrong from the beginning.
Yeah,
You can go look into Mu'tazilites. You can go look into Mu'tazilites, and so many people that said that Abu Huraira was a crazy man, and whoever follows Abu Huraira is contemptible. No, bro, these are your hadith books. It's changing topics.
You're changing topics into random ahadith. You're changing topics into random ahadith.
Right. So
let me bring up the ayah.
You know what? This is going to be. Does God come down in the last third of the night?
Let me bring you the ayah. Why are you changing the topics like 3 times in a row?
Because you're saying right now I'm telling you the most mutawatir hadith of the Prophet. Okay, where he says that the God comes down at the last third of the night to see who wants to be forgiven. Is that hadith from the Prophet?
No, I will not answer the random questions that you pose right now. Let me bring up the ayah and then
you
I'll
don't
answer
know
this
your
question.
material, White River.
I know exactly what I'm talking.
You don't know your material. Guys in the chat,
asked,
is there a hadith, the most mutawatir hadith, the most prevalent hadith of the Prophet, peace and blessings upon him? He says that at the last third of the night, God comes down to the lowest sky and he asks who wants to be forgiven for him to be forgiven. There is not a single Sunni that knows his material that has denied or said that this hadith is not mutawatir. But that hadith itself is problematic. The most common hadith has a problem.
We can talk about
this because I'm proving something to you, but you're running away.
No, we can talk about this after I have mentioned the ayah that I wanted to mention, right?
Yeah. Go to chapter 16 and look in there, bro.
Yeah, 16.
I'm helping you. Yeah. I'm helping.
I already got it. You're just not letting me speak.
Oh, bro, I swear your arrogance is so telling. Go ahead.
What arrogance? What?
When I catch you in a lie, you're like acting like you're not lying.
Go ahead, bro. I wanted to present you an ayah, and then you completely
and we have revealed to you the remembrance that you may clarify to the people what was revealed to him. Perhaps they will ponder. All right. So what's this hadith now?
That's the Quran, so that you may explain clearly to men what is sent down to them.
Explain clearly,
and that they may give thought.
Okay, what are they pondering about?
What is it?
What are they pondering about?
What is being explained?
They pondering about, bro?
I said explain clearly. What is being explained?
The Quran.
Exactly. Where is this explanation?
Oh, people of the book, our messenger has come to you to clarify to you much of what you have concealed of the book. While overlooking much, there has come to you from God a light, a clear book, okay? By which God guides to whom he wills, the approval to the ways of peace, and brings them out of darknesses into the light by his permission, and guides them to the straight path. So that's how he's clarifying to the people.
Where is this clarification? Where is it?
What?
So Allah tells you in the Quran.
You have actually absolutely no idea of your history. No. Where is the explanation of the Prophet? Don't tell me hadith. Don't tell me hadith. Where's the exegesis of Muhammad? I'll follow it. Give me the exegesis of Muhammad. I'll follow it, bro.
So you're saying the exegesis doesn't exist? We don't have it?
The exegesis of Prophet Muhammad.
Yes.
Where?
Exactly. Are you saying it doesn't exist? Are you saying it doesn't exist?
Bro, you're about to get embarrassed really quickly.
No. Are you saying it doesn't exist?
What's the oldest book of exegesis? The most oldest, most complete book of exegesis, which they say is the king of exegesis. Who is it?
Are you saying? Just answer my question. Why are you going away?
No, it doesn't. The exegesis of Prophet Muhammad is not there. No,
it's not there. That's your claim.
Yeah, it's not there, bro.
Okay, so Allah commanded you to something that is impossible for you to obey to, right? Allah commanded.
No, brother,
that is impossible.
You didn't read. You did not understand the verse that I quoted right there. God is clarifying within His book what the remembrance is.
And we have sent down to you. We have sent down to you.
What did He send down?
The dhikr.
Yeah.
I.e. the Quran. That you may explain clearly. Explain it.
Yeah.
The Quran. Explain the Quran. Explain the Quran to men. The Quran has already been sent down. In the period of the Quran being sent down.
He sent down the remembrance to explain to the people.
Yeah. Where is the explanation? Where is the explanation of the Quran?
Brother, okay, so the book itself is guiding you to the straight path. Do you accept that?
Okay. So the book, Allah tells you He sent down the dhikr, the book. He sent it down.
Right. Okay.
He sent it down, correct?
Okay, the book
To
was sent down.
it.
Right. And what does the book do?
That you may explain it.
To clarify to the people. It's not about explaining. The word's not to clarify.
That you may explain it.
All right, brother. I think you need a quick lesson in Arabic because we're going to go quote that verse one more time.
Okay,
yeah.
So
no, I'm going to show you how it has nothing to do with
your translation versus the translation
it's
of a PhD native PhD native Arabic speaking man and against
where
your
am
translation.
I from? Where am I from?
Do you have a PhD?
Oh, they have PhDs now, and that's not so. Now we appeal to the authorities.
That's a proof of him knowing what he's talking about. Who are you?
Who's got that knowledge? Bukhari, then he's like that's how we know that he's right.
No,
by PhD, because I can get you PhDs that they're saying Jesus is the Son of God.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
No, but you're appealing to the people. You're appealing to the authority that way.
No. So the thing we're debating right now is if we should stick to people.
Yeah.
That are native Arabics. I guess you are a native Arabic too, and that have a PhD. And that have been approved by other people.
These are the PhDs. I'm going to show you what the PhDs are saying, so you don't have to cry too much. Okay. So you're saying the word means explain, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So this is where the word bayana, right? Bayana has been shown in the Quran. It's been used many times in its different forms. Okay. So to make clear, declare, to make clear, become clear, become distinct, become evidence, become clear, become manifest, between. Brother, this is known.
Who translated it?
This is Sahih International. Sahih International now is in the garbage.
Wait.
Oh man, you're easy, bro. Please. I bid you farewell. I need to move on. The list is big and I keep getting this message at the top right here.
Okay, so what is the difference between explaining and making clear?
Making clear is showing it. I can clarify it.
What do you mean? What do you mean clear? Okay,
I can show you what the book is saying, so you can make clear. So you're making so bro, this is how I make it clear. Watch. This is how the Quran watch. This is how the Quran works. Watch.
Okay.
So you took me to a verse, right? And this is why this translation is nice. So this verse that you brought up, it needs to be clarified, right? So بالبينات والزبر وأنزلنا إليك الذكر, with proofs in scripture, and we have revealed to you the remembrance, right? That you may clarify to the people what have revealed to them.
Who is you?
You.
Who is you?
Okay, the messenger.
Okay.
All right. So who's the one receiving the message?
The messenger.
And who's it responsible for him to tell the message, to show it to the people, to tell the people, to clarify it to the people? Who's that? The messenger. Thank you.
Yeah, but the messenger explained the message. The messenger explained it. Not you. The messenger explained it.
No, brother. Okay. This is how you will preserve the Quran.
No.
This is how you want to approach the Quran. But one second. I am doing what I'm following the messenger. Now it's not Ya Rasul, Ya Nabi. I'm following the messenger and I'm showing you how it works. I'm clarifying to you what the book is saying. So here it says that we have brought down to you the remembrance that you may clarify to the people what has revealed to them. And then you go 5:15, God is telling you what he brought down.
Don't move.
It's right here in the verse.
So you're saying the first you is something other than the second you, right? You're saying the first you is the prophet explaining it?
When God is saying very clearly that we have people who inherited the books. So God gave the book to the prophets, right? And he gave them to the messenger. And then the people after the messengers, they inherit the book. So it's us now who inherited the book who have to show.
That's not
a verse in the Quran.
That's not what.
That's not a verse in the Quran.
That's not what 1644 says.
Brother, he goes by isolation. The Quran is a whole book.
No, but the
Quran is a whole book.
The ayah is clear. Right.
You know, to you when you're gonna say explain, but then where's the explanation of Prophet Muhammad?
Where do you derive from the ayah that the first you is something different than the second you?
Brother, let's assume that it's the messenger. Am I learning from the messenger? Yes or no?
If you accept the hadith, sure.
So these are not the words the messengers gave us, right? The messenger is not part of this chain here, correct?
Allah gave us these words, and
okay, so Allah was speaking here, right?
Of course, and Allah
right, and Muhammad was not involved
those
in
words.
So the messenger did not deliver the messengers. The message. Allah delivered the message. You were talking to Allah.
No,
this is such a silly discussion.
The Quran has made a
Please
miracle.
learn your books and come back.
The Quran has made a miracle. The Quran has made a miracle, and it challenges humanity. It challenges humanity.
And who's the one who told the people the words of God? Who was it? Who's the one who delivered the message?
The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
The messenger.
The Prophet.
The messenger.
Exactly. The Prophet.
The messenger.
Our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
What's the difference between prophet and messenger, then, buddy?
I'm gonna go into the discussion with you.
Bye then.
Okay, goodbye.
Because the messenger delivers a message. A prophet prophesizes.
Right. Do you know
so
why?
Who delivered the message? A messenger. And not every messenger is a prophet. Not every prophet is a messenger.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, not every messenger is a prophet.
You're just playing around with words. You don't even know.
No, you just literally don't know what the Quran says, bro.
Oh yeah, sure.
You actually have no idea.
You
have no idea.
All right.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Everyone can interpret the Quran as they wish, right?
Exactly, as you're saying, the words in Arabic is bayyana, is explained. So you're the one who's in the air. I'm showing you that you're wrong, but you're saying no, I'm right. So the people who you're describing that have issues, you literally described yourself and then you did it, brother.
Anyone can
have your
interpret as they wish,
but actually read your material before you come and try to debate. Because
if I can interpret the Quran as I wish, I'm as right as you are.
No, because the Arabic is the definer.
No, it's not.
The word bayyana does not mean explain.
No, it's not. Because I can interpret it as I wish.
Yeah, okay, then we'll see how far you go, bro.
Tell us, because in the Quran, nowhere it says that we have to follow your interpretation, but it does say
exactly. You're right. I have to follow what the Quran says.
It does say we have to follow the interpretation.
The Quran that explains itself. You're right. Yep. Oh, it's the Salaf.
Yeah, of course. You want to go into this right now?
Oh, bro, these guys are so easy. Show me the verse where it tells me I have to follow what the Salaf is saying.
Sure.
Go to chapter 9, guys. Here it comes.
Of course, but this is dependent.
Bring up the verse, bro, so you get schooled.
This is dependent on if you accept the hadith or not.
No, it's not about accepting the hadith. You said the Quran is telling me to follow the Salaf, not even to follow the Prophet. Bring your verse if you're honest.
Of course it is, because in Surah Tawbah.
Where?
In Surah Tawbah.
Yeah,
it tells you.
Which verse?
Surah Tawbah
100. He hears me say chapter 9, and he's going to run to it. Go bring up the verse. And then go look at the exegesis, what they say from verses of Tabari.
Yeah, right.
And then go sit in a corner and think.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's nothing. It's not like it's not what you said.
Bring up the verse. Don't run away. The whole crowd is watching.
We don't derive what you think.
I'm having fun with the pizza. Can you please go now get the verse where it tells me I have to follow the Salaf?
I already told you.
Bring it.
9-100. I already told you, like 5-10 seconds.
9-100. Let's go.
And we're not reading your translation of it, because I can read any translation, right?
Sure, bro. You can. What translation do you want me to put?
Go to.
How about we read the Arabic?
I don't know Arabic. That's why I'm reading the translation. Because why would we read the Arabic?
Which one would you like?
Al-Hilali and Khan.
Al-Khan and who?
Al-Hilali and Khan.
Al-Hilali wa Khan. All right.
Muhsin Khan.
Muhsin Khan. Mm-hmm. All right. Do you know how like the exegesis works of your people?
I know how it works. Yes. I know how it works.
Okay, so you know, like there's like Tabari and there's Qurtubi and there's all sorts of people, right?
Of course.
Right. And you ever read the Tabari's?
Of course. Of course I do.
And you know what he said about that verse? Do you know?
Please tell us.
No. You said you read it. I know exactly.
I don't know it by heart.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go to now Muhsin Khan. You said, right?
Muhsin Khan.
Translation. All right. You know what? I'll make it even easier for you. I'll put them all. This is gonna be fun for a learning experience. But bro, remember, you have to be fair for other people. There's other people here. All right. Here you go. So we're gonna share this tab. All right.
No.
Muhsin Khan. Here's Muhsin. These are all the translations for 9-100, bro.
Go on Quran.
I'll get you Muhsin Khan. So this is Muhammad Asad. This is
I don't know this website. Can you go on Muhsin?
Bro, then compare it when I get to Quran.
Can you go on Quran.com?
Get to Quran. Here's No, I don't go to that website. Muhsin Khan.
Why?
There's Muhsin Khan. This is it, right? This is it, correct? That's what it's saying word for word.
Wait a second.
Here you go.
Almost.
So everyone can read this translation.
Show me it.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's not right. It's not right.
It's not right.
Can you
then
go
you're not
on
reading
Quran.com? Can you go on Quran.com?
I don't go to that website.
Why?
Because I don't sit and support Saudi Salafism. But for you to be happy, I'll go. Yeah, go ahead. What verse? 9100. And which translation do you want? Because you're a child right now.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So is this the one that you're reading?
Sure. Yes. Let's go.
This is it.
Wait. Can you go to the settings?
Okay, we'll go to your settings. Which settings would you like?
Top right. Top right. Let me.
Yeah. I know. Which settings would you like?
We go to the Al Hilali and Khan. It's right. No, it's on top. On top in the English one. Exactly. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Now read
this one, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is 101.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And among the Bedouins,
100.
This is it. 100, yeah. And the most to embrace Islam of the Muhajiruns, those who immigrated to Medina, and Ansar, the citizens of Medina, and also who followed them exactly in faith. Allah. So he's adding his own words here. That's fine, right?
This is the
That's
exegesis.
fine. It's not
this is the exegesis.
It's not the exegesis, bro.
Of course it is. He's taking.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Do you want to pull up the Tabari and see how wrong you are?
Is Tabari the only one that interpreted the Quran?
No, well, Tabari told you all the interpretations. That's why Tabari is very good.
Is it only him?
So now, let me school you what this verse is saying. This verse is saying,
no, just read it to the end. No, read it to the end. Read it to the end.
Bro, we read it to the part that you want to say.
No, read it to the end.
You read it. You read it.
Sure. Allah is well pleased with them, and they are well pleased with Him. He has prepared for them gardens under which rivers flow, meaning paradise, to dwell therein forever. And that is the supreme success. Okay,
so now how about this verse is talking about people immigrated first, right? So there's the people who immigrated and the Ansar that
migrated from Mecca.
Yes, brother. So there's the people who migrated from Mecca to Medina, and then the Ansars helped him, right? And then later, more people came. Those are the people who followed them. The people who followed them bi ihsan. That's what the verse is actually talking about. And wait. Before you start telling me translations and all this, it's right here. It's right here, bro.
Wait.
Don't tell me to wait. It's right here. And God is clearly saying, right?
No. That's not.
And for the first of the predecessors among the immigrants and the supporters and those who followed them in goodness, this is 9100.
That's your biased translation.
Bro, we'll go to the exact same translation of this weirdo who wants to add their things. My translation is biased and his translation is perfect. A'udhu billah.
Who says that? Who said that?
Well, no, apparently his translation is the one that works, right?
I can read any interpretation.
I want to end this really quickly. And
you told me.
Is those who before them had homes in Al-Madinah and adopted the faith, love those who immigrate to them, and have no jealousy in their breast for which they have given, and give them preference over themselves, even though they indeed
what are you reading?
I
don't know what you're reading right now. We don't know what you're reading right now.
Just listen. Here you go, bro. Sorry. You're right.
Just reading.
And it is for those who revere
Whose
them.
translation is this?
Yours, bro.
Yeah, but you it doesn't even say it. So how do I know?
I'm not a liar like you, bro. I don't need to hide like you.
I'm not telling you you're a liar, but it could have been other translation because it doesn't see.
Okay, so here's where's the translations?
I saw it already.
Here it is.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, okay. Happy?
No problem.
Are you convinced
No
now?
problem.
All right, good.
No problem.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. This is it. So, and those from before them had homes and had adopted the faith, loved those who immigrate to them, and have no jealousy in their breast for which they have been given, right? And give them preference over themselves, even though they were indeed of that. And whoever is saved from his own covetousness, such as they will be successful. Now, the next verse, and those who came after them, say, our Lord, forgive us and our brethren who preceded us in faith, and put not in our hearts any hatred against those who believed. Our Lord, you are indeed full of kindness, most merciful. These are the people who came after the original immigrants. And this is also evident.
So what?
And this is also evident in Surah Jum'ah, right here.
You don't even know what the point is that I'm making.
No, you're bro.
The point is
don't pull that, because you're the one who's lost. You told me the Quran tells you to follow the Salaf.
No, of course it does. Yes.
Yeah, and then you took me to 9-100.
Yes.
And then in 9-100 it says, and those who followed them in righteousness.
Exactly.
And you're saying that this means follow the Salaf.
Who were promised paradise?
Oh my God, bro, just be quiet. You completely lost.
Who were promised paradise?
Those who followed them in righteousness, in immigration.
Who were promised paradise?
Those who followed them in immigration, and those who immigrated, and the Ansar.
And the Ansar, correct.
And those who followed them. Who's the one following them?
And now, look, that's the only point I'm
making.
All right,
brother. You don't listen.
If we go to the Hadith,
you have a problem.
Does the Prophet say?
You have a problem, bro. You have a problem listening.
Yeah. I have a problem, yes. I'm not the one insulting you every 2 minutes. I'm not the one insulting you.
Because you don't hear my point and you keep talking. What's the point that I'm saying, bro?
No, you keep talking about something I'm not even talking about.
All right, okay. So you're saying that this is telling me to follow the Salaf.
Yes, because who were promised paradise?
Bro, it's not the Salaf.
Who were promised paradise?
Brother, the people who immigrated and the people who immigrated.
Who are the Muhajirun? Who are the
But where's the verse telling me to follow them?
That's exactly where the Sunnah comes in. Because if you follow the Prophet ﷺ, his sayings in the Sunnah, then we know that 73.
But the verse, bro, where does that say that in the verse?
It is derived from the verse, and we explain the verse by referring to the hadith. But that's what you don't do because you reject it.
Okay, so here you go, bro. So you want to talk about your hadith. I'm going to share something that's in Arabic. I understand you don't read it, and we'll go with what the translator.
How do I know you're
One
translating
second,
it?
Bro, you can go Google it and ask your sheikhs. This is Tabari. You see where it says Tabari?
Surely,
okay, this is 9-100. Okay.
No one knows if you're translating it correctly, anyways.
I'm just clicking translate.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're relying on the Google Translate. We're relying.
Bro, you can go translate it yourself. Do you know who Abu Ja'far is?
You're relying on the Google.
Who's Abu Ja'far?
I'm not interested in you. I'm not interested in talking to you.
Okay.
Anymore.
The Almighty said, and those who preceded people first to believe in God and his messenger of the immigrants who immigrated, their people and their clan and left their homes and homelands, and the Ansar, those who supported the messenger of Allah over his enemies from the people of disbelief in Allah and messengers, and those who followed them with charity, those who followed their path in believing in Allah and his messenger and migrated from the adobe of war to the adobe of Islam. So it has to do with migration. Those are
Are we not those who follow?
No.
Them
did you immigrate to Medina?
No, but what is their path? What is their path? What is their path? What is their path?
The immigration.
Their path? Is their path?
That's the example there is about the
path of the Quran and Sunnah. That's their path of Quran.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't tell me to follow Sunnah to Nabi in the Quran. It tells me about Sunnah Allah. Anything else, brother? Because you honestly
follow their path in believing Allah and the Messenger.
Yeah,
not their path
I follow
going
God
to
in the Messenger. So I don't believe in God in the Messenger.
Not their path going somewhere. Their path following Allah.
Bro, it literally says
that's what we are. That's what we are. Not you. That's what we are. We're following their path. We are following their path. We're following their path.
What are you? Tell me. What are you?
We are the Muslims.
Okay, and like which millah do you follow?
That we follow the path. We follow the path of the Prophet.
So I'm asking you, which creed do you follow? Millat who? Whose millah do you follow?
Obviously, the creed of the Salaf.
Okay, so you follow the creed of the Salaf, right?
Sure.
Okay, and God is telling me in the Quran to follow the creed of Abraham. So have a nice day.
Apples and oranges.
Okay, so the Salaf, the Ibrahim was following Salaf, right?
No, it's just like Shaikh.
Okay, so you want to have the associators, other people. Abu Hurairah.
Like Abu Hurairah.
Have a nice
day.
Just like
Tabari explained, to follow the path, their path.
Those who immigrated. They immigrated. Does you have a problem reading? See, ladies and gentlemen, when God tells you that mushriks have a problem with seeing, hearing, and talking and understanding, this is a primary example.
The quote you brought refuted you.
The people,
I would like you brought refuted you.
The quote that I brought refuted me when it clearly is telling you about immigration.
It's not talking about the path of them immigration. It's talking about their
it's
path
not
in
talking
following
about the
the
path
Quran
of
and the Sunnah.
immigration.
It's their path.
So, yeah,
their
and
path following
migrated.
the Quran and Sunnah.
Oh, okay. So
their
what's this
path.
word? White River. What's this word?
I'm not looking at the stream. Is it? It's
migrating. So it's in
what
those
does it say
that
before?
migrated.
What does it say before?
Okay. Yeah, who
And
followed the
those-
path and believing in his messengers and migrated.
Okay, and migrating.
Yeah, and migrated.
Migrating.
Right. Okay. So migrated.
Which path are we following? We are following the path.
For them, this kid is such a child. Does it say migrating here? Does it say? Does it say migrating?
Ignoring their path in following Allah and His Messenger. Their path.
That's for them to follow Allah and Messenger. They have to migrate.
Oh yeah, those are the ones.
People, for them to follow for them to be called Ya ayyuhal mu'minun, they have to migrate.
I don't need to say anything more. I don't need to say anything more.
Then take care. Bye bye.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye bye.
Easy.
Peace? I thought you don't give me salam.
I said easy.
Yeah, you're dumb. That's how easy this was.
Oh yeah, insult me. Yes, insult me. Yeah.
You are dumb. I'm sorry. You don't deaf, dumb, and blind. That's what God calls you, not me. Deaf, dumb, and blind.
Sure.
The verse says migrating.
Right.
Oh no.
You just quoted something that completely refutes you, and you thought it's for you.
Okay, then go kill your dogs, bro. Go kill the black dogs.
Sure. Now you refer to Hadith. Yeah, now you refer to.
That's your Hadith Rejector. Go kill him. Enjoy yourself, bro. Oh man, these people are headaches. Alhamdulillah. All right, guys. Next on the list, brother, welcome again. The mature philosopher. Salam.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Are you working today?
I am, but it's a Tuesday. We haven't had anyone in a little bit, so I think I'm good. I think I'm good for now. Right. I don't know if it'll be too long.
Okay, I do have to clarify that there is a very long line, so please let's be as quick as possible. The other gentleman, he just kept going around. He said, "I'm gonna leave," and then he comes back and he keeps going. But it's funny, those people. I'm gonna have a very nice content for this man.
Yeah, well, brother, you should. I think I'm sure you have your own reasons for continuing with him, but I think you should cut those conversations shorter. Because he's not listening to you.
Yeah, I know. But you see, there is the concept where there's people in the chat. So I see what people in the chat are saying they're having a question. So I answer their questions by making this guy look like a fool. It's just a punching bag. And he clearly does not know his own doctrine. He didn't know when his own sacred months are. He doesn't know what the verses in the Quran is. He's talking about a verse. He didn't know what chapter. I'm helping him debate me. You understand me? He didn't get that. This is why it's funny. I'm helping him debate me.
Yeah, no, it was very clear, brother. Yeah, no, he didn't really know what he was talking about. But mashallah, you're a patient guy still to kept up with him that long. I would
when you deal with everyone else's patience.
But brother, I wanted to okay, I have a specific thing I wanted to discuss. I did wanna I felt bad after our last conversation. I didn't do anything intentionally, but I felt bad because I think two things happened. I think the conversation derailed where I kind of started talking about what I think the best way to do things were. And it seemed like I was insinuating how you should operate your channel. And I think that's what the discussion became about. And that's not what I was intending to do.
I don't see it that way.
You didn't see it that way?
No, I didn't see it that way. I had no like bad thought or animosity after we talked. I just, you're like, when I was in the West, okay, you are like the people that I was friends with. So I get your mentality. I know what you mean. Like,
okay.
Yeah, and there was no bad feelings, and I understand you didn't mean it that way. You were giving recommendations based on your perception on how you could improve the situation. It wasn't about telling me what to do.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
True?
Okay. Yes, that makes sense. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, that's true. Okay, and then so the other thing, I was reading Surah. Hold on. Chapter 42.
Chapter 42. All right. Do you want to take the translation with the parentheses so they tell you their perception, their opinion, or do you want the one that I use?
I usually read Sahih International, and so that's where. What do you think of Sahih International?
I think it has to be biased based upon what their perception is, and they're not very loyal to some verses. Some verses they add things and they remove things just so that they would give the running narrative the victory, but it's not very loyal to the actual Arabic.
Okay,
it's overall it's decent. Like to say that it's not decent, no, it's decent. They tried their best and they did a good job. For me, the reason why I like Sahih International, and this is something that a lot of Sunnis don't know, it's done by 3 women, 3 reverts, right? Yeah. 3 revert women. And anyone that wants to sit there and tell me like how women can't be doing dawah or can't be in a religion, all these hardcore Salafis, and then they're quoting for me Sahih International. It's like, bro, I'm glad you enjoyed their work at least. So
yeah, no, there seems to be the most accurate. When I try and like compare, like I'll sometimes do like I'll try and break down the Arabic as I'm reading, and when I compare it to translations, the exact Arabic, I think there seems to be the most consistent, at least with the ones on Quran.com. Although I didn't know that was that site was associated with Saudi.
It's because of it's funded by the same people that work in that print the Masahif in Medina. I don't want to be part of it.
Fair enough.
Like, for me, the thing that really upsets me when I come to Saudi Arabia, like the Quran has been around for 1400 years. Nobody put their name on the Quran. Like nobody put their own personal name on the cover. Always Quran Kareem, and no one like put the name of Prophet Abraham or Prophet Muhammad or anybody really. But nowadays they're putting the seal of the king and they're like writing the name of the king on it, like printed by the print factory of the king, and they put the name of the king. Like, why is his name on the cover? Like he's somebody important when to the word of God. And to me that broke my heart. It's not for him to put his name there, even if he's printing it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, as a Palestinian, I have problems with Saudi anyway. So I don't know. I don't trust the Saudi government. So I get what you're saying. Okay, but yeah, we can do the Great Quran. Sure. I think any translation works.
Yeah. Which verse you said? 42.
Chapter 42. And then so from verse 6 on. Okay, I wrote here. I want to go through a couple verses, and I want to give you what I have made out between them, and then what you think about my interpretations, because I think they have some implications. So 42:6. As for those who have taken guardian over them, God guards over them, and you are not there. Okay, so yeah. So this verse, so it starts with talking about, so what I find is that most of the surah is about a degree of like liberty and autonomy that exists within Islam. Is that, do you think, fair? So like when I read that, it's telling the messenger, hey, like it's not for you to guard them. Allah watches over them. And then 42:8 mentions that Allah could have brought us all into one religion, but He elects who is brought into mercy and who is astray, and the wrongdoers should have no protection.
Right.
So, and then in the context of the previous verse, again, it's kind of consistently replying, saying, hey, like Allah is the judge between all people. And then anything that you differ between yourselves, so 42:10, differ between yourselves, it is ruling that in the hands of Allah, the day of judgment, and say it to Him, and I rely, and to Him I turn. So it is saying, hey, like whenever you have a disagreement with another Muslim, instead of continuing to like butt heads between each other, and to try and mediate the situation, that what's actually best is for you guys both to turn and say, hey, no, I turn to Allah, and at the end He will make the distinction between us, between who is right and who is wrong, and it is not really for us to continue to butt heads. But
the important part is to stay as brothers, to keep working together, right? And on the day of judgment we have that thing. So I do agree with you. I want to go to just a really quick verse 105, 4:105. So this is chapter 4, 105. Indeed, we have revealed the book to you, right? In truth, so that you may judge between the people by what God has shown you. So God has given the book to the prophet, to the messenger, so that the book can judge between us.
That makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And you have in chapter 2 as well, where God says, prophets, I believe. There it is. Mankind, this is 2:213. Mankind was a single nation. Then God raised the prophets as missionaries and warners and revealed the book with them in truth so that they may judge between the people concerning what they differed. So anytime we have a disagreement, as you said, my good brother, the book is the one that's answering us. So when they tell me, oh, well, you have your interpretation, I have my interpretation, and now we need somebody to, the book clarifies. It's a clear Arabic language so that we're capable of deducing the proper judgment. And there's a default position of a believer: mercy, kind-hearted, wants to make a single community, wants conscious of God, conscious of the hereafter. Okay, so that's the default position. And when we're extracting the verses, anything that goes against that default position, you have to prove it. Oh, well, no, you need, and this is literally what they're saying. Like the man earlier, he's taking guardians other than the book of God, other than God. He's saying we have other guardians that help us. They're the ones who are going to tell us. And then within this same verse in chapter 46, there's a verse where God says here, so whoever desires the cultivation of the hereafter, we increase for him in his cultivation. And whoever desires the cultivation of the world, we give him thereof, but he will have no share in the hereafter. Or do they have associates who have legislated for them of a religion to which God has not authorized? And that's what they're doing. They're legislating things that God has given them no authority over.
Right. Yeah. And I see that. My question, though, in regards to the verses about using the book as a judge, is that for us to evaluate others, and like is it for to me, when I think that can also be interpreted as to aid us in our own ability to discern, and like in our own ability to discern, not necessarily to try and categorize people, but to say, like, for example, right, like I think the Quran does mention the importance of who you surround yourself with, right?
Correct.
So judging between people can be used for that. For example, okay, you have to be able to judge between people's character, right? And so that's important for that reason. And so you can use the book, right, as a way to judge between people's character.
But God is telling you to call towards God with wisdom, right? So for me, for example, the gentleman earlier, I could hear his mouse going like sorry, it was like, which to me sounded like a video game, right? So in my head, I remember the verse. Did you see those that took their religion as games and amusement? So this man, it's him. He thinks he's defending his religion while he's playing a video game. So that's how much his religion meant to him. So I knew I already had a judgment based upon the book. But if I tell it to him, then it would have been game over. There was no discussion. There was no discussion at that point already because God categorized them, not me. See what I'm saying? But now I use the verse of God to go through that situation. And then he started saying things where other verses are applying to him. So now I have my judgment. Waited for him to start going in his arrogance. And then I'll slap him down when I need to slap him down. And when I want to help him, I help. And then I slap, because I'm trying to get him to a point where he needs to see that whatever he's saying is not accurate. He does not know. He's lacking knowledge. But he doesn't want to get to that point. Deaf, dumb, and blind. I'll let him chat so I can use him as a scapegoat for everybody else. So the book is categorizing people for you. But you're not 100% sure of the category, but you use it as a sign. So if I'm talking to you, for example, these are like signs that God shows you. This is obeying God, by the way. So you'd be talking to somebody and someone goes, yeah, right? But God showed you, he let you see the person rolling his eyes. Okay, so there's something in his heart that he's concealing and he's smiling at me, but that smile is fake. So now God is letting me judge that person. So I would Disconnect. I don't need to get to him. Why are you rolling your eyes? Are you upset that? No, it's clear you're upset. I'm going to leave. As God says that whatever their heart is hiding is worth. So the book is amazing in that way. For you to judge your differences, to judge between each other, to judge what's happening in front of you. That's why God sent this book.
Yeah. No, I like the way you put it. I do want to go back to chapter 42 though, because I do.
Yep.
What you're saying makes sense, but then so 42:13, because it continues to make this the argument throughout the verse. So there's a couple of them. I'm not going to go through every single verse, but it's an interesting argument that it makes.
Yeah.
So 42:13, he has ordained for you the religion, and what I'm reading from my notes, so it might differ from where you're reading, just because it's a little clearer.
So it's saying to God ordered all the prophets, right, to tell the people to establish their religion and do not separate.
Yes.
That's the word shara here is used, by the way. You know the word sharia? The word shara in Arabic is used here. Shara'a lakum min ad-din.
No, I don't know that word.
So the word you hear often about sharia, shariat al-Islam, sharia Allah, law of sharia.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Path, right?
What?
Isn't sharia mean like path? No.
No, it means the law.
Okay.
Right?
Well,
that's what they say about like, oh, they're going to establish sharia in the UK. The law of sharia. But the word sharia.
I know it means law, but then I think I heard it was Hamza Yusuf say that it's a derivative of a word for path or something.
Legislation. I'm not sure if that's correct. I think it's legislation. So it is like shara'a, he's legislating. It's like close to shara'a, but shara'a, where it's like now it's legislation. It's not explanation, it's legislation. So, but I was just pointing out that they use the word sharia a lot, but this is the sharia. The shara'a is right here. It's to establish the religion and do not separate therein. And then God is calling the people who are separating the religion polytheists, mushrikun.
Yes. The other thing that is interesting too in the verse is it also says Allah chooses for himself who he wills and guides to himself whoever turns back. Right? That's right. Whoever he finds it turns back to him. So it's simplifying the believers, who turns to Allah. And that individual can be anyone that Allah guides. So it could be anybody who's turned towards Allah. And then the note I made was, and then attempting to identify someone who is not turned towards him, it is okay. So this is something that I took away. This is what I wanted to ask you about.
Okay. Brother, if you don't mind, this is like the last question. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Okay, so in this, and then kind of throughout the verse afterwards, what I find it was saying is that attempting to identify someone who is not turned towards Allah is what that is who is making the divide. So the second we don't know. So anybody could be turned towards Allah, but they may be on a different part of the straight path. So to shut out a brother, right? So it's to make a claim against that someone is trying to turn towards Allah or follow them. So that is dividing the religion into sects. So this was my main takeaway. Right?
You're right, but the verse that you're looking is literally the verse right after 14. Sorry, give me 1 second. It's 14. Where God is saying right here, and they did not separate except after what had come to them of the knowledge out of injustice between them. So when people start using the book in a way to do takfir on each other, right? That's where they start to separate. So the book is about choosing to bring people closer together, right? And if you have differences, that you might have the differences, but stay together. That's literally what God is saying, one community, right? But people will say, oh, no, the book is calling you a kafir, so now I'm not going to say salam to you, and you're none of us, and we're going to fight you. Okay, then that person, these verses are applying to him that he's not guided. He doesn't understand the message. So the whole thing with Sunni, Shia, and these guys are bad, and Jews and Christians, and they're all going to hell, and all. They're using the knowledge to kill each other instead of to build each other. Sorry, 1 second. hard to have pizza without ranch.
That's a good point, man. Yeah, you need sauce, bro. You need the dipping sauce. What are you gonna do with the crust? Okay, so my question then is as follows, right? Does that mean that anytime that we proclaim another sect, let's say, because we have, technically like schools of thought, if we say that, okay, another school of thought is misguided, or we make a criticism or a critique and say, like, maybe not a criticism or a critique, but anytime a judgment on another school of thought or a group of people, is that us creating division? And then if that is us creating division, right, what's the best way to approach challenging different ideas without creating that division? So how do we actually go about that in a way where we're making sure, if we're following the Quran completely, we're not passing judgment on others, and we are not creating division by using our knowledge as a way to create animosity between people?
Well, brother, there's times where you have to, there has to be some people with animosities, but there's a way to deal with it without having to go physical, and you could still be in the same house. But I'm going to sit in my room, you're going to sit in your room, and we just don't get along. Let's just go on our own ways, but let's not hurt each other. So there's a verse where God says that if you, I'll pull the verse. This is about the believers, right? Let me pull this verse up. Where God is saying that there's going to be like groups within you, but you're supposed to be one community. And people are going to have, it's a beautiful collage if you look at it. So in our Quran alone community, there's people that say that there is no physical ritual. I think that's wrong. I think they're completely off course when they say that. But I'm not going to say that now they left their religion. Because whatever they're taking as an interpretation and putting it, it's going to apply to their life. Am I going to start fighting them and both? No. But if they want to fight me, then they're the ones, I'm going to remind them of the verses of God. Like, I don't need to agree with you. You don't need to agree with me. Let's just keep the peace. So I'm saying the Quran is saying the world's flat. I'm saying, no, it doesn't, right? But it does not mean now we need to sit and call each other mushriks and all this stuff. But when are you a mushrik? When you say, oh, there's more than one God, or there's more other guidance and all this other stuff, then at that point you're causing a confusion, a really bad confusion. It's not about the verses of God anymore. But I do want to pull it up. I think it's here. Woman. Yep, I was close. Very close, but I was not there. Close, but no. Can't say that. Okay, so you see how there could be animosities, and I'm going to pull the verse up right now for you to read it together.
Yep.
So share this tab. Okay. And it is not for a believer to kill a believer except by mistake. And whoever kills a believer by mistake, then he shall free a believing slave and offer blood money to his family, the dead, unless they make alms. But if he was from a people who are enemies to you while he's a believer, then he shall free a believing slave. And if he was the people between you and them is a covenant. So even between believers, we could have animosities and enemies, but there's a way to deal with it where it's still Quranic, but we do not need to go at each other and kill each other. And God says that if one believing faction jumps at another faction, then fight the one that started the war. And when they settle down, then you try to make the peace between them again. So God has all these concepts already listed for us in the Quran, and we have to approach it, as I said, with the default religion. There, obviously, for me, Sunnis are people who accept the Quran somewhat, and they have concepts of shirk. Am I willing to work with them? Absolutely. If we have a greater enemy, absolutely. Do they think I'm their brother? No. They'll kill me if they knew my actual, but I won't kill them. You see what I'm saying? But me knowing this, I work with it because I have to adapt, not compromise, as what I understood from God's verses. But now, for me, like for example, if someone's going to help the people in Palestine, I don't care if it's a Sunni or a Shia. If they're willing to give me the ability to go help, I'll go help. But I'm not taking them as an ally. I'm not working for them. They're not going to give me the command. They're just giving me the way to go help the people who needs help. But if they want to align with me, sure. But would that occur? God knows.
Yeah.
Like when God's saying, don't take the Jews and the Christians as allies. It means I'm not going to like awliya. They're not going to tell me what to do. But if they're going to work with me, you're more than welcome to work with me. I'm telling you what to do. I'm not going to let Sunnis tell me what to do, and I'm not going to let Shias tell me what to do. But if I could use them in my purpose, why not?
I think the Sunnis that you're referencing when you're saying, okay, if they knew my position, they would kill me, or so on and so forth. And usually the Sunnis that you're referencing,
of knowledge.
Yeah, when you say so, it's just the most vocal group of Sunnis. But my question, so this is the last question I'll ask. It might not be a pleasant question, but I am curious.
All right, brother.
And then I'll let you get through the queue.
Just to be fair, this has to be very quick, and it has to be the last one.
I got you.
Yeah.
When you say something like Sunnis and their cults, you say Sunnis are in a cult.
It is a cult.
But does saying that contradict what verse 43 is saying?
Okay.
Now you've created a divide, and you're like, oh, these guys, instead of following Islam, they've created their own cult. Have you created?
No, they're not believers, in my opinion, but they have forms of Islam, just like the Christians, just like the Jews. Jews to me are a cult. Christians to me is a cult. Sunnism is a cult. Shiism is a cult because they have put a Lord other than God. As soon as you take your legislation from something outside of God and you say that these are binding, to me, this is the definition of a cult. Because whether your government is the cult leader, whether it's one man is the cult leader, whether it's science is the leader of your cult. That's what I define as a cult.
Okay. I see what you
So
mean.
for them, it's the scholars. And they say it's Prophet Muhammad, so I see them worshiping Prophet Muhammad. Just like how people worship, they just think about Muhammad all day.
I would say that it's not like I could.
Brother, I'm not talking individual levels. I'm talking about curriculum. I'm not saying every single one of them does it. I'm talking about the curriculum of what Sunni, Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, as a curriculum, it's flawed to what the Quran is saying. And if someone's saying I'm a Sunni, then he's adhering to said curriculum.
But the curriculum has all these different madhabs and different interpretations and different schools of thought and ideas, and there's rationalists that are Sunni, and so it's not all one ideology per se. So it's not like a cult. It's when we say Sunnism, it's like, okay, for example, right? Like you say,
it's the people of tradition. That's what Sunnism means. If you're saying tradition is what dictates your religion, you have failed. Unless if you're talking about the tradition of God. If you're saying it's a tradition of a man and we have to follow the tradition of a single man, you have failed.
What if I define like following the Sunnah as trying to follow the example of the Prophet, and then
That's the same definitely. That you're following the tradition of a single entity, a single man. God gave you the names of many prophets in the Quran for you to learn from. So you have to follow all their sunnahs, not just one man's sunnah.
Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. That makes sense.
All right, brother.
That does make sense. Okay, I'll let you get the rest of the queue.
Thank you, brother.
Good chat. See you.
God bless you.
God bless you, Habibi. As-salam.
Salam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next on the list is we have a brother. I don't like removing people from the stage. So okay, sweet. I don't like kicking people out. But next on the list, there's a guy that I'm waiting for, but we have to go in order. All right, Mr. Prima Scriptura. I can't spin for hours, and you're not going to teach me Arabic. So let's ask. You said 2 questions. Number 1.
Yeah, how you doing? 2 questions today. Easy.
I'm doing all right. Easy.
Okay.
Everyone tells me it's easy.
It's been long, man.
Oh, but I'm ready to go all day, all night.
Okay, that's good. I see you pizzaing up, so no problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I got a question. Surah 73, ayah 20.
1 second, please.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, cool. I love this one.
All right, nice. All right, simple question. I'm dealing with timeline specifics here, right? Can you tell me how does that ayah end up in this surah?
Excuse me?
Can you tell me how does that ayah end up in this surah?
About the prophet standing the night?
Yeah, the ayah 20. How does that end up in Surah 73?
Because the surah started by God telling him to stay up the night.
Okay. You sure
Half
about
of it
that?
or decrease from it, yeah, exceed over it, and animate the Quran by chanting. So God is starting with it, and then God is telling us at the end on how the prophet used to handle it and why there's exceptions for you to not having to stand half the night.
Okay.
So this verse is clarifying the first 6 verses.
Right. I know I got no problem with that. But how does it end up in this? Let me cut, and we're gonna cut to the chase. Yeah, cool. Because right, that ayah doesn't belong in that particular surah because it was added in. That's my challenge to you, right? And I think on your historical data sites, it does indicate that that ayah is a Medinan ayah, while
I don't look at that.
Chapter 20, chapter 73, the first 19
brother,
verses.
This is a question for Sunnis. It's not a question for a person who adheres to the Quran alone. Because for me, when I'm reading, it fits.
Yeah, go ahead.
And the Quran for me is complete truth. So I've seen the truth everywhere else in the Quran. Why am I going to start to doubt one verse?
Well, I'm not doubting the verse and what it.
You're saying why is it in this surah? But to me, that's a question for the Sunnis who want to tell you why surahs were revealed. I don't go into those details because it's irrelevant to my guidance.
Well, would you accept that this particular verse?
It's not for me to accept or not to accept. That history.
Well, here's my question.
Nor do I care about it.
Yeah, no. Here's my question. Do you accept that the verse has jurisprudence in the understanding of its content, meaning what it talks about the prayer, giving zakat, and all of those things?
The jurisprudences?
Yeah, meaning the Quran teaches, right, from this particular ayah, you can develop, what I mean, in terms of fighting in Allah's cause, giving zakat, the prayer.
Yeah, but these are bullet points that are explained in the rest of the Quran.
Right. Here, the predicament that and the timeline, what I'm tracing is that this particular ayah is a Medinan ayah, while the chapter is Meccan. And the reason being is
Again, you're talking about things that are not relevant to me.
Right. But what I'm saying is that it helps jurisprudence for certain Islamic traditions that came later on. So like the giving of zakat.
Ask the traditionalists.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is like in the giving of zakat, does this confirm the giving of zakat and in fighting?
I mean, like in the first, literally chapter 2 at the beginning, God is telling me to give from what I have been given.
No, are you talking about this particular surah?
There it is.
No, actually, Surah Al-Baqarah is almost the last, if I'm not mistaken, the last one.
Brother, I hope you understand what I'm saying, that this stuff that you're talking about, you go discuss it with Sunnis who are telling you this is the chronology and this verse came this time and this. I don't subscribe to any of that as important or relevant. And it's not means what they told you is truth, because I don't know and they don't know. They're going upon assumptions. And what is after the truth other than delusions or assumptions?
All right, so then you're saying that the order, if I'm to get you, the order in which the Quran is listed now that's the order in which it was revealed?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm saying the order of what they want to talk about and how it's
revealed is
irrelevant.
Asking you. I'm not talking about them. You're making the inference of them. I'm just saying, in your understanding.
No, I don't believe the Quran came down in this order either, but this is the order that I received it in. So when the prophet was writing it down, he put it in this order.
Right. So cool.
And if there's a change to the order, the person who administered the order, this is the order that I came. But the Quran is not about the order of the surahs. So I could go from one surah and go to a different surah and then go to a different surah, and I still get the same message. Right. Even if I read the Quran backwards, I will still get the same message. There's There's nothing canceling something else. There's no need for me to like as in any
well,
way.
it does because there are abrogations, right?
But again, you need to talk to a Sunni about that because we don't have any verses abrogated in the Quran. I think you need to understand our positions. I know you have a lot of debates with Sunnis and their other extracurricular stuff that they do, but in the Quran, the Quran that we're reading today, there's no verse that abrogates another verse.
Okay, but you are confirming that the order of which you read it now is not the order in which it was. It may have not been revealed in that way.
The order is not significant.
Well, what I'm just establishing is the timeline now. I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing that, right? For my second question, so at least I don't pick up because I've been here like almost 2 hours. Right. So yeah, no problem. Right. So the reason I'm doing that is that when the jurisprudence is articulated in the period of which when the Prophet was in Medina, let's take for instance like zakat, right? And the obligation of giving zakat that comes right in about the second year of the Hijrah. And note, let me state the premise, and then I could always take your answer. I'm not arguing with you. You realize
I know. I'm letting you finish, but it's just
right. So I'm just saying that in terms of the order of revelation, these particular texts, right, are not in the order because of the mere fact the jurisprudence for, let's say, giving zakat and things that are in that verse 20 comes right later down when Muhammad is in Medina, and this is articulated and made an obligation by others in his community.
Okay.
Right?
So again, you're taking me into things that have nothing to do with me, nor my message, nor my guidance.
Okay.
I don't, it's not relevant to me on when they started to take zakat or when the zakat was ordered, because to me, what's important is when I'm reading it, that I have to give from what I have been given.
Right, but then we would then can we conclude, just as you would say, since you don't have the data or the awareness of the different ayahs being in different surahs, right, that that could be a possibility, that since this one, right, is added in, because for the
how's it added in? God one tells me that there is no falsehood that comes in between the Quran and what's around it. And I saw the truth being spoken to me in every single other spot in the Quran. So I'm also going to give faith and trust, just like how you trust in your Bible, that this verse is also accurate. And the verse that you're talking about that could have been added later, it still is relevant with the rest of the Quran. It did not negate or contradict the Quran in any way somewhere else.
Right. So no, that's not my claim. So that's not my claim. My claim is just that
your claim is talking about the history, but to me, the Quran is not for me to contextualize it to what Prophet Muhammad was going through outside of what the Quran is revealing. That's not what the Quran is. The Quran is there for me to start having a relationship with my Lord, the Lord who created me. And God is giving me the sufficient information for me to find said guidance. So you're talking about things that only a person who dove into history and knows those jurisprudences can answer you. But that's not for everybody. What is for everybody is God is telling you to stand the night in prayer.
Right. But I'm just saying that whoever the compilers was, in terms of how it was given to you, that there may be some verses that come before the tradition, right? Or the pillars in Islam.
What's that got to do with me again, brother? You're trying to go cause them with their timeline. You're saying there's a fault in the timeline on how they describe things. But
no, what I'm saying is that the compiler, whoever compiled it, that it didn't go in the order of revelation, which we are agreeing on. But I'm just saying that some of the texts, in terms of the jurisprudence of certain parts of Islam, that comes later, comes in earlier surahs where there's there's no jurisprudence, right? So
well, God does clearly state that he will, like, there was an evolution until we get that final Quran that we're holding today. This is what I believe it, because God says that for every messenger, he gave him a book. I got to remember the verse now. This is in chapter 13. And then God clearly states here, messenger.
And just for a side note, right? I know you don't believe in it, but that surah 73, as if I'm not remembering, it's almost like the third or the fourth surah that was revealed. So it's a very early surah in terms of the revelation.
Okay, so here we go.
Yeah.
So God is saying here, and yeah, that's what they claim, that it is an earlier surah, and then they added that verse at the end when that verse started to. But is it relevant to me? No. Do I need to know this? No. So God says, and we certainly sent messengers before you, and we granted them wives and offspring. It is not for a messenger to bring a sign except for the permission of people. For every term, a register. And in here in Arabic, لِكُلِّ أَجَلٍ kitab, a book, right? God effaces whatever he wills and confirms. For him, with him is the source book, right? So for me, the way that I understand this verse is that as the messenger is delivering the message, God can give verses and God can give certain rulings, right? Which he will efface, because when the religion is finalized for the people to understand what needs to be done, it's all set in stone. So I could understand, I could see, that a few verses were revealed of that surah, and at the end it was solidified by the last verse. But to me, it's irrelevant because I just need to see what the verse is saying to me now. I don't need to know that history on how it appeared, how it was revealed, and the order.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I mean, if that's not your thing, I don't want to pull it out. But I'm just saying that this is relevant to us because I mean, when they do, when the Dawah teams do their critique of us, they do the same things in terms of articulating and
Who's us?
I said the Dawah team. Oh, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what Christian though?
Was that?
What type of Christian? Trinitarian?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Okay, so now just a quick question. Just a quick question, so that we can. I understand you have questions for me to challenge my religion, but I just want to ask you a very simple question. Now, I believe me and you, right? At the end of the day, we're looking at the entity that created these 7 skies and this land, right? That's the entity we both assume we're worshiping. For you, you see him as 3 persons in one, correct?
If I see him as 3 persons in one,
he's, to you in your religion, he's 3 persons but as one entity, correct? That's what the Trinity teaches.
What I do, well, let me put it this way. My interpretation of the scriptures is that there is one God, right? Yahweh, right?
And he has 3 persons, right?
Whom is the Father.
So that's what I'm saying.
Right. Well, let me articulate how because I let you articulate yours. Yeah.
Sure. You're right.
Yeah. Whom we establish as the Father. There's the Son of God and the Holy Spirit.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't really use the term Trinity too much, but for the want of the discussion, no problem. Yeah.
But so you are talking about the makeup of this single entity, correct? The single God, right?
Yeah, who Yahweh is. Yeah, correct.
Okay, for me, that makeup that you want to discuss is irrelevant, and I don't agree with you. But to me, it's irrelevant. To you, it's very relevant, but for me, it's irrelevant. Sunnis like to talk about the chronology of the Quran. To me, as my guidance to what I have to do for God on the Day of Judgment, it's irrelevant, and a lot of it I don't agree with. And it's the same thing with you. And I can give you the reasons why I don't agree, but this is besides the point because we're not going to get to a common ground. The only common ground that I see between you and me is you're saying that this entity that has the Holy Spirit, that has the Son, and has the Father, right? This is the entity that you serve. I understand what you're saying, and I know who you're relating back to as that singularity at the end, and I believe in that same singularity, and I don't like discussing this whole 3 = 1 because I can't understand. But our goal, as you as a Christian, as me as also a believer, right? We're supposed to make this world a better place. Are we capable of settling our differences that I don't see what you see in Jesus and you don't agree with what I see in Jesus, but can we actually focus on things that are more important than that?
Well,
because to you, I'll be very clear. To you, I'm not going to have my salvation at the end. And for me, I don't think you're going to have your salvation. But both your Lord and my Lord told us to walk with our enemy.
Right. So I'll tell you this. I just tell you this from my personal experience. This is just a side note. Well, based on my tongue, you'll hear I have an accent, right?
Yeah, you're from the Caribbean.
Correct. So I'm a Trinidadian, right?
Trinidadian. There's a lot of Muslims in Trinidad.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting to. So I grew up in a society where Christians. I'll tell you just as it is, that you can walk a street and see two mosques, right? Masjid and whichever one, a temple, and probably 2 or 3 churches on the same street. And everyone has the freedom, right, to accept whichever religion they want, and freedom to, whether you want to proselytize the Muslim or the Christian, everyone is free to make their own individual choice. My own, in terms of me being my experience, is that while this is possible in Christian countries, in all fairness, it's not something that we can see in Islamic countries. And
because
if it is,
you're right, and I'll agree with you, because the thing that overtook Islamic countries is not the Quran. It's not the message of the Quran. Right. What overtook Islamic countries is sectarianism and extremism.
Right.
So even Muslims themselves have a tough time expressing what they're understanding from the Quran, because everything is extremely rigid. Now that there is the internet and things are being exposed, they are no longer as harsh as they used to be back in the day. So for them, they have a law of apostasy. But for me to say that I don't agree with Hadith, now I'm an apostate. Me saying I believe in God, I believe in his book, I believe in the angels, I believe in the last day, and I'm going to try to be a good human being. For them, I'm worthy of being put to death. Just like how if you go to Islam and go back to Christianity, they'll kill you. But yet you're talking about God and the last day.
I know.
So I do agree with that, but this is where me and them are on different time zones.
Right.
We're in different places.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just saying is
what the Quran explains, by the way.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Just from my perspective, I've gone to school. In fact, my first job was at a Muslim company. So I know what it is in terms of living with Muslims, working with them, even from community and work, and hearing all of things of Islam and the beliefs, and all of these things, and the different factions, whether they were Shia, Sunni, Salafi, whatever, they was a mixture. Right. So I'm coming from a different perspective, right, in terms of having that background experience. Last question. I don't want to stay too long. Right?
But do you see our view of what Islam is, and is it compatible for us to be side by side?
Well, that's what I'm saying. From my experience,
me, I find myself being compatible to sit next to Sunnis, to sit next to Shias, to sit next to Christians, to sit next to Jews, to sit next to Buddhists, and I'm capable of getting along. And they can throw their rocks at me. I got my Lord. I'm happy. I don't need to throw shades at people.
Right. My thing is this, that I come from an experience, in terms of what I've seen and what I've felt and touched. When I say felt and just physically experienced, in terms of having to work with people, working with someone in a day-to-day, it's almost like living with someone. So you get to understand and see. And when you see, on Friday there's Juma, they come, they give you the Quran, we read, we discuss, whatever. So we have that communityship where I can be whoever I want, and nobody has to dictate to me that I must submit. Right.
I am free. There's no force in religion, bro. I can't. I can tell you. We can discuss. If you choose to submit to your Lord, if you choose to remove idolatry, this is you. If you don't, your life is going to reflect your choices. I can't change you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Man, I see the chat room. They done starting to knock me already. Let me not take too long. Last question. Yeah, Isa, the black one, the black intellect. Don't worry. I always cook him, so I'm gonna leave him alone today. I tell him he's a lunchtime snack. Anyhow, I got one more question for you, brother.
Brother, we already agreed that it was the last question, but if it's only
I said 2, so yeah, it's only 2 I asked.
All right, go ahead.
All right, second one is 12:20. Surah 12 ayah 20.
Does that pull up 12:20? Do you see my religion compatible?
I don't know about the compatibility. if you're talking in terms of
your doctrine
of acceptance, what I'm saying is
not about acceptance, about the world in general, universality, and for everybody in the world. Is my religion compatible based upon what you know of your scripture?
If your religion, well, that's the thing. Let me put it this way: Islam in the Quran, just as your Quranist, presents information to us that from a Christian perspective, may seem to want to corroborate what our scriptures has said, what has been
there's
written.
Some corroboration, and there's things that are needed to be corrected. You choose not to correct it, does not mean I have to put a sword to your head.
Right. But then
I would be the criminal.
Here's the problem that I have, is that if the text says one thing, mostly, and I've had this discussion up to yesterday with them, is like the text may say one thing if you translate it, but the meaning is derived something differently. And so if the text says,
okay, yep,
that's the whole problem that it emanates here. But anyhow,
it isn't a problem.
Yeah, let's deal with this last one, and then I'll be.
Yeah, you're right, because that is a long discussion. But here we go.
Yeah, we're not going.
And they traded him for a small price, a few dirhams, for they were uninterested in him.
Right. So this is one example where the Quran has a variance. It has a discrepancy. So we know that word dirham there, which is referring to a unit of currency or measure, that of itself does not come much later. It does not exist in the time of Joseph.
But dirham here has a literal meaning. It's got enough. Okay, so I can call my currency gold. See what I'm saying? Gold itself is a material. But I can start calling my currency gold. Like for example, the Singaporean gold, because I started to call my thing gold. The word dirham itself does not mean the name of a currency.
Yeah, I said no. Note I said it's a name given to a weight or system of measure of currency.
So that word dirham started to be applied to currency after the Egyptians, but the term itself existed in Arabic way before, like what be the Egyptians. It's not about the actual name of the currency or it being called currency, as you said. It's the scale.
Right, but here's the problem. We have no historical data to confirm the minting of any type of coinage.
No, but it does not need to be coin. I'll show you another. I'll show you another verse where God is talking about waraqa, which means paper, but it still goes back to the concept of currency. It does not need to be coins. Dirham is not coinage.
No, but that's what it specifically is. It's a weightage and coinage.
It's a weightage,
right? So and actually it comes, but that particular word of itself actually comes through the Greek, right? So of itself, you still got the same problem. It comes through dracham, if I'm not pronouncing it correct, right? So I'm just saying, this is another one, because I brought the last one and you guys are like, oh, I'm just saying, okay, I brought another one, right?
Yeah.
In terms of, hey, this is a variance because the word, the genesis, the root word of it, even the translation of it does not fit the timeline. So it comes like if I tell somebody that I had a Tesla in 2080, they will say, no, you're crazy. We know Tesla was only
but that's
10 years ago.
So I'm glad you said the word Tesla in the car, right? Yeah. So here the word waja'at sayyara. Here the word used sayyara. Okay, so let me put the verse up. So in this verse, it says waja'at sayyara, and here we said in some travelers, but the word sayyara in modern time means car. So it's very easy for me to say this verse is incorrect because they didn't have cars back then.
No, well, you're gonna tell me the context of it. Come on, I'm not gonna take it like that.
But this is the exact same thing with the word dirham.
No, the word dirham is it sticks out, because if they had used another word, we could have said, okay, yeah, they talking more whatever currency, doesn't really matter, right? But I'm saying then that even if this was the case, right, this is Hebrew, right? They would be dealing, if they had like an Egyptian currency, if they had some Sumerian currency that was related to the transaction, then I could say, okay, fine, doesn't really matter. But this word in particular has an Arabic.
It means weight.
Arabic root, right?
So they took his weight in currency, whatever the currency they decided to be. I'm not saying they took coins for him. Later
no, I'm not saying that. That's why I started off. I give you the correct one, and we agree on.
So the word dirham used to mean weight.
Yeah, weight
the
of
word
coin.
sayyara used to mean travel, right?
Right.
Travelers, sayyara, or caravan, sayyara. And then you had dirham, which is like a way to weigh currency. And then after time, Dirham started to mean
became
currency,
understood. Right.
and sayara started to mean car, automobile.
Mhm.
So you're going to the later understanding of the word where originally it still made sense. But despite this small difference of opinion at this point, because the literal word still fits in its position, does that now negate my Quran?
What I'm saying is it gets the wording incorrect. There's a variance.
Brother, I understand what you're saying, but
So
you're
you
saying
see
the word
what
is
I'm saying
incorrect
is
based on the newer.
Yeah. No.
You're
What I'm
it's
saying is
incorrect because based on the newer interpretation of the word.
No. What I'm saying, it doesn't really matter. Even if we use it as an weights and measure, right? I'm just saying that the genesis of the word comes through the Greeks, right? And I'm saying if that was the word, right, in its Arabic form, that the transaction was made, let's just say between Egyptians and the Hebrews. So if there's any bartage of coinage or weight, explanation of whatever is an exchange, it would be something that can be expensed in either the Canaan area or the Jewish area. That's what I'm saying. So the weight of the transaction.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Listen,
so you understand my point now, right?
Yeah. Okay, but just to your point, there was a caravan coming that found him and sold him to the Egyptians. During that time, the ancient Greeks were not existing.
That's my whole point.
Were they or were they not?
No. I'm not even worried about. I just throw in the Greek. My thing is if we are doing an exchange, right? Some type of monetary valuation per se, right? And we're doing an exchange, a bartering, whatever you want to call it. We have a unit of measure for us to articulate. It would be something that would be understood from the Canaanites in terms of the Hebrews and the Egyptians.
It's an
I'm saying
Arabic
that there should be an exchange.
You're talking again as if they're exchanging dirhams. They're not exchanging Greek dirhams. They're not exchanging.
That's not what I said.
I know you're saying that they have to be exchanging the currency that the Canaanites are using or the Egyptians are using. So the word dirham is not fitting.
Right. It's not fitting because it doesn't fit.
But this is I'm answering you, brother. Any currency that they used, the word dirham would still fit. I can call your US dollar dirham. I call your US dollar a dirham.
I don't know if it would work. I don't know if it will work. You could call. We got Japanese yen. We got the British pound.
Yeah,
right.
In Arabic, that's a dirham.
Yeah, but what that would denote is the origin of the currency where it's minted from.
No, it doesn't, brother. It's what you're talking about is the. Let me bring it up. It's not the name of their currency. It's the name of the word, holding. That's what it means. There's dorech means holding. It's not the name of their actual currency.
Yeah, go back to your Arabic for it.
Darkhama.
Right. So in your Arabic, what's the meaning of it? You speak Arabic, you should know what it means, right?
Right, currency. I'm telling you.
Right. So it means currency, right? So
right.
Yes, right. So yeah.
It's not the name of a currency. It's any currency is a dirham.
No, but all right. So let's
in Arabic.
The word. Does the word dirham in the 7th century now mean coinage later on?
Brother, dirham, the literal word of dirham is currency.
Right. So what I'm saying that when in the 7th century, when we have coinage, Islamic coinage, what is it called?
They used it the same name.
Same word. That's my point, dirham. Right? So that's what I'm saying.
And they used riyal.
Right. So what I'm saying is right.
And they used riyal as well.
Right. So here's the thing. We know, right, they
use dinar as well.
Dinar is much later. So here's my point. In the Hebrew, we have shekel, right? You know that, right?
What does shekel mean?
It's a weight of currency, right?
What's the meaning of shekel?
Hebrews was it? I can't remember. It slipped my mind at the point in time. But I know it's a coinage, right? It's a weight of measure for the coinage. Right. Right. So what I'm saying is that the Hebrews have to bring half of a shekel.
Brother, listen. Any of several former coins and units of weight of Near East was called a shekel.
Right.
And then they applied it to a single currency. So we're going around in a circle. Shekel and dirham is very similar.
No, it's not similar. Let me let's run with it. So here's my point, right? I'm just using an example.
But I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. You're sticking to your point, but I'm answering you.
No, I'm just stating one thing, and then we can wrap up. All I'm just saying is that in the Hebrew concept of things, so let's just say later on, let's say a little bit after, we're not talking about Joseph in Egypt, let's say a little bit after, we have the understanding from the Hebrews of shekel, right? That was their currency of trade, because they brought half
currency, brother. This
is
is where you're making a mistake. But this is where your disconnect is. It's any of various ancient units of weight is a shekel.
So let me finish. So they had a shekel. So whether it was, remember, the shekel is the weight and measurement. That's what it was called, right? They call it shekel. So my point being is this, right? My point being is this. In their system, they brought half of a shekel to the sanctuary as
you don't get it,
requirement. So here's my point. No, here's my point. If it is, we are now allies given the revelation 14, how much? 25 to 3,000 years.
Brother, it's not the name of Islamic currency. It's the literal word for any currency.
It is, because when you come to the 7th century, it calls it that. In fact,
brother, we called it that just like how the Hebrews called their currency shekel.
Right, correct. But is the shekel and the dirham the same thing?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, no, it is. Brother, as I said, a dollar in the literal word of shekel, the dollar would be a
no, the dollar is
shekel.
the reference point.
A dollar is a form of dirham.
No. You trying to do some calculations. Anyhow, I don't want to keep up too much time. At least you understand the argument, and I heard the response.
I understand your argument, but this is not a
right. But
argument.
I'm just saying the Quran doesn't
sure.
After 1400 years.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. If that's how you see it and that's how you're approaching it, I'm telling you it's wrong. It's using the literal word of dirham, not the name of a currency. People used it as a name of currency later.
I never called it a currency. I'm sure about that from since we beginning. I call it a unit of weight and measure for currency.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So he was talking about the dirhams in the Islamic period when talking about Joseph, right? My Lord made this clear error that nobody understood in the time of Muhammad.
Because the understanding of dirham comes much later. After BC, that's what I'm trying to let you know.
No, you literally said it's derived from the Greeks.
Yeah, the Greeks is before you. The Greeks is when the Greeks come after the Persians.
Before Islam. So the word existed before Islam. It existed before the 7th century.
Right.
The concept of what a dirham is. Thank you.
No, it's derived from the Greek.
So how do I say currency? How do I say the word currency in Quranic Arabic or classic Arabic? What's the word for currency? Any currency?
You tell me. I'll take your answer.
Dirham.
Okay, cool. And does dirham mean coin also?
Dirham is currency, brother.
Right, but does it mean coin also?
Depends on the context you want to throw it.
That's my point. So in this context of the passage, it's Joseph. They do not Egyptian transaction. So we can't use a future word for a past occurrence. So who it was? So who he sold them?
So the Egyptians did not use a currency.
So what did they use then? Let me hear. Well, that doesn't support your point.
Any form of currency.
Well, that's my point. It doesn't support your dirham. That's my whole point.
Do they use any form of currency in the Egyptian time?
Listen, it doesn't help your point.
Yes or no, brother? Wait. Do they use any dirham in Egypt times?
Listen, so that's my point. We can't now use a future reference for a past event.
Have a nice day.
All right, okay, cool. Have a good one then. All right, when you see me listening, I only take 10-15 minutes. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You took much longer than 10.
No, come on, bro. Come on. Don't you listen?
You took a lot longer.
No. You carried it along. You asked me questions and I was ready to try to wrap up. So don't think I was trying to waste time. Anyhow, appreciate it. Have a good one again. Until next time.
All right, take care.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right. Someone did drop. There was a person. Let's see if he came back. He did come back. All right, Prima. I don't like removing people off the stage. I just don't like. But if you can please be kind and just. All right. Thank you. Cool. Now, next on us, there was a person before you. Sure. Yes, I am sure. Are you sure? But there is a person that was before you and they dropped. Syed, can you please turn on your camera for a moment? Camera or types. All right, cool. I'll put you up. Please don't be Dawah Quest. Please, brother. You Ahl al-Hadith, I am Ahl al-Hadith choice. Salam, brother. It seems like you're not a Hadith acceptor.
I know, I'm this choice. I'm a choicer. I choose this and reject this. I have a choice.
You reject the Hadith, right?
No, I don't reject all the Hadith. I accept only Hadith. I like it. If I don't like it, I reject that.
Yeah, so anything that aligns with the Quran you accept, and anything outside of that you don't accept, right?
Yes. If it's insult to Prophet Muhammad, if it's Hadith insult to the Prophet Muhammad, I reject that Hadith. Just like a Prophet married 6-year-old girl, I reject that. So if it says that there is something good teaching in the Hadith, I take it. No problem for me.
Now, here's my question for you, Uncle. Is it necessary?
Oh, yes. I believe Hadiths are blessing. Without Hadith, we could not have understand who was the Prophet, how Islam came about. We do not have all those information. So I take Hadith, I say, historical book. And historical book, they have sometimes lie inside and stories inside. It's not going to be the truth in the Hadith.
I know what you're saying, but is it necessary for me to get guided to God?
No, it is a blessing. Hadith is a blessing.
A blessing. I know what you mean by blessing. It's a nice thing to have. Is it necessary for guidance? Can I just use the Quran?
No. We don't need it. We don't need it. Quran is enough.
You don't need it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, but if you want to go and look into the history and look at what other people are saying about the Quran, that's you. But the point that I make on my streams is you do whatever you want, but it's not necessary. It's not part of the religion.
It's not.
Okay, necessary. So there is a verse.
Yeah.
There is a verse that God says, and they do not come to you with an instance or a case or an example, but we have brought you the truth and best in explanation. وَلَا يَأْتُونَكَ بِمَثَلٍ إِلَّا جِئْنَاكَ بِالْحَقِّ وَأَحْسَنَ تَفْسِيرًا. So there's nothing that people present to me as what they say is truth or amazing blessings or anything where the Quran has not said it better.
Yeah. I don't need anything else. I only take a Hadith as a history. Or not all everything is a true history. Okay? There are a lot of lie in the Hadith. I accept that. I only take as a historical. There are some history inside. So it gave me who was Prophet and how this Islam came about. That's all I take is just any history book, just like any other history book.
But I learned from my prophet and who my prophet was from the Quran. So God is telling me his moral character. He's saying that he was of a high moral character, that he was kind-hearted. He was not abrasive to people. He showed his patience. He was a person who had multiple wives, so he knew how to approach women. He knew how to talk and treat women. I don't need to get that confirmed in the Hadith. But I appreciate your so you're a person which we would consider Quran centric, where you're saying there is a blessing from the Hadith that you could learn some lessons as long as it aligns with the Quran. I understand that point of view. I have to tell the people it's not required.
No, it's not required. You can reject any Hadith if you don't like. You can reject that Hadith. You don't have to apply for those Hadiths. I do not take as a word of God Hadith. Now, I don't even believe many things inside the Prophet said. I don't believe those prophets said. This is just made up lie. So that's how I take a Hadith. So if it's helped me something understand, I take it.
I appreciate your time, Uncle Syed. I do have to get along because there's many people that want to.
I'm going to finish 1 minute. Brother, I'm writing a book. My book name is How to Qualify to Enter Paradise, to go to heaven. You have to be qualified to enter paradise. Just because you're born in a Muslim family does not mean you are qualified to go to heaven. So the non-Muslim also going to go to heaven. Non-Muslim, Christian, Jew, Hindu, they are all going to go to heaven. So in my book, first of all, I want to try to do is make Muslim to believe. I want to destroy their belief in Hadith. First of all, I want to my book. I'm gonna destroy their belief in the iman they have in the Hadith. I want to destroy them first. Then I will explain to you how you're going to go to heaven. What is take to go to paradise. So this is my book gonna be I'm publishing next year. Inshallah, I will finish and I will gonna give my book is gonna be ebook will be free for everybody. Okay, only just the copy, paperback. People have to buy that, but ebook for everybody is free. Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Uncle Syed.
Thank you. I appreciate
good luck
that.
Good luck with your book.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye, sir.
Okay. Peace. Salam.
Salam.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to have hopefully an interesting topic. As long as you're polite. You sure? Can you turn on your camera? I saw you drop, and I have to be fair because God wants us to be fair. So sure your camera. Sure. Are you there? Muhammad, you bring enough pizza to share with the entire class. I usually buy 2 large pizzas. So I prefer not to, Habibi. Okay, but you know what? God is sufficient as observing and a witness over this conversation. There's a reason why I asked for the camera to be shown, but if you do what you shouldn't do, then it's the judgment is sufficient. I'm going to add you. Here we go.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Okay.
So first, introduce yourself in regards. Are you a Sunni, Shia?
Yeah, I'm Sunni. I'm a student of knowledge in the Sunni tradition. Yeah, I have a few questions. Actually, first to you. Let's say there are some arguments, convincing arguments, and I'm assuming you're upright and just truthful, looking for the haqq, on a journey, getting near to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So let's say there are some convincing arguments. Would you do tawbah and would you would you accept the sunnah as a legislative source?
So if you're asking, I will tell you point blank, I don't believe you would provide enough evidence. Now,
okay, that's fine.
Wait 1 second. To answer it fully, it's very difficult for me to go back into what you're doing when God rescued me from it. And I can only go back into it is only if my God decreed in it. So I believe wholeheartedly that you guys are committing articles of what the Arabic considers as shirk. So I don't see myself being able to go back into it. I'm willing to have a discussion and see if maybe I can convince you that maybe the stuff that you're saying is not accurate to the text.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, that's fair. Because I would say,
sure, I just want to finish it here where I don't think I will convince you, nor will you would I ever be able to convince you? You're going to say no.
No, but that's because I've took your route, actually. So I used to be a Quran only guy. Yeah, so that's why I was asking. Regardless, I still appreciate the honesty in your answer, that you're saying like, okay, we won't convince each other. And I mean, that's not necessary. Eventually, Allah yahdi man yasha wa ila siratin mustaqim. Allah is the one who guides, and it's not up to us. Like you just recited, so we agree on that. Okay, so let's get into it. If you're up to it. Okay, so first, just that we're on the same page. From what I've understand from your point is that you don't accept the Sunnah as legislative, and you're actually saying that the Quran is enough. So I would have 3 points in this discussion, inshallah. First, if you're saying that the Quran is sufficient, then we have to look into the authenticity of the Quran. Okay, so the Quran came to us in the same way the Sunnah did. So how do you differentiate between those two?
The Quran did not come to you the same way the Sunnah did.
Could you rather explain?
Yeah, so are the same people responsible for the Quran are the same people who are responsible of the Sunnah?
Yes.
So the same people, and I apologize for this, but I have to say it this way. So the same people who gave you the internet are the same people who gave you porn?
I don't see the connection in those two, but you can just explain with argument. So if you look to the tradition of ulum al-Quran, if you look into the tradition, then we see that the Quran is transmitted orally, as the Sunnah has been transmitted orally. So yeah, in essence, it's the same root.
So there's verses that shows that the Quran was actually written down. It wasn't translated orally. This is what people said, but the Quran is saying a different thing. So what I was trying to explain earlier, yeah, I will prove it. I'll bring up the verses. What I was trying to say earlier is that there's one group of people that one of them is working on one thing and another person is working on one thing. Just because they're in the same room, it does not mean that the same people gave you whatever you have today. So, for example, you are a person who probably reads Hafs on Asim, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you accept that Hafs is part of the narration?
Mm-hmm.
So he's the one who helped bring you the Quran, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you also know that Hafs is deemed weak in Hadith, that you don't take Hafs's Hadith. So he's excellent in the Quran, but he's extremely weak in narrating Hadith. So it's not the same person.
That's fine. That doesn't
So you made a general statement that does not apply to the specifics. And now I'll pull up a verse, right?
No, before you do that, because actually I actually think that pulling up that verse that the Quran is written it isn't all too relevant in essence, because the Hadith is also written, the Quran is also written. Hold on. So we know from ulum al-Quran, we know from from different scholarly traditions all over the world, or from the West and the East, that the Quran was transmitted orally as well as kitaba. You're saying no, but even like Western scholarship. Yeah, go ahead.
The Orientalists, that they don't like this word, the Western scholarship, are actually on the agreement that most likely it was not orally transmitted, even because of your own hadith, where God is astaghfirullah, where in the hadith it says that by the time the Prophet died, only 3 people had it memorized.
No. That's not true. You should provide evidence for that. If you have it, then I'll appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. We're just having a discussion. But that's like the Quran is like I said, transmitted. Whether you agree or not, it is transmitted, and there are 2 ways of transmission. I mean, nowadays maybe a third one.
You're talking upon okay, this is the stuff that they tell you in your knowledge, but they don't provide you proof with saying that. But for me, the proof is God's book. So God's book is telling you clearly that give me 1 second, that he wrote it down. The messenger was writing it down.
Yeah,
the messenger was writing it down, and God is the one who is responsible of preserving it. People propagated it. But even in your own narrations, Abu Bakr wrote a bunch of hadith and ended up burning it because he was getting signs that he doesn't need to do this.
Okay,
Omar did not.
Yeah. Sorry to look. So just put the hadith to the side right now. There are also ayat saying that the Quran is preserved by the hearts, and that it is also memorized. So it's not one or the other.
He said God made it easy to remember. وَلَقَدْ يَسَّرْنَا الْقُرْآنَ
للذكر.
فَهَلْ
Yeah.
مِن
Okay, but there are also, brother,
the
there
word
are also,
مُدَّكِرْ was used.
yeah, okay, but there are also ayat in chapter 2 regarding the nasakh, that Allah says when we make you forget. So you can also point to ayat pointing out that it was memorized. So, but regardless, like the point you're making is that it was kitab, right? It was written down.
Brother,
but there are many actually there are actually
وقالوا أساطير الأولين اكتتبها فهي تملى عليه بكرة وأصيلا. So
yeah.
the disbelievers are seeing that the Prophet wrote it down and people are reciting it to him day and night. This is one verse where it's showing you that he wrote it. And then you have in chapter also, you have also in chapter 29, وما كنت تتلو من قبله من كتاب ولا تخطه بيمينك إذا لارتاب المبطلون. So he did not recite a book before, nor is he writing one with his right. Because then if he was doing it before, now the falsifiers will say, no, you were doing this for a long time. But now he is reciting a book and he is writing it down.
Yeah, so that the Quran states that the Quran was written down doesn't mean that it was not orally preserved.
But what's a form of better transmission, written or oral?
I would even argue orally, but regardless. So,
but brother, be honest.
Yeah, I'm honest. Well, what do you mean, be honest? I mean, come on, we are all.
Okay, so common sense. What's easier for you to memorize, to remember? Writing something down, الذي علم بالقلم, or is it you sitting there trying to remember and then you forgetting?
No. The point is that I said I could argue, but I mean that's going into details. I just want to keep it, just clear, and that we're on the same page. The thing is, if you say that it is only protected by written, then there are some conclusions or some consequences of that argument. So what happens is that if it's only protected by kitaba, then I would say even some manuscripts have been found that it has been changed, for instance, right? And if it is written down, how can you make sure, or how do you know for sure that the early, like the ayah, إِنَّا نَحْنُ نَزَّلْنَا الذِّكْرَ وَإِنَّا لَهُ لَحَافِظُونَ, how do you know that this? How do you know that this? Hold on. How do you know that this wasn't added later on? Like, how do you know that?
Brother, so you're a person who's a Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. And now you're asking me, how do you know that the Quran is preserved?
Yeah.
Right?
Of course.
So your question itself is doubting the Quranic narrative.
No, I'm just pointing.
I get it. And I want you to understand the question you're asking, because on the day of judgment, you're going to understand what you just asked the believer. How do you know that God's word was actually truth? How do you know that God didn't say things that is not there? So for me to answer to you, it's a very simple answer. For me, I go by the context of the Quran, and the context of the Quran is showing me the truth. So this is how I know the verse is part of the Quran, because God's truth is very relevant to me. I don't need man to verify the word of God for me. God has verified his word. Now, we both know that the preservation of the Quran, which did not apply to the Hadith, because if you look at the Hadith, and I'll show you,
let's just leave the Hadith for now, please. Come on.
Let me get to the point. Bukhari learned. Let me finish. Okay, this is important.
Yeah, go on.
Bukhari learned 600,000 Hadith, right? And he only gave you 7,000. So that oral tradition, there was a lot of fabrication. Saying God's, one second, if you're saying God's preservation is both the Quran and the Sunnah people fabricated, but there is no fabrications in the Quran. So you're asking me, because God said there isn't.
Okay, but how do you know that wasn't? So when I say this, I'm just making an argument just to show that your arguments. Hold on,
brother. You believe God because man told you. I believe God because God's word told me.
No. Okay, but
this is not using
Muhammad. I'm saying this, please, brother. I'm saying this just to point out that the argument you're putting forward isn't like it's not solid. It can
solid.
be no, because look in philosophy. Look in philosophy, you have this concept that something cannot prove itself. So if thieves,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're saying that Habibi, if you're saying that the Quran is protected because the Quran says so, this is a circular reasoning.
Can I? What did I say earlier? I said it's not circular reasoning because something, but you were trying to cut me off. I beat you to the argument of circular reasoning.
Go ahead.
The reason why you cannot say it's circular reasoning because you are a believer and you believe in God's word, and I believe in God's word. Citing God is not circular reasoning. So, for example, I'll show you what I mean. If I say there's a day of judgment and you go prove it, I go, God said it. How do you know that God said it? Because it's in the Quran. Okay, that's circular reasoning. Okay, for me, you're saying that I'm telling you the Quran is preserved because of miracle. You're saying prove the miracle. I'm saying the Quran is the miracle. You're saying that's circular reasoning. So me, it's using the word of God is circular reasoning to you, which is now what an atheist say. Your line of questioning is similar to the atheist. Now, the way I know that it's the truth is because of this verse right here. Okay, so God is clearly telling me here, those deeply rooted in knowledge, they say we believe in it, all is from our Lord. So I know the Quran is from God, not because of what men said so, and not what because men gave me. It's because of the words themselves. I see them in the reality. So now you're telling me that the book was all accurate, but maybe one verse was off and it's not there. Then my God is a liar.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Your God is a liar.
No. Bro, come on. Just let's keep it like neat, okay? The thing I'm saying is,
I'm trying to get you the graphic. You're saying, how do you know this verse was not added later? I'm telling you because God has promised, and you're like, well, prove God's promise. Then at this point, do you doubt God's promise? You say no.
That's
you're like, I can prove God's promise. I can prove God's promise. How do you prove God's promise? You go, I have partners. How do you prove a cat?
You're straw manning my argument, bro.
How do you know the Quran is preserved, brother? It's not.
So the point you're making, you say something that's a circular reasoning. I would say that the Christian is saying that the Bible's God's word because it says it's God's word. So that's circular reasoning. But yeah, that's contradiction. So that's what I'm saying.
But brother, the Bible itself has contradictions, and the Quran tells me
and the Quran
has no contradictions.
Yeah. So the Quran, look, the Quran.
I'm telling you the verse, but you're not listening.
I'm listening. What do you mean? Ask me the questions. No, I'm listening.
If this Quran was not from God, you would find many contradictions within it. I found 0 contradictions in the Quran. So I know it's from God. Not because of your scholars, because of the text. So the text itself is saying that there's no contradictions. I don't find any contradictions. God is telling me that mushriks are deaf, dumb, and blind. I see that they're deaf, dumb, and blind. God is telling me to take care of my parents. It's better for me. I take care of my parents. I find that it's better for me. God is telling me to worship one God. Then that's how you're going to get to the straight path. I see that. And one verse is also telling me I preserve the remembrance. Okay. Am I going to, now everything else was right, but I'm going to sit there and doubt it. And I have to go to another man and he's going to say, because I heard it from the guy before me. And then what's the point of the Quran?
Bro, you straw manning my argument. That's fine. Because I could say to you, أَتَقُولُ عَلَى اللَّهِ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. You're talking about Allah what you don't know, and this wouldn't.
No, I know.
Okay, so you know that's fine. The Quran is clear, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Quran is guidance, right?
The Quran is the guidance, no?
Okay, so the Quran we have today in our hands, that is full guidance. So when the Quran states something, do we have to abide by it or no?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so if the Quran says gives a ruling, then we should apply it, right?
Right.
Okay, so the Quran is clear. So if the Quran says something, then it's clear for everyone to understand, right?
Can we read this together?
No. Just
1 second, brother. وَنَزَّلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ تُبْيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ وَهُدًى وَرَحْمَةً وَبُشْرًى لِلْمُسْلِمِينَ. And we have revealed a book to you, clarification for all things and as a guidance and a mercy and good news. So this is what God said about his book.
Yeah, and I would say that the Sunnah, the explanation of the Prophet ﷺ, is included in that guidance, and you say no. So we just stick by.
That says the book.
Habibi, okay, I understand. Please follow my reasoning, okay? So you just said that it is clear. It's not ambiguous or something. So just go to Surah Al-Ma'idah.
On which verse?
38.
Brother, do you watch any of my other contents?
Nah, not that much.
Okay. As for the male thief and the female thief, henceforth amputate their hands as a requital, for they have acquired an exemplary punishment from God. وَالسَّارِقُ وَالسَّارِقَةُ فَاقْطَعُوا أَيْدِيَهُمَا جَزَاءٌ بِمَا كَسَبَا نَكَالًا مِنَ اللَّهِ وَاللَّهُ عَزِيزٌ حَكِيمٌ. So how do you know when to cut their hands and when not to cut their hands, correct?
For example.
Right. Okay. So what's the default position of God's rules? Ra'fa, right? We have to show mercy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. God clearly states in the next verse, and whoever repents after his wrongdoings and reforms, then indeed God will forgive him. Indeed, God is forgiving and merciful.
Okay.
So if someone steals something and he returns it, I don't cut his hand. If the guy steals something small and I show him mercy, because I'm supposed to show him mercy. I'm supposed to show him mercy. If the man caused a lot of theft, the man embezzled a lot of money, the man was in the government and he stole taxpayers, he's losing a limb. So this is about the person's judgment and how I'll prove it. In your own book, the Prophet had a way of applying this, and then Umar bin Khattab had a different way of applying this because they were going through hunger.
Yeah.
Okay. This is not about hadith. This is about the judgment of the person in charge.
Okay.
Now I'll take you to chapter 24:1, right? Which is Surah An-Nur, where God's saying here, الزانية والزاني فاجلدوا كل واحد منهما 100 جلدة ولا تأخذكم بهما رأفة في دين الله. So when it comes down to the flogging, there is no forgiveness. There's no ra'fa. But when it comes down to cutting of the hands, you could show ra'fa.
Why?
So that's why.
Why is that?
Because that's the default position of the Quran. You as a Muslim, you have to show forgiveness, ra'fa, rahmah.
Okay. So why is it according to you rahmah to not cut someone's hand?
Because I'm going to forgive them as much as I can.
No, okay, but it can be rahmah for let's say if you live in London or if you live in let's say in some slum and ghetto slugs in Brazil where there's a lot of thieves going on, right? So it can be rahmah for the community to cut someone's hand off.
Then do it. Then do it.
Okay, so it's hold on. So the point what you're making, or the conclusion of what you're doing now, is that it becomes arbitrary. It's not
arbitrary.
Why not?
It's not me taking it on my whims. It's because of a wise decision. The person in charge is the one who's going to implement the law.
Okay.
Right. So when he sees this law, he could be a draconian person. He's saying, I want to be as loyal as I can to God's verses. Any theft, I'll cut their hand off. That's one way of approaching that verse. And then there's another way where it's like, you know what? I'll give him chances until it's mandatory and I'll remove his hands.
Okay. So which one is clear cut and which one is guidance?
The Quran is not spoon feeding you. It's guidance. Guidance?
Yeah, I mean, guidance for me it's very clear what guidance is, but your argument is
this is extremely clear. You're the one who's making the argument that the God that said the clear book is clear. You're saying it's not clear.
I'm saying look. No, you're strawmanning again. Don't do this, Muhammad. You're more intelligent than this.
Okay, one second. When people say strawmanning, that means I cannot put the correct perspective. Here's what you're saying. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying that there's ambiguity in the verse on who gets his hand lost and who doesn't, and it's based upon the person interpreting it on how he obliges. Therefore, we don't know what's the time we have to cut their hands or not, and therefore we need somebody to dictate. Is that correct?
No, what I'm saying is that if, from my perspective as a Sunni, the Quran is very clear and it's not ambiguous as long as you apply the Sunnah. If you leave the Sunnah out, then it becomes problematic. That's what I'm saying.
That's exactly what I said. So I didn't strawman you. I said it in many ways. You said that without this other book, the book is not clear. And with the other book, the book comes clear. But there's no verse telling you that. This is you.
Yeah. No, it does.
One second.
It does.
Where does
let's
it say that the Sunnah clarifies?
Okay, let's go to Surah. Surah Nisa 59.
وردوا إلى الله ورسوله.
فلا وربك.
59.
Yeah.
That's the wrong verse. فلا وربك.
What do you mean? That's the wrong word.
You didn't quote the right verse.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm a human, bro. I can make
no, Habibi, I'm just saying that. Wallahi, I didn't mean it that way. No.
Yeah, okay.
It's you're looking for 65, but no. Yeah, by your Lord, they do not believe until they make you judge.
Exactly.
In whatever they disputed among themselves and should find no difficulty within themselves. Okay. So and submit with submission. Okay. So it's very clear.
So who's the judge?
I'm answering you, Habibi. Calm down. So when there's people who are having a dispute, they go back to the Prophet, and the Prophet judges between them, and they have to submit to what the Prophet judged, right? So the Prophet has a criterion of judging, correct or wrong? That's what God is telling you.
The Prophet is judging in this ayah.
Yes, but let me show you a verse now. So this is verse 65, okay? This is 65. Let's go down just a little bit to 105. 105, it's in the same surah. So we're not going very far from the Quran. And I want to read the verse with you. So the Prophet is judging between the people. And they have to listen to what the Prophet is judging. And God is saying this, indeed, we have revealed the book to you. What's the book? What's the book? Okay. Quran. Indeed, we have revealed the book to you in truth so that you may judge between the people by what God has shown you. So what's the Prophet using to judge? The book.
Yeah. But that doesn't negate, once again, that the Prophet can make judgments outside of the book. If the Quran has been revealed,
the Prophet is judging. He's not using the verses verbatim, but he's using the verses as a guide. But can he go now outside of the Quran without using a verse of the Quran and make a judgment? Like, oh, that man should be killed. When the book says you can't kill this man. Can the Prophet do that?
No. If the Quran says that, no, you cannot kill this man, then the Prophet obviously wouldn't do so.
What if the Prophet orders to kill him? Do they obey him?
Yeah, definitely. Of course. Of course.
If the Prophet's going against the word of God, they
no.
obey him?
I'm just saying the point I'm making is the point I'm making is in this ayah, Allah states that the Prophet is in a position to judge, and that this doesn't mean that every judgment that the Prophet makes is bound by the Quran. So the Prophet can make judgments.
That's where you're wrong. God is clearly telling the Prophet to judge between the people.
Okay, very well.
Wait, 1 second. There's another verse. That's not only one verse. There's many verses.
There are many, yeah.
About judging with the book, not with anything here. So mankind was a single nation. Then God raised the prophets, that's including Prophet Muhammad, as missionaries and warners, and revealed the book with them in truth, so they may judge between the people concerning what they differed.
Okay.
So the prophets are judging between the people with كان الناس أمة واحدة فبعث الله النبيين مبشرين ومنذرين وأنزل معهم الكتاب بالحق ليحكموا بين الناس فيما اختلفوا فيه. So if they're differing, like me and you are differing right now, we are one nation. To me, you're still my brother. You might not see it that way, but we have
actually, you're doing takfir on me, bro. Actually, you're doing takfir on. You're saying that. No. Hold on. You actually, even in this discussion tonight, you have stated many times, and I think that's very saddening. Actually, that you're saying that the Sunnis are polytheists because they are using actually. Come again?
Commit shirk. Yes.
Yeah, so how can I be your brother if how can I be your brother? You're doing it. How can I be your brother in that case?
Because brother, we're not brothers in belief. We're brothers as a community, just like how I'm a brother with the Christians and brothers with the Jews. I have to try to get together.
Exactly. But exactly. I just wanted to state that out. That's good.
Yeah, but am I kafir to you? You're gonna say yes.
No. I the reason why I wouldn't say yes is, firstly, I'm not a scholar, so I'm not saying that
unanimously, I'll tell you, unanimously, the Sunni scholars say that anyone who rejects the written hadith books is a kafir, and he's legal to be put to death because he's an apostate.
Bro, calm down. No, calm down, bro. Come on, you don't tell me. I just calm down. There are also some shurut, like the ayah, السارق والسارقة فاقطعوا أيديهما. There are some, some requirements for that ayah to be implemented. If someone is stealing a little candy bar, you won't cut his hand off. There are actually some regulations. There are actually some requirements for the judge to cut someone's hand off. And the same goes for making takfir on someone. So you're rejecting hadith, I would say, in a time where people are, where there's a lot of confusion. As long as, the hujjah is not being clear to you, that a scholar or someone of real knowledge hasn't encountered your arguments with you in a calm and a good matter, then it's don't show me this. Don't show me this. This is just am. So there's difference between general judgments and specific judgments. So if someone becomes just Muslim and he says, no, I cannot. So there are difference. There are difference in requirements.
Then you see the same things that you're learning from your religion. I'm capable of deducing this from the Book of God. When I say Sunnis are mushrik, okay, this is the general statement of the curriculum. I'm not talking about the individual, because different individuals have different way of approaching the religion that does not necessary for them to have the concepts of shirk. But talking generally on what the Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, they have concepts of idolatry. Okay, but it does not mean now I'm going to go apply it to every single person individually. Just the same thing. Now, the consensus for the people of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, the people who reject hadith, okay, as a curriculum, they're apostates.
Muhammad, I'm going to push back, bro. You just told me that I'm not a part of your religion, that I'm a part of the community we live in. So you just actually did takfir, but never. This pity. Don't worry about this.
I don't like. For me, the word kafir is ingratitude. In the Quran, the word kafir is ingratitude. You are doing takfir to yourself when you're saying God's book is not enough, and God has sent me another book that is full of confusions for me to make this book clear. So God, who says the book is clear, you're saying there's this confusing book is supposed to give the clear book clarity.
Muhammad, something can be unclear or ambiguous or difficult to comprehend or understand, not because that book is difficult to understand, but because someone's comprehension is a problem, right? So your comprehension of the Sunnah may be the problem that you are rejecting it, and not other way around. Anyways, we were just making the point about the ayah. So let's go back if you want.
Which one?
About the Surah Nisa that we have to follow. Or let me formulate
what was my answer to you?
Your answer with regards to the
Prophet judging between people.
Yeah, you said that the Prophet will judge with the Quran and making it. So you're come again?
Because God told him to.
Yeah, of course.
So he has to follow what God told him.
Yes. And the believers, if we do believe, should follow the Prophet ﷺ in his judgment. That's what the ayah is saying. So please put the ayah in the screen, bro. Come on, don't be shaking your head. Come on.
Brother, you're saying things out of your own perception. The Prophet is not here today with me to judge between us.
Okay. So that was actually I beat you to the argument here as well. I wouldn't. Okay, but you're not letting me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead. You're going to tell me now. So how do we know what he judged between the people?
No. That was actually that's not what I was about to say. What I'm saying is this. You're making you're understanding the Quran in a certain way and putting some interpretations or giving some meaning to the words. So let's discover this together. So when we say that Allah says Ati'ullah, that we should is actually God, Allah Azza wa Jalla, directly talking to you, or do we have a means between us?
Okay, so if, for example, if I put my hand in the fire and it burns, who's causing my hand to burn?
I don't see the relevance to this question, actually.
That's the problem, brother.
It might be a problem.
Then I'm asking a very simple question.
Yeah.
If I put my hand in the fire and does it burn me?
Yeah, it probably will. Unless Allah decides different.
Okay, and who caused it to burn me?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that pain I try to avoid, right?
Yeah.
So who programmed me to avoid that type of pain? Allah.
Yeah, Allah. Yeah, go ahead.
Allah. So for me, when I realize that I shouldn't put my hand in the fire, that is a form of obeying God. Allah said in the Quran that if you take the words of God, of the oceans, and multiply them by 7, the words of God will not run out, but your oceans will run out. Sah?
Yes.
So that means the words of God is much more than the Quran. Correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And then God also said, so God's words is more than the Quran. So obeying God is more than the Quran. And then God says that if you obeyed the messenger, you have also obeyed God. So if the messenger is coming to me with the Quran, that's the message, and I obey what the messenger is telling me, then I have obeyed God. So when I'm obeying the Quran, I'm obeying the messenger. Obeying God was something I could do before the Quran.
Yeah, I'm not saying
that. And you're saying obey God is the Quran, obey messenger is what's left of the narrations. But I'm saying no. Obey God is the Quran and more, and obey the messenger is just the Quran.
Okay, and what's the proof for that?
Bingo. I like that you asked that. So I'll put up a verse. Woman, qabl. So can we agree that Moses had a book from God?
Yeah.
Okay, and that book had the word of God, direct, right?
Yeah.
Just like the Quran.
No, I wouldn't say so.
I'm not saying no. I mean, in the respect and the way the Quran is, that book is also respected and it's also the verbatim word of God. Sah?
Yeah, but
I'm not saying they're identical.
Yeah, but that does, it's actually irrelevant because there is
wait, there is very relevance. There is much relevance.
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't mind, bro. I'm prepared to listen. I'm just fine. Go ahead.
The book that came down to Moses is the direct word of God. Sah?
Yeah, of course.
So when Moses is told obey God and obey the messenger, obey God is that book. And what's obey the messenger for Moses?
So the ayah says to look, I don't have the ayah. You can put it up in screen and we can look in the context.
I'm getting to the point. So if obeying God is obeying the book that came down to Moses, and obeying Moses is the Talmud, then why is God in this verse? Okay. And this is where it should be very clear to you. God says, وَمِن قَبْلِهِ كِتَابُ مُوسَى إِمَامًا وَرَحْمًا وَهَذَا كِتَابٌ مُصَدِّقٌ لِسَانٌ عَرَبِيًّا لِيُنذِرَ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا وَبُشْرَ لِلْمُحْسِنِينَ. So, and before it, the book of Moses was a guide and a mercy. And this book, what's this book?
No, the Quran.
Quran. So if the book before the Quran is called the book of Moses, what's the book of Muhammad?
Quran.
There you go. That's the book of Muhammad. That's the book of the messenger. That's where I get
okay,
the
but that's what I actually was saying, Habibi. That's exactly what, bro, you should calm down, man. Come on. That's actually what I'm saying. That the Quran is not the only thing revealed to the Prophet ﷺ. It is actually the hikmah. So you can go to the ayat of the hikmah, please.
Sure. I'll take you the ayah of the hikmah. So ذلك مما أوحي إليك ربك من الحكمة ولا تجعل مع الله إلها آخر فتلقى في جهنم ملوما مدحورا. So the wisdom is revealed in the Quran. So for example, and do not approach the property of an orphan except by which is best until he reached the maturity. So fulfill the agreement and fulfill a measure wherever you measure, and weigh with a straight scale. This is best in interpretation. ولا تقف ما ليس لك به علم ولا تمشي في الأرض مرحا. Right? كل ذلك كان سيئه عند ربك مكروها. And then God says ذلك مما أوحي إليك ربك من الحكمة. So the hikmah that you're talking about is right here in the Quran.
Okay, so the only hikmah that Allah gives is in the Quran. Is that your point?
If you want to extract the hikmah of what the Prophet had is in the Quran. And the thing is, so you're saying when God is saying these words, right? Here in chapter 2, he, God, يؤتي الحكمة من يشاء ومن يؤتى الحكمة فقد أوتي خيرا كثيرا وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب. He, God, gives wisdom to whoever he wills, and whoever is given the wisdom, then he has been given much good. So you're saying this is the sunnah, is the wisdom?
I would say that the word hikmah in different places can mean different, can have different, in different places can have different meanings. But if you go to the word of hikmah in the context of it was given to the Prophet ﷺ, then you'll see that the hikmah is something different than the Quran.
Okay, then why was here when God is talking about Jesus, he's saying, right. Okay, so this is about Jesus. قالت ربي أن يكون لي ولد ولم يمسسني بشر قال كذلك الله يخلق ما يشاء إذا قضى أمرا فإنما يقول له كن فيكون. She, Mary, said, Lord, how can I have a son while no man has touched me? He, the angel, said, thus God creates whatever he wills. Whenever he decrees a command and he only says be to be, then it becomes. So this is about Jesus. The next verse, وَيُعَلِّمَهُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ وَالتَّوْرَاةَ وَالْإِنْجِيلَ. And he will teach him the book, the wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel. So the Torah and the Injil is not the kitab. وَيُعَلِّمَهُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ وَالتَّوْرَاةَ وَالْإِنْجِيلَ. So the kitab is a lot more than what you're trying to explain than is just the Quran. Because if you go back here as well in
exactly,
chapter 2,
that's actually my argument, bro. You're not listening.
No, you're not listening. So
you just
here,
now hold on. Maybe it's the connection. Yeah.
You said the kitab is Quran, wal hikmah is sunnah.
Yeah, that's what yeah.
Okay. The kitab is the Quran, wal hikmah is, but this is about Jesus who has the Injil. So Jesus was given the Injil and the kitab. So is God saying it twice?
Can you repeat that, bro? I didn't get that. Yeah. Sorry. Can you repeat that, please?
You're saying the kitab is the Quran and the hikmah is the sunnah.
I'm saying that the hikmah, with regard to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, it is the sunnah. That's my claim.
So what's the book that Jesus got?
The book that Jesus got, Al-Injil, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So here God is telling you he's going to teach him the Injil and he's going to teach him the kitab.
Okay.
So the Injil is not what the kitab is. So when you're seeing you're seeing the word,
okay. I see what you're doing here. Okay, I see what you're doing. You're saying yeah, you're saying the harf atf, the wow, doesn't necessitate that it's different things. That's what you're saying.
I'm telling you the word kitab is not what you're thinking it is. So here's what I'm saying. ليس البر أن تولوا وجوهكم قبل المشرق والمغرب ولكن البر من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر والملائكة. Is this plural or the angels here? Is this plural or singular?
ملائكة is plural.
Plural. And Nabiyin is plural, right?
Yeah.
Kitab is singular.
Yeah.
Right? So the concept of kitab is more than just what you think the Quran is. God is teaching the Prophet the book and the wisdom. You find the book, the wisdom, the remembrance, all in the Quran. So the Quran is a plate. On that plate you have beans, beef, rice, and some of it is the kitab, some of it is the hikmah, some of it is the mizan, some of it is the dhikr. So al-Qur'ani dhil dhukr. ذلك مما أوحي إليك ربك من الحكمة مصدقا لما بين يديه من الكتاب. So this is when you start to approach the Quran alone, a lot of the definitions you guys give, it does not fit in the narrative of the Quran.
No,
so
that's because that's because you're giving it your own interpretation, and obviously, from my point of view,
my own interpretation. Is this singular or plural?
Yeah, okay, but even though it is singular, it can mean many things.
Does that mean that it's talking about the Quran here?
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that. That's your point you're making. You're saying that it's guidance. Al-Kitab, it's not specific. It's not bound by specifically like the Quran, but it's like guidance. It's like it's like the example you gave. It's like a plate, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying that that's the meaning you're applying here.
So the Quran is not clear when God is saying things like this. وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ. Let's see, share this tab. وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ وَمُهَيْمِنًا عَلَيْهِ. And we have revealed to you the book to you in truth, confirming what was before it of the book and governing over it. So why is God using the same word twice as the exact same thing?
Yeah, I should look into this, bro. I should look into this. Yeah.
So I've looked into these things for many, many years, and I came to the conclusion. This is after 13 years. So
yeah, okay, that's fine.
The information that you're presenting to me, it does not match with what I'm reading in the Quran. That's why, to me, the Quran is sufficient.
I still didn't give the ayah. I was still looking for the ayah. I still, like I said, like you're what you're doing, Brother Muhammad, is this: you have looked into the Quran, and you're making connections with, and that's it's plausible like that. I mean, I would.
But that's how the Quran is.
I would compliment you for that. You're just trying to make sense of the whole thing, and trying to find connections within the Quranic like paradigm. That's fine.
Right.
The problem
that's how the Quran is.
Yeah, okay, but that's like what happens is, if you say that Ati'ullah, we should abide by Allah, or abide. I'm looking for the word, like Ati'ullah. We should listen to Allah. Wa ati'ur Rasul. Yeah, I'm saying that Allah is not directly talking to you, is He? So He's using a means. And when I'm saying that we should also abide by the Prophet ﷺ, wa ati'ur Rasul, there is also a means. Ati'ur Rasul. Ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul.
So why are you saying Nabi? Why are you saying Prophet?
I didn't say Nabi. Rasul. Okay, yeah. Oh, you mean in that sense? Okay, it's just slip of the tongue. I didn't mean. Messenger, I should say. But the ayah I'm going for, Muhammad, and I'm thinking we're taking quite long, and I don't mind. But I would also would give others the opportunity to have the time with you.
May God accept it from you.
With regards to, like, the Prophet is reciting the Quran and also the hikmah in his house. Yeah. So if it's all the Quran, if it's all the same thing that he's reciting, that how would you clarify that one?
So some of the Quran, some of it is hikmah, some of it is the kitab. So he would be. I'll show you the verse where this might get it even closer to you. Okay.
Go ahead.
So let's talk about this verse here. هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة وإن كانوا من قبل لفي ضلال مبين. Okay.
Okay, that's even a better verse. Yeah.
I know. In this context, let me put it in a different way so people can see it. Okay. In this context, what is the Quran?
The Quran هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته. His ayat. No.
Okay.
Hold on.
So the Quran
no. Hold on. يتلو عليهم آياته. Ayat in this context can mean like the verses of the Quran, but also the signs that Allah is giving.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ, and he's yeah.
So he's reciting to them ayatillah, the signs of God.
Yeah.
Right? And the ayatillah is teaching them the kitab wal hikmah. Is the kitab Quran? Or is that ayat al-Quran?
No. Okay, he's ayat. Yeah, okay. So
okay. So the ayat includes al-kitab wal-hikmah and the ayat to zakihim.
Of course, I would say that the hikmah is also part of the ayat of Allah. The sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ isn't different. Hold on. The sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ isn't different to the ahkam of Allah. Like the Prophet isn't from his hawa. You know, he's just he is giving guidance. The sunnah is guidance within the boundaries. Within the boundaries of yeah.
So you're saying that there is wisdom in the Quran, correct?
Of course.
So I can find the hikmah in the Quran, correct?
Of course.
Khalas.
No, it's not khalas, akhi. Of course not. Come on, what are you saying now?
Listen. You started the argument. You started the debate. You started this point by where am I gonna find the hikmah, which you said it was the sunnah.
No.
We just got to a point that hikmah is also
of course, bro. Look, I'm okay. If that makes sense for you, you know, eventually, I'm not here to convince anyone. You know, Allah Azza wa Jal will obviously like do hukum baynana, and I'm not okay. If this is your thing, that's your thing. Eventually, Allah knows best. The thing is, when I look in also Surah Isra, that Allah is giving clear cut that the best explanation is the ta'wil. The best ta'wil is of that of Allah and of His Messenger. Yeah. So if you come again,
which verse?
Yeah, I'm looking into it. I don't have it.
أحسن تأويلا is not because of God and His Messenger. It's about fulfilling the scales. This is in chapter 70. I have most of the Quran.
Can you pull it up? Actually, I can look it up as well. About the ta'wil, that the best ta'wil, is of the Prophet, of Allah and His Prophet ﷺ. So eventually, the thing is, like the only difference between, you know, I mean, it's the only difference, but it's a big difference, and it's a big difference. Is that, you know, if we're going to understand the interpretation of the Quran, who is the one who is allowed and who is the one authorized to give meaning and interpretations to the meaning of the Quran? If you're saying that, you know, everyone can do it for himself, you know, that's actually what the Khawarij did. You know, they would just take the ayat and interpret it within their own, like from their own mind. And then you'll just have some crazy things going on. You should restrict that, I believe.
All right. So am I doing what they're doing?
No. I'm not saying that you're doing what they're doing. There are obviously some elements of what you're doing. There are some parallels, obviously, but still, I'm not like.
But brother, my point is, you can judge my religion for what I am telling you my religion is, instead of you trying to compare me to other people's, and then you could see if I have guidance of God or not, if I am on clarity or not. So everything that I've been telling you from my religion, I have backed it up from the verses of the Quran, and everything that you threw at me as a problem, I was able to deduce it with a verse from the Quran showing that no, I don't agree with you because God is giving me something better. Now, at the end of the day, it's not about convincing you or convincing me, but I'm telling you the book of God is sufficient for me, and you're trying to prove that it isn't. But yet you have yet to prove to me that it's not sufficient, because you're explaining to me for the book to become clear that you need something else. But God clearly states to me here, it is upon us its clarification. Alayna, who's alayna?
Yeah. Just final remarks. Okay, final remarks. First, let me commend you, and really I appreciate you taking the time. I took quite a long. Regardless, my final remarks would be, my claim is as follows, and this is also not my specifically, like who am I? I mean, but also like Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah would say this: the Quran is multi-layered. It's not about, there's just one specific way of understanding the Quran. Obviously, that's not within the paradigm of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. For anyone, and for all the listeners, I would say the same. Anyone who is seeking truth, who is seeking guidance, the Quran, in essence, listen, bro, I'm very pleased for your attention. In essence, it will be sufficient. Listen, depending on the level of understanding. So what do I mean exactly by this? If you're just taking the Quran and doing tadabbur, just pondering about the Quran, the signs of Allah, and doing tadabbur, the Quran is sufficient, obviously, because it will have a sufficient effect on your heart and bringing you close to Allah. So but what happens is that the world doesn't evolve around Muhammad. The world doesn't evolve around just Muhammad in the sense around you, or the people who are saying, just follow the Quran. The world has difficult and complex problems and complex issues. So when the complexity, no, that's your opinion, bro. Come on.
So marrying a 6 years old is allowed?
No, bro, come on, man. Don't be like this. So you should appreciate that. When look what everything is going now on in Gaza. Like there are so many problems in the
because of your hadith.
No, man, come on. That's obnoxious to
No. It's not God punishing you of the hadith. Nobody else is fighting because of your hadith. They all sat on their butts doing nothing, thinking they're all going to heaven. So they don't want to work and serve God.
That's really obnoxious. So you're saying that what's going on in Gaza is the result of the hadith? Is that what you're saying?
It's the hadith corrupted the minds of the people around Gaza. Nobody's going to help.
Really, Muhammad?
If they were true and honest to the word of God, we would all be there fighting for them.
Really, Muhammad?
But the hadith is what divided people. I see Salafis and Sunnis insulting the Shias and supporting the Zionists because of the divisions of hadith and narrations, brother.
أخي إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم.
Then go change yourselves.
Okay, going and changing ourselves doesn't say that we should not follow. We should not follow the Sunnah of the Prophet.
No, but the
I think I really enjoyed this conversation, but I think that's a very low blow, man.
It wasn't a low blow, bro. I went to Lebanon on the border trying to get in to go fight for Gaza. I'm waiting for one of these idiots that are calling themselves Muslims leaders to open the gate so we could go help the people in Gaza. But they don't judge with the Quran. They judge with what's allowed in the Sunnah. Obey your ruler no matter what.
No, man, come on. No, who's saying this?
You don't have hadith that says obey your Muslim leader even if he whips you and takes your money, you have to be obedient to him?
This is like we're having a discussion and the point you're making is not true, bro. Come on.
You don't have a hadith saying that if the Muslim leader whips you and takes your money, you still have to be obedient to him?
Muhammad, this is really disappointing.
Is there a hadith like
no,
this?
This is really disappointing. Look, I'm not going to, like I said, go into like the hadith and explaining and I can do the same. I can look. I can do the same. I can do the same with the Quran as well. Like
no.
I can do. No, what do you mean? No, we can do takfir on anyone. Like
it's not about takfir, brother. God in the Quran is saying those that trade their lives and their money to fight for those who are oppressed. Do not take the Jews as allies. Do not take the Christians as allies. Those are very clear and cut. There is no if somebody's oppressing you to sit there and submit to him. There is no verse like that. So God told us to stand up for justice. God told us to be one community.
Okay, so there's no ayah that says أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولو الأمر منكم.
وإذا اختلفتم في شيء فردوه إلى الله ورسوله.
والرسول, right? Okay, والرسول, right? So إلى الله والرسول, right?
Habibi, now you're about to get a quick lesson. When God is saying أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول, it's specifically saying Rasul. It's not saying Nabi, because Nabi has been sealed. There are no more Nabis, but there's many Rasul after the Nabi, and I can show you the verses where God is telling you, but this is not it. 1 second. The verse says وَأُولِي الْأَمْرِ
اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم Akhi, this is like
second,
we were just about to close on a positive end, Muhammad. We're just about to close on a positive end. I don't want to do that.
We are going to be on a positive end, Habibi. You quoted a verse about Gaza. I take this too much to my heart because it destroys me what they're going through, and we have losers around us. Now, but I want to tell you something. The verse says, "Wa ulil amru minkum," those of authority among you. When God tells me that those who want to ally with Zionists and Christians and Jews in the West, that these are not from us, but they're from them, they're not my authority.
Okay, and what does this have to do with like people following the Sunnah?
Brother, the Sunnah is telling you to follow those people.
Never mind. I just want to have like a positive note. I disagree. I don't agree with that. Like, that's your perspective. And I don't agree with you. The Sunnah doesn't say. Look, the Sunnah doesn't. The Sunnah doesn't say that.
Doesn't tell you that you have to obey your Muslim leader, even if he whips you and takes your money. You have to be obedient to him.
Bro, come on, man. Don't be like this. Like I said, the Sunnah doesn't. Look, the Sunnah doesn't say that. And there's an hadith. Look, there's an hadith. There's an hadith. But what you're doing is, making things very simplistic. And that's not the way to go about it. And regardless, I'm thanking you for your time and everyone who's listening. And I want to end with this though. Don't forget us brothers and sisters in Gaza and Palestine.
Brother,
and all.
That's all I can. I'm working on it. I had enough of watching. Yeah, don't worry, brother. Inshallah.
No, I'm just not saying to you. I mean, there are a lot of people listening. I'm asking everyone to make to keep them in their praise. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of us need to start helping. So that's all I can say, brother. I've been to Lebanon. I got kicked out of Lebanon because I was waiting at the border to get in. So I'm doing that.
Yeah, good for you, man. May Allah accept it.
We all should be doing that. We should all be at the border.
I agree with you, Muhammad. I agree with you. There's no difference between. There are many Sunnis who agree with you. So don't.
Many Sunnis and Shias don't.
I don't mind. Even Shias, like, don't disregard people because they follow the Sunnah.
Because the child doesn't know Sunni, Shia, doesn't know any of the children that are dying. They're getting killed by people who say they believe in God, and the other side that says they believe in God are sitting supporting the Zionists. So it's very tough to watch.
It is. And we ask Allah to change our affairs.
It proves that this is why, wallahi, this is all I need. Because this book showed me how these people are. And I don't, anyways, alhamdulillah. Thank you, brother. You opened a gate. Allah take care. Sure. Take care, man. All right, guys. I don't remove people from the stage, so I'll let you exit. All right, next on the list. No Sunni has ever read the 6 books of Hadith in their life. Only Malvis read. Brother, can you, with your kindness, exit the stage? I think there's a button for you to exit. If you need me to remove you, I can, but I just don't like removing people from the stage.
I got out.
Should I remove you? Sure. Okay, alhamdulillah. I didn't have to. All right, Mahir Ali Ahmed. I have a feeling you're on my side. Peace.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Sorry, brother, I do not have a camera, so I cannot show you my face.
Sorry, your mic is very low. Can you turn it up?
Now is it better?
What's that?
Is it better?
It's quite low. Can you guys let me see the chat? Can you guys hear him? I can barely hear him.
Let me.
As you're doing that, I'm just gonna pull up a verse. Huh.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it is very low. It is extremely low. See if you can move. Let me see if edit mic settings. Say something now.
I'm not logged in. Is that the case?
I'm not. It's a little better, but it's not too much. So, oh wow, I see this one here. This is pretty good. So yeah, brother, how can I help you?
Oh no, I have maybe I will come back later I will change my mic, and in the meantime, you can take someone else, and then
all right, brother. It might sound a little better, but what is your question?
So I'm also call myself a Quran only Muslim, right? And now I want you to know that the Salah of Hadith Shoaib mentioned, and then in Surah Hajj, I believe there is a verse which says that when Mu'mineen got hold of the land, they will establish Salah and Zakah, and I believe that Salah and Zakah is a complete system rather than the rituals. So I want.
So sorry, because just a few words that you're saying, you're telling me that Salah is not a ritual, is what you're saying.
Yes.
I would have to disagree with you because of the word iqamat. So the Salah itself is a connection, but iqama right now, when in the form wa iqamat is Salah, it has become now a physical action. And there has to be a spiritual connection between you and God, and prostrating and standing is the thing that gets you into that physical connection. So when you're saying that there is no spiritual or there is no physical ritual, what is the meaning of salah to you? Is it following closely? What is salah to you at that point?
To me, salah is a system. It needs to be established.
Can I establish the system while I'm driving my car as well? Can the system be established while I'm driving my car?
Now the question is which kind of system, right?
No, the system of Islam. Can I establish it, right? While I'm like in my car while I'm driving, can I be within the system of Islam?
No.
Okay. Then how do I establish the salah?
So that's my question. Right? I'm not saying that I know everything, right? But I believe that Quran is sufficient. So my question is, how has Shoaib established the salah?
But the salah in the concepts of Shu'aib is its connections. But now you have the verses where Zakaria is standing in the mihrab performing the salah. And then you have the question about the war. How are they in the middle of the war establishing salah, and there needs to be people to protect them? If it's supposed to be a metaphysical concept or a spiritual concept, then there is no need for physical protection. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're talking about salawatu Shu'aib. It's not iqamat salat Shu'aib. Or like whatever your iqama is pushing you to. Iqamat as-salah is different than the word salah by itself. So the reason why I'm asking you is, can you establish salah in your car or when you're doing physical activities, yes or no?
No.
So what is establishing salah then? You don't know.
It's to have a system like what.
What's the system?
Can you pull up Surah Hajj, and then I don't remember the exact ayah, but it says that
regards to what?
The salah and zakah.
The what?
Salat and zakat, both from the used to the same. Sorry, if I am annoying you, I'm really sorry.
No, you're not annoying me. It's just this conversation is dangerous. That's why.
Why?
Because you will not make it. I'm telling you. I've yet to meet somebody on a very long run who kept saying that the salah is not a ritual to make it. If they start doing public ministry, they eventually quit, or some of them apostate. The salah is extremely important to maintain the pressure of this religion. Taking the times when God told you at least there's 2 specific times, and the third time in the middle of the night, if you do not sit there and literally talk to God the way He's telling you to talk to Him, to stand and reflect on the Quran, and to physically prostrate to your Lord, physically show the humility, you're not making it, bro. You need to get grounded.
Okay. But okay. So that's one part of salah, you would say? That is the part of salah with iqama?
No, iqama, sujood, tilawa, and tasbih as well.
And you said that the salah of Shoaib was different, right?
That's not salawat. I can sit here and do some form of sila with God while you're present in front of me. But this is not iqamat as-salah.
Okay, so
this is just salawatun ila
so
Allah.
Does salawatun impact someone?
What?
Does salawat impact someone else beside me?
No, brother, I'm saying that there's ways to connect to God spiritually and mentally, which are form of salah. But the word iqamat as-salah is a physical thing.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's what my question is. The salah which Shu'aib was doing, whatever salah that was, right? I wanted to understand what kind of salah is that, salawat or whatever you say. What kind of salawat is that?
Him sitting in the background and pondering about God and making connections. And they're saying, are your connections, are your prayers ordering you to tell us to give our money how you please? So part of the salah, when you're doing iqamat salah, is you're reflecting and pondering upon the verses of God to make the contextualizations of what the verses are telling you throughout your day. So you have that constant connection. So you have the physical connection, you're pondering, you're talking to God, and then you go out during your mission, but you're still in remembrance of God, and you're still making some forms of salah around you of what's happening. But then you come down and you do iqamat as-salah at the time you're supposed to do it, and then you also back to your grounded position. So here's the verse that you want to establish. Talk about, sorry.
No, so actually what I wanted to understand, right, is that how we will have a government where we uphold the law of Allah.
Yeah, but that's not salah, brother.
But we are not near that, brother, as well, right? We are not near that as well. We are, like, I am living in North America, Canada. You might be in USA. I don't know. Like,
yeah, but brother, establishing an ummah or a community has nothing to do with salah. So you're saying that establishing the community is salah, right?
No, I'm saying
that's setting up the system of God, the Shari'at Allah, right? That's what to you salah is, correct?
Yes, that's what I think.
So,
maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm still studying.
So this is فَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةِ is only one time happening. It's the original establishment of the connections. That's a one-time deal, right?
But to establish a system, you need a land, right? You need the government.
Brother, you're disconnecting away from the Arabic at this point.
Okay.
I'm asking you, فَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةِ. This is plural with a singular, right? So does this singular mean occurs one time and everybody has to do it one time?
No, it's a continuous process.
Okay, because there is a part where God is telling you here, right? There it is. حافظوا على الصلوات. Observe the prayers, the litanies, the salat, plural, together with the middle prayer, salat al-wusta, and stand obediently before God. And the other thing is, earlier in the chapter, about chapter 2, when God is saying this, so here, وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ وَارْكَعُوا مَعَ الرَّاكِعِينَ. Establish the litany, give the charity, and bow down with those who bow down. Okay? But then God is also saying about the litany, وَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ, and seek help through patience and litany. This is why I say people will not make it. Because the thing that you're required to stay grounded is this one, the patience and the ritual prayer. Because if you don't have the ritual prayer, you're not going to make it. God's clearly telling you. And God's saying here in Arabic, وَإِنَّهَا لَكَبِيرَةٌ إِلَّا عَلَى الْخَاشِعِينَ. It is indeed important, or it's hard, except for those who are submissive. Establishing the litany is something that requires a lot of discipline and a lot of dedication to establish the ritual prayer. Not the way that Sunnis do it. The Sunnis have a shortcut, and they do something almost, which is I call a rain dance. They do a few forms that this is how you have to perform it, and they're done. No. For me, my minimum prayer is 30 minutes. My maximum prayer is 4 hours. Where I stand, I'm reading the full chapter, I'm dedicating myself of what the chapter is saying, and then I prostrate. I'm talking to God, I'm thanking God, I'm thinking about the day of judgment and my actions on how are they going to be perceived on the day of judgment. I'm exalting him. I'm thinking about the creation around me and how majestic God is, how amazing, how much forgiveness he is. And then I'll start remembering some issues that I did with people. So I start crying for some of my actions and asking for his forgiveness. And then I start to think about what I need to do for tomorrow. And may God help me with those things. And if I don't make it, God is my guarantor, my wakil. And then I start to pray for certain people. May God help the people who are under the rubble now that are thirsty and hungry. And I don't want to get emotional. May God give us a way to go. But these are times that are extremely important for me, because when I get all these messages of you're a kafir, you're a whatever, I go talk to God about it. If I don't do that, these comments will destroy me. I'm telling you.
No, I totally agree that what you're doing is right.
Right.
What I'm saying is that aren't we supposed to have a Quran only community, law abiding? We should have a country.
Right.
We should have laws.
Right.
Right.
And God is telling us about how important for us to be one community. I agree there. And the way that the Quran gets applied in said communities based upon the leader. So if I'm a little bit more harsh in how I want to apply the verses, and I have more strict laws on blasphemy, and I have ways of implementing the laws, because this is how I feel that would bring us closer to God, and God's victory comes to us. And then later, after I die, someone who comes with a little liberal and he has a different liberal understanding of the Quran, he will maneuver the community in that direction, because God will allow the people to raise and God will put the people down, both criminals and good people. So this is how we.
That's my question is where, when, and where we can establish that kind of a country.
Well, brother, that's a very deep question. Very deep question, is because we have to understand what the community of God is first, and then two, you have to understand the landscape in front of you. Okay, brother, this is a very deep question. So this is coming to somebody. I do a lot of online work, but I have a lot of things in the politics as well in the background. Okay, so there's a lot of diplomacy and politics that needs to come for you to have the ability to establish a place where you can invite a certain mentality of people to come together without you getting attacked, without you getting shot, without you getting killed anywhere in the world. Because as soon as you're going to establish a new rule in the land, whoever's the one who's giving you the land, he has an ownership over you. And imagine somebody's going to say, now you're going to have to come pay taxes to us because you have a place in our country. And at that point, there's going to be a lawn drawing. And if it's me and just 10 people, they can clearly bring people and eliminate us very quickly. So that's not how it's done. So I understand, and I really appreciate what you're saying, but you also have to look at the bigger picture. And now I'm going to reveal things I don't need to reveal too much about. But you can clearly see there's a shift in the world. There's actually a toss-up for the superpower. And there's going to be a huge war coming, and people should be preparing for it. There's a huge war coming. But you don't know the opportunity that comes out of the war. And either the hour is going to come, but for sure, a certain group of people are going to be removed, because this is what happens during these wars. So God is going to remove a certain group of people, and now there's going to be a toss-up for resources. At that point, you have an opportunity as the Quran alone community, which is growing bigger and bigger day by day, for you to establish something that has substance that can hold, because you're already in a time of war, you're already in time of oppression, and you're already in time of collapse. So these are things that we've already pondered about and we're working towards, and hopefully in the future we get to meet face to face.
Thank you.
I have to go through the list.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Have a good one.
Peace. All right, next in the list is a gentleman that dropped. So here we go. All right. Yeah, I have a feeling I know who that man is. But okay, Brother Imran Syed, can you please turn on your camera? Imran, are you there? No, brother. Okay, you better not put things on the screen that you shouldn't be putting. Peace.
It's really an honor to speak with you. Honestly, I've been watching your videos from very long time since I started my research, and you've provoked a lot of thoughts in my head, which made me get even closer to the knowledge, you know.
Alhamdulillah. Don't take my knowledge, go search the knowledge in the book. I try to show people that how the book keeps me so confident and I have the ability to answer. It's because I practice it often.
Exactly, brother. Like, good phrase. Like, that's what I wanted to say. So now I have few things that I would want to hear from you. So the verse 4.59, 4:59, it says something about. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 4:59. That says obey those in authority. So I need some clarification about what's your.
Yep, brother. There's a clear word here.
Yep.
Those in authority among you. What do you think among you is?
Like the people who are amongst us.
Among you as believers, minkum. So there's like, a verse where God says, like, I'll show you a verse here, which I believe is Mujadala. Is it Mujadala? Let me pull up the verse. Mumtahina Hashr Mujadala, right? I can't remember. I don't know what the English translation would say here, but let me pull up a verse. So remember, the word there was among you, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Have you not considered those who befriended a people whom God has been angry? They are neither of you or of them, and they swear by falsehood while they know. So there's people with us, like among us in the ranks, that they're not from us, and they're not from our enemies either.
But it says authority.
Minkum. It's the same word.
What does
minkum.
Authority mean?
So I'm going to go back to that verse that you were talking about. Now, obviously, if we're in a place of a society that we're Quran alone people and we're together in a community, there's going to have positions of authority among us, right? These are the people of knowledge.
I feel, I'm sorry, but I think that's the government, right?
No. Because if your government is taghut, is that your authority?
Yeah, because they have put a lot of rules on us as well.
Yeah, but God is explaining to you who return it whenever they're rudduha. One second. There's a verse about who the people of authority are among you, the people who have knowledge in the things that are appearing. Let me see if I can find it. I hope it's this one right here. Baba put it. No, this is not the verse that I'm looking. Sorry. Let me see if I can pull up the verse. Yeah, this is it. So this is in 483. Sorry. So we were looking at 59. It's 83 here. So this is about the people of authority.
I cannot see it on the screen.
Can you see it?
I can see 59 on the screen.
Okay, let me remove it and put it back. Stop sharing. Let me share the screen. Present. Share screen. Is this it? There it is. Can you see it now?
Yep.
And when there came to them an issue, a concern about security or fear, they broadcast it. And they had they referred it to the messenger and those in authority among them, those who can deduce it among them would have found it out. So what it's saying here that there's some information that comes out that the people who have authority of understanding said information are the ones who are capable of dealing with it, or the messenger.
Okay.
So it's among us, the believers. There are the rules of the land which you have to show respect as long as it's not breaking the rules of God. But if your land is ordering you to join their military, you don't join their military, even if it's going to get you in trouble. Because I'd rather have their trouble than the trouble of God on the day of judgment, especially if they're an oppressive regime. There's nowhere in the Quran that it tells you that to obey the oppressors or the taghut is what I call them.
Sorry, but can we go to verse number 3:7 now, please?
3 and then what?
3.7.
Yeah, the
sorry,
mutashabihat.
my bad. 3.28. 3.28. My bad. I'm so sorry. 3.28.
No problem, brother.
Yep.
وَلَا يَتَّخِذُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ Okay, sorry. Let not the believers take disbelievers as allies other than believers. For whoever does that, then he is not with God in anything except to be aware of them as precaution. Right? And God cautions you of himself, and to God is the destiny.
Yep.
What about this verse, brother?
So, what do you say about this? Because there are two things that are being said to us here, right? So, in order to save ourselves, we may obey them, right?
تَتَّقُوا مِنْهُمْ تُقَاتٍ.
You can go on, brother. I'm listening.
Okay, so it's to take from them a precaution.
Okay, like precaution, like what?
So there's many examples where this verse can apply. Let's say that you need assistance in something that you're trying to accomplish, and the only person that can assist you in this is this person, this believer. So you have to rely on him for a moment, but it's not for you to be friendly with him and to ally with him. It's he needs to help you, so you allow him to help him. Only is just because you need to finish what you need to do, because there's no other way for you to achieve it in the taqwa, in whatever you're trying to achieve for God. So at that point you could use them, and God knows what's inside you, so he knows why you're befriending them for that moment. But as soon as they're done, you go back to your thing. This does not mean you have to sit here and obey your rulers and leaders. If you are forced to do something, that's called ikrah, that's called compulsion. Then if you need to do it, that's fine, but you have to know where your heart is set. But if there's things that you avoid them. I think I understand what your situation is. You're saying that we have to obey the rule of the land. Like these are the people that we need to obey because they're the positions of powers, and we're technically guests on their land, correct?
Exactly, yeah, kind of.
So for me, I would not cross the red light when they don't want me to cross the red light out of respect from what they're asking me for. There's rules when I go into the mosques, the Sunnis mosque, I will do it out of respect for them. But if I'm alone, I ain't listening to you. If I'm going against you, there's no way that I'm going to listen to you. I will not obey you. So as I said, I'm not going to pay taxes to the country that I live in. Why? Because I know where they use their taxes at. There's some taxes I'm forced to pay. I'll pay. I have to. But if I could avoid paying certain taxes, I'll do it. If I don't need to declare or they're going to put me in jail, then let's go to the battle, and I don't care. I'll sit in jail and I'll be happy that I didn't support this oppressive system. The system is telling me you have to accept the LGBTQ. Nope, I'm not going to obey you.
Yeah, absolutely. And now my concern was, brother, this verse, this has put me back in my life because, I run businesses. I have a couple of businesses, but all my partners are Hindus. So
that's different.
When I read this verse, I was gone. I was like, man, what am I doing? Like I've allied. Like I couldn't actually understand exactly the deeper meaning. So it's good that I got some clarification on this. And also I read tafsir.
But they're not your friends. I'm telling you right now. When it comes to business, they'll be happy to work with you for you both getting money. But they're not your friends. Even if you think they're very close to you, there's a price where they will turn on you. Maybe that price could be high if they have enough morals, but if they're not believers, there's enough price for them to turn on you if it's worth it for them. You're just a means, just like how they're a means.
Except for the Shahada part, I find more Muslim in them than Muslims today, you know.
Are they
Like
Sikh or Hindu?
Hindu, brother.
So they believe in multiple gods and they have their idols?
Yeah, they believe in multiple gods, but whenever I get into argument
So
with
as
them,
God says that if they're being just and equitable to you, you be just and equitable to
yes,
them.
absolutely.
As soon as
Yeah.
they argue with you about religion or they make fun of your religion, you have to be harsh, extremely quickly.
No, brother. Like
But if you could
that's
avoid
proof.
them, you avoid them. I would avoid them, and I don't care if it's about the money. I understand there's a lot of like kind-hearted Hindus in from India, but for me,
Yep.
it's just their concept of what life is and the view of the world is just not compatible with me. So they would
Yeah.
question a lot of what I have to do. I just don't need to do it.
True. And now
You see this dude? Look at these guys. Look at that. Apparently, I'm a Mossad agent.
now, brother, we move on to 3.7, verse number
All right.
3.7.
This is the last one. Is that cool?
Yes, the last one, yes.
All right. Right. What about this?
It says in the Quran, not every ayah is clear and precise sign for everyone.
Okay, so the verse here is saying that there's very clear signs, right?
Yes.
And then there's mutashabihat, you could say ambiguous, similar, where there has room for interpretation. But the way that you interpret these verses, the ones that have some deviancy or some ability to say things, by the clear verses. So God puts them there to test you. So I'll give you a very clear example, right? So people use this verse, ما دامت السماوات والأرض, which is Hud 107. We go to 11 107. Okay, so there's this verse that people say that people will exit fire because of this. Okay, so he goes, the day, the hour comes, no soul will speak except by God's permission, by his permission. And some of them will be unhappy and others will be happy, right? Yep. God says here, but as for those who will be unhappy and in the fire, for them therein exhaling and inhaling, okay? Zafirun wa shahiqa. Eternally. Therein, what do I do? Sorry. Therein, as long as the heavens and the earth accept what your Lord wills. Indeed, your Lord is doer of what. So it says, accept what your Lord wills. So they're eternally in it as long as the heavens and the earth exists, accept what your Lord wills. So that sounds like some people will leave the fire, right?
No, it depends on what the Lord wills, and the Lord will not will against his own will that he has given to us in Quran, right?
Okay, but people use this verse to say that, look, as long as the skies and heavens exist, damn it, and accept what your Lord wills. So they say that eternal, accept what your Lord wills. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
They're putting this exception to the eternal part, when this exception is to those people who will be unhappy in the fire. So not every unhappy person will go to the fire. There's some people that will make it to heaven, despite them being criminals.
What?
Because they had a covenant with God.
Oh yeah, yes. I remember. I remember
a verse,
one.
Right?
Yes,
and there's a verse in chapter 7 where people say, "Well, we knew these monsters that were among us. How come we don't see them in hell?" Not every criminal, bad man that you see as a bad man is going to hell. God has exception for those few people. But so that's why God said, accept what your Lord wills.
That exception is mercy. Like if you ask for forgiveness before the death approaches you, and if you are forgiven, then you're like gone, and you're forgiven. That's between you and the Lord. Yeah.
Let's go back to 3.7 when there's ambiguous. So people will use this verse ambiguously and say that they're not eternal because God would will. But yes, the muhakkamat, as you know, they're like the clear signs saying they're going to hell forever. There's no exit. But if you go to the verse right below it, and as for those who will be happy and in the garden, they will be therein eternally. as long as the heavens and the earth accept what your Lord wills. So does that mean the people of the garden will go out and go to hell?
No.
Okay,
Of course,
so anyone who
these are
tells you,
yeah.
exactly. So I get many people from the Sunni side of understanding. They say this verse shows you that people will leave hell. And then I go right to the verse below them and I say, okay, so this verse is showing you that people will leave heaven. And then they get dumbfounded because they did this. You see what I did? This is what they did. They followed what is similar thereof, seeking discord and seeking its interpretation. Because in their hearts is deviation. Their hearts are telling them people can leave hell. So they used a similar verse to seek the discord and cause its interpretation, and they were incorrect.
Right.
That's what this verse tells me.
Brother, one very last thing, yeah? I'm sorry.
Last thing.
This is, yes, very last thing. This is about alcohol, about drinking, yeah? So
You don't drink. Avoid drinking.
They say 40 days in Hadith, right?
That's not right.
Yeah, and that's what puts a lot of friends of mine behind. They're like, I was drunk yesterday. I'm like, it's okay, come pray today. He's like, no, I have to wait for 40 days. I'm like, you know what? It's the trap of the Matrix.
No, you don't. As long as he goes back to being sober, he has to do his prayer and he has to avoid it. There is no 40 days nonsense.
Exactly. So these
That's
were
a
the
lie.
things. Yes. And thank you, brother. It was nice talking to you. I wanted to get in touch with you for a very long time. Took this opportunity. See you, brother. Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair.
Peace. Next in the list is the man that's been waiting for a while. I think he's supposed to go against Prima Scriptura, but he came to give me a hard time. Peace, Isa. The Black-Tellect? The Black-Tellect. Intellect. But with black. Peace be upon you as well.
Yes, Aki.
All right, let me know a little bit more about you. Are you a Sunni?
So, yeah, I'll tell you. So, I grew up a Christian. In my teen years, I sort of I think I stopped going like church, Sunday school. You want to know that background, or just when I converted to what I am now?
No, you explain what you like to explain for your for the part of it.
Yeah, so from like 13, 14, 15, I started to get a bit more serious about religion. So I think from the Trinitarian, although I didn't really, it seems I didn't even understand it to believe it. So I just knew about praying to the Father. From a Christian perspective, then Jehovah's Witness, looking into that. But anyway, I converted to Sunniism first and met a brother.
And then you submitted.
Then I what?
And then you submitted?
Oh, no. Then I went through a Quranist stage, you can say. But I met a Shia brother, 12 Shia brother. And yeah, that really made me. In fact, so even since I converted to true Islam, so-called Shiism, that's when I looked into Quranism even more. So, and
can I ask which Shia are you? Ibadi? I think you're going to be a Ziyadi or Zaidi.
No. 12. That's what I said. 12. Because I don't classify myself as a Shia. Because I'm a convert who, as far as I'm concerned, you're supposed to look for the truth, and that's it. Therefore, for me, I would say I have 95 to 99% in common with the general 12 Shia. So there's a lot of differences. Not a lot, sorry. The main structure of it is cool, but their cultural interpretation, certain scholars' opinions, we have differences there.
Mm-hmm.
So my issue with brothers like yourself, I don't know much about you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I give you a little challenge?
In regards to?
Those who, I've noticed that a lot of people who reject hadith as being part of Islam, it's generally because of a emotional. Sorry?
I mean, because we're talking about hadith, your hadith is different than Sunni's hadith.
Okay. So do you only reject Sunni hadith?
No, I reject it all except the Quran. The Quran is the best of hadith.
Right. That's what I was saying. So, but the viewpoint of rejecting hadith mostly comes from this. I don't even know anyone who says I'm Shia and or whatever and rejects hadith. So, and it's always to do with what Sunnis have done with hadith. Even though I would say Shias have done the same. So I think I put in the comment.
Exactly. Sorry? So let me explain to you. Do you know why I like to talk about Sunnis more than Shia?
It's possible because at least Shia do hold that the Quran is the criteria. It could be that, or no. I don't know. You tell me, brother.
You're in worse positions than the Sunnis. So why would I waste time with this, where the Sunnis can run circles around you? And this is me being completely blank with you.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, that's the thing. They can't run anywhere. We literally wipe the floor with all of them. Easy work.
No, you don't. You wipe the work. You wipe them with their really deviated works. But when it comes down to just basic Quranic principles and basic Quranic verses, the Sunnis quickly turn into Quranists when they're debating you.
Not even that. I smash them with the Quran, whatever verses they bring, smash them to pieces. Easy work. So, for instance, you must know their main one, 9-100, yes?
No, forget that one. That's not. That one is not. That's not applicable. I'll give you one that's very easy. You're talking about the concept about Mahdi returning and Jesus showing up, right?
No.
You don't believe Jesus is coming back? This is like the core fundamentals of the 12. The 12 Imams is the Mahdi and Jesus. And the Mahdi is here and we're waiting for Jesus. Isn't that correct?
That doesn't even make sense to say it's core, because if you've got 12 Imams, before the 12th Imam, you couldn't believe in him coming back because he hasn't left yet. So that's ridiculous to use that point. But the Quran, the fundamental principles have to be core.
It is not ridiculous. Do you wholeheartedly believe Jesus is coming back?
Bruv, let's say I don't know. What I'm saying is the whole core of it is Khalifa, is a successorship of the Prophet. So why would you go to something that's out there of the tentacles? And it's interesting you actually went there rather than the core, and you pretended to the people listening that's the core. The core, as you know, is to do with Quran and Ahlul Bayt, the Caliphaship. Everyone knows this.
Here's the question, and you'll see why I went to Jesus right away. To cut all the questioning, why 12?
Let's say the Hadith says so in the Sunni Hadith and Shia Hadith. I'm saying my stepping stones. And
forget the Sunnis. You're claiming that it's 12 Imams, right?
Okay, let me explain. My position, because I noticed, despite I said I've got 95 to 99% in common with the 12 of Shia, you decided, well, I'm going to put you with them anyway. So what I do is I use the Quran as the criteria, as is told to us by the Imams, and as is told to us by the Quran. So with the Quran, I therefore measure Sunni Hadith and Shia Hadith. Whatever fits in with it as the criteria is what I use. So the whole issue is you made this claim. It's a very weird claim to say that that Sunnis can refute Shia with the Quran. That's very strange. They're very easy to refute with the Quran and their own Hadith.
So the concept of 12 Imams is found in the Quran.
When you read it in a specific way, but
bring the verse.
But that's not the foundation. We're talking about Khalifa.
That is the foundation.
No, it's not. Brother, if you've got Zaydis that believe in 4, Ishmailis that believe in 7 or whatever, and these others, why would you say 12? I've said to you, the core thing is the Khalifa. Why would you run from that and go to all of these other things? That's very weird.
Because who's the final Khalifa?
Imam Mahdi, let's say. And then there's others that say there's some 12 after him. But that's not, this is what I'm saying. You go to the things that they're disputing on. I can't even believe this.
No, brother, I'm trying to get you to a point. I'm trying to get you to a point. You're making many claims that is not in the Quran. There's nothing to do with the Quran.
What claims have I made?
There's 12 Imams.
I didn't make that claim. You made it. I didn't present any of this.
Brother, you are a person who said how many Imams are there?
I said closest to the 12ers, but I didn't present this as the thing of the core of it. You claimed it was. You said the Sunnis can refute me with the Quran.
You're making a very simple claim that there are imamates, and you're saying the final one is the Mahdi, correct?
Yes, but that isn't my point of discussion, because it's very. It's no. That's what you want to use, because now you have to go to Hadith for this. But you claimed that the Sunnis. Your claim was that the Sunnis will use the Quran, not even the Hadith. And then you went to this, whether Isa's returning and Mahdi's returning. When we both agree on this, the Sunnis agree Isa's returning.
I don't. That's why I took you there.
I know. But what my point is, what me and them disagree, because but if you say the Sunnis can wipe the floor with me, it doesn't make sense you then making your own argument. I said to show me which verse the Sunnis will bring, because they always bring 9-100. That's their main verse.
How about those that don't call other than upon God? How's that one? How's that verse go for you?
That's
so Ya Ali, Ya Hassan,
you'll have to talk
Ya
to
Zahra.
Yeah, you ask them. Ask the traditionals. I told you.
So you're not a 12er.
Brother. If I follow 12 caliphs, that's what I said. Brother, I don't know. Was it okay? The Quran is the criteria.
So but the Shia.
The Quran is the criteria.
You don't say Ya Hassan.
Oh, brother, I don't know why you're forcing this cultural stuff. Listen to it's very straightforward. It's very straightforward. I've said from my research, I use the Quran as the criteria, and I accept whichever hadith from Bukhari, from Al-Kafi, whichever. Do you understand? So the thing of the sectarianisms that you lot fall into of Quranism, Sunnism, Shiism, I'm saying as converts, if we're looking for the truth, we can look at all of what's there and use the Quranic, the supreme book, the Quran, to judge what is likely to be true and what is not.
You're talking about, so now this is where I have to go into what you would like to discuss, the history of what occurred. And why is it Ahlul Bayt is important?
The history of what? History of what?
The history of what occurred after Prophet Muhammad and why Ahlul Bayt is important, correct?
It was more to do with your mentality. I stated what it was.
You're saying that I reject hadith because of emotional reasonings is why I reject hadith. And then you clearly said to me that the Shias do the exact same things with their hadith to a limit.
Wait, brother. The difference is the whole of Sunnism uses scholarship. The foundation of it is that the Sunnis do not tell the common people that they must study the Quran and use the Quran as the criteria. So when they say something, but the Shias do. So what I'm saying is, I understand the need.
You put yourself into the. You said you're 95%. You said you're 95%, like 95% aligned with the 12ers, in common. But everything that I'm telling you, from what I understand, from what they claim, you don't. So you're saying that there has to be a male. There has to be a male Khalifa from the child of Fatima, right? From the seed of Fatima.
Yes.
You're saying that this is 100% has to be correct?
Yes.
Bring your proof from the Quran.
Right. So, very simple. As I said, remember, I put it to you and you're telling me to bring my proof. I put something to you and you're hitting the ball back to me. Do you not want to deal with the ball?
The ball that I'm making emotional reasons for not accepting hadith.
I'm saying no. I'm saying you're who are Quranists or Quran only or Hadith rejectors, however you want to put it. I'm saying, is that claim true? The claim I made is that generally those who are inclined to this, they generally come from Sunni backgrounds. And so what's your journey?
It's not. It wasn't the hadith that pushed me away from hadith. I didn't know what hadith truly was when I first started my journey. It was the Quran that extremely was simple and sufficient for me to understand my God and approach my God. And then later I was started to get introduced to these other things that had nothing to do with what I was reading. So this is why I'm saying these things are crazy and evil from wherever side it's coming from. So it wasn't an emotional. It was me starting with the Quran and the Quran literally saying I'm sufficient. And then people are coming to me telling me that, oh, no, part of your religion, you have to accept that Fatima has to have a son, which is going to be a male, and he's going to be the heir of Prophet Muhammad. What?
Okay. Are you a convert, bro?
No, I'm a born Sunni.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah,
come on.
But guess how much I practice? No, guess how much I practiced as a child. Barely went to the Friday mosque. I didn't know other than the little common stuff that they tell us. He goes, there you go, there you go. I didn't know any of that stuff because
there would have been cultural things, though. But there was cultural things.
Because you don't know which country I'm from, and you don't know how much Shias there are in my country.
Not Shia. It's not Shia, bro. That's not my point. I'm saying that my point was the collective, not about you as an individual. And by the sounds of what you're saying, you're
telling me I'm emotional, but you do not align to any of the Shias, right? And then now you want to put me as a collective, and I can't talk about my individual journey. But when I try to tell you about Shiism, you want to go to the individual.
No. That's not what I said. Not what I said. I'm saying when you mentioned your individual personal position as to how you got there, my point is that you say as if
the straw man that you did to me does not apply to me because I didn't start with hadith and saying I reject hadith.
Wait. It wasn't a straw man, bro. I'm saying my observation. Hold on, wait. I'm saying I did put it out there for it to be responded to as a question, and it's my observation. So obviously, there's going to be people who are not part of that. There's going to be exceptions all the time. But even when you say that, are you suggesting that you never met any Muslims? Because obviously you knew you was a Sunni, right? So did you never come across anyone? Huh? Did you not know you was a Sunni?
Do you know what pushed me away? It wasn't the hadith. It's them worshiping Prophet Muhammad is what pushed me away. You guys worship Prophet Muhammad and Ali.
No. Forget you guys stuff. Forget the you guys culture. So you're telling me culture, which is based on hadith. Thank you very much. Now, brilliant. He said it's emotional. Remember I said emotional? He said it was not the hadith. It was the worship of Prophet Muhammad. Everyone who... Wait. You said... I'm saying what you just said was exactly what I claimed. But you said it wasn't because of hadith. If they are worshipping Prophet Muhammad, that is based upon the hadith, which is the same thing. Of course. So what are they practicing? Does that come from the Quran?
Then who are you worshiping? Then God?
No. Wait. Let's agree. What you just said confirms the hadith. I don't mind talking about my stuff.
You told me what I reject hadith because of emotional reasons. I told you I am not aware of what hadith is. I am aware of what my people are doing. My people are not talking about God. They're constantly talking about Muhammad and Sunnis and Shia. And then I realized my people are putting credence on Prophet Muhammad without knowing the hadith or the history or the narrations. And I did what Prophet Abraham did. I said, I'm freeing myself from this. So I'm going to go back to the word of God, and I freed myself. But then now you're coming to me and you're saying that Ahlul Bayt. What's Ahlul Bayt?
Just wait, man. You jumping all over the place. Chill, bro. Chill. I hear you. All I'm saying is, even though it wasn't hadith per se, you know fully well all of that behavior comes from hadith. So it's the equivalent of rejecting hadith. Okay? You know that fully well. All the practices that you said you rejected, right? So in relation to me, where you keep throwing this back on me,
but you're not Shia, right?
Brother, wait. This whole thing. Listen, if I've told you I'm Quran centric, okay? So from my studies of comparing, hold on, wait. My studies comparing the Quran, Sunni, Shia, ancient Egypt, all kind of different cultures, Hebrew, Israelite, everything. What I'm saying to you is, my conclusion was, based upon the Quran, encouraging us to use logic, reason, and rationality, is that even when I was at my Quranist stage, I had to acknowledge that the meaning of the words had to be preserved. And that would be via hadith in some form. So I was like, okay, let's say we got a dictionary. Hold on, one sec. No, hold on.
You're giving me your life story, brother. It's something.
No, I'm not. Go on.
You're a Quran centric, but you take Shia hadith and whatever matches with the Quran, correct?
Any hadith which fits into the criteria.
Hadith. So when you walked into this room and you said that you wanted to talk about the real Islam, which is the Quran and Ahlul Bayt, what's that mean?
No. I didn't
say that.
I didn't. No.
You didn't say Quran. You didn't talk about the real Islam, and you mentioned Ahlul Bayt.
Bro, Where did I say this? Listen to what I said. What's going on?
Pull
here?
it up.
No. You mentioned something, and I then said that the hadith, when you said about Sunnis, and I said they have the hadith which says I leave you the Quran Ahlul Bayt. Then you said no, I'm not even talking about hadith. You then said they use the Quran, and then I said, oh, they use 9100. You said no, not even that, and then you went to another one, and that's when you asked me about the question of Isa returning. But alhamdulillah, bruv, just it seems you're even emotional about this now. All I wanted to know, bruv, because alhamdulillah, if your journey is better than a lot of them, no, that's bruv, you're laughing. If your journey is better than a lot of them,
you're saying
I'm saying is, why you no, because you're judging Shia. They say Ya Hussein, Ya, and I'm saying, what about the intellectual side? Yes, they do. I agree, the cultural ones do. But I'm saying, as a researcher, a person who studies, how come you didn't approach from that angle? Why is it you went to those people over there who practice things which, would go against the Quran from some perspective?
Because to me, I don't reject the Quran. Astaghfirullah al-Azim. I don't reject the hadith because of the contradictions and this and what people are saying in narrations and what the people are doing. I reject the hadith other than the Quran because the Quran tells me I don't need anything else. So whether you're Sunni, whether you're Shia, whether you're Chinese, whether you're Buddhist, whether you're Hindu, whatever you're Sikh, whatever the background is, whatever you're going to throw at me as guidance, I'm going to reject it as religious guidance. I don't need it. This book is complete and it's enough for me. Astaghfirullah al-Azim. I have to repent. That's something by mistake.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. So, sir, so what my point is that you all are a benefactor. You're now from a position in which you have all of this empire that was built upon Quran and Hadith and culture and so on. You now want to talk about your independence, Quran only, after all of this. So, for instance, if you never heard of Sunni, Shia, etc., and you were living somewhere else, just living with nature, and someone gave you the Quran, would you honestly conclude it was just the Quran? Honestly?
You're saying that for me, that the Quran wouldn't have been sufficient if I was just in a desert and I just picked up the Quran and I wouldn't understand it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, let's say you understood Arabic somehow, you could read it. And I'm saying the meaning. So, for instance, would there not be loads of questions? Who is Bani Israeli? Who is this? Who is that? Who's Muhammad? What's this?
Okay. So perfect, brother. The Quran wasn't made in isolation. So there's things there's things in the world that the Quran is telling me about, but the Quran never, ever, ever told me to go to refer to something else. So even if I didn't know who Bani Israel was, and I had no idea who Israel is, the examples of who they are can be applied to me so I could be careful. So this extra knowledge, no, 1 second. This extra knowledge is nice to have for you to get closer to the word, but it's not necessary for guidance.
Okay, well, that's, again, it's privilege. See, you can say this because you have the benefit of all of the science and knowledge of civilization. But if you come from one of these backward places in which they eat people or they sacrifice somebody every winter or something like this, maybe your background information would not be so clear, brother. And this is the problem. That's what I'm saying about the bias.
I have a favor from God where he led me to a position so I could understand it with that bias and outside of your other nonsense that you guys say about God.
What other nonsense do I say about God? Tell me.
The nonsense that you guys say about God, that there needs to be the lineage from Prophet Muhammad's daughter, that this is a must, and these are the people who are going to lead the thing. Because just humor me this. The first son of Adam killed the other son of Adam, and that man is going to hell. So that's from the lineage of the first Imam, Adam. His son was a problem. His son was problematic. So for you to assume that everybody that's coming out from the seed of Prophet Muhammad is infallible, or has to be a caliph, or has to be anything, it goes against the basic principle that everyone is judged individually, and it's not about who your daddy is. It's who you are.
Okay, so you've made an accusation. You've made several accusations, bro, that are wrong. I never even said it has to be a lineage, or I've never said this thing about every descendant.
Then when you're saying things like you're a 12 Imam, you're not a 12 Imam. You're
wait.
playing.
Wait. No, I'm not. No, brother. So I'm saying it because the Quran says so. Brother, listen. You're saying I say so or we say.
I've been asking for 20 minutes. You clearly one second, brother. You clearly said that the descendants are coming from Fatima, the male descendants. Those are the imam. I said prove it with a verse. You didn't come with a verse, and now I'm telling you that this has no basis in religion. You're saying I didn't say that.
No, not that. You made another claim. This is what I'm saying. You're claiming, and you gave an example of Adam, that just because it's a descendant. I didn't say that. So this is the bit you keep adding as your innovation and your own hadith. I reject that. Has no correction with the Quran. So back to what I am saying. If Allah,
yes or no, is the imams that come after Prophet Muhammad, do they come from Fatima and the seed of Fatima? Yes or no?
From Imam Ali, because he's the first. But yes. Imam Ali and Fatima. Yes.
Has to be Fatima, right?
Yes, we agree. But not the reason.
Wait a second. I don't agree. There is absolutely zero basis of that claim from God's word.
Okay, wait. That's your claim now. You said
prove it. Prove it.
Okay, thank you. So do you agree, first and foremost, from the Quran, that Allah does choose from people from lineages? Yes or no?
Which verse?
Do you agree first?
God says he chooses from the angels and the humans messengers.
Okay, so he didn't mention prophets and then say each one descendants of the other.
No, there is descendants of prophethood from Adam.
I've asked you a question. Did Allah choose from lineages and mention
prophethood?
Yes or no?
From prophethood, yes.
Okay, so the principle of lineages in the Quran, you agree? Yes?
We're all from Adam.
No. I'm saying we're all from Adam, but Allah chooses lineage. So, for instance, there's lineages in Polynesia. There's lineages in elsewhere, but Allah chose Adam. He chose Noah. He chose Ibrahim. He chose Ishmael, Ishaq, and so on. Yes? They're all from the lineage, a specific lineage. Yes or no?
Brother, let's go pull up the verse so that you understand. So no. You're making claims. So you're saying, okay, let's assume that God does pick from lineages, which he does. Where does it say that he picked the lineage of Prophet Muhammad when he says that Prophet Muhammad
No. Let's establish it. No, because you tried to misclaim it just now. Let's make sure before we go there that we agree on this, because then I'll bring it other verse.
No, here you go, bro. I'll put the verse so you understand where the lineage comes from. Okay? Yeah. So this is where God is talking about how the lineage of these people are from each other. These people. God says, Inna Allah astafa Adam. Indeed, God chose Adam, Noah, and who? The family of Abraham, the family of Imran, over all people as descendants from each other.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Okay. So you agree. So hold on. You just spoke against the Quran that this is not the way Allah does this and gave the example of Adam. Allah tells different to what you said. So you against the Quran. Yeah, go on.
I didn't speak against the Quran. You're saying that this specific imam has to come from this specific lineage when God is talking about, or just be quiet for a bit. He's talking about the family of Abraham. So it could be from any seed of Abraham if there's a Mahdi. It's not about one seed. 100%, because it stays right here. And you want to see the verse where God... No, 1 second, because you keep trying to say that I'm talking about against the Quran. What about the verse when God is telling Abraham, I made you an imam for the people, and he goes, from my seed. And God goes, for whoever is the righteous among you, that covenant will be fulfilled. So
that was my next verse.
Abraham. Yeah, but it's the seed of Abraham, not the seed of Muhammad. So you're making things up.
Wait, no. That was my next verse. So now that you agree that Allah does choose from specific lineages, right? If you can put up,
So God, He clearly specified the seed of Abraham. So any seed of Abraham can be a leader, not the seed of Muhammad.
We'll see. Hold on. So let's go to 2:124, bro. The one you quoted. Let's go.
You're so easy, bro.
Hold on, before we go. One sec, bro. Do you know who timed me out in the... One sec, brother. Do you know who timed me out in the chat? Was it you or was it the lady Ashley? I've been timed out for ages. What's going on?
I got my mods, and if you cross the line, you got timed out. I trust my mods, and I can review it and see who was right and wrong. But here God goes, indeed, I will make you a leader for mankind. This is about who? Abraham. Abraham is the leader for mankind, and from my descendants. God says my agreement will not reach the transgressors. So for you, it's impossible now that the Mahdi. Well, brother, because I'm trying to get to a point, but you're so slippery, bro. Listen to me. You're saying it's impossible for the Mahdi to come from the child of Israel and have absolutely no connection to Prophet Muhammad. You're saying it's impossible, and therefore this verse is now abrogated.
I never said that. I never said that, bro. I never said that. But anyway, so I will tell you. Let's go for the verse.
So the Imam can come from anybody from Abraham. Brother, it's not about going through the verse. The verse is very clear. Can the Imam come from the seed of Abraham? Yes or no?
The Imam yes or no? Is coming from? Yes, we know this.
Abraham.
But it continues. It continues. Bro, I'm proving the point. You told me which verse I brought it, and now you're telling me what it says. So he's been tested. After the test, he's been made a leader of mankind. Do you know what that means relative to what he was before?
Imam.
So he was already an imam.
No. Abraham became an imam.
Yeah. So what was he before? He was a prophet before, correct? And a messenger, yes?
He's still a prophet and a messenger after the imam.
Aha. Do you agree intrinsically to being a prophet and messenger, you're an imam? Yes or no? Intrinsically.
No, here's an imam for mankind is different.
No, I agree, brother. I agree. But I'm saying,
right, okay. So we brother, you're trying to attach anyone who's an imam to prophethood is wrong. Every prophet and messenger does not have to be an imam.
Wait. Right. Every prophet and every messenger is an imam, but to their people. So he was an imam and prophet to his people, right?
Who,
after
Abraham?
This test, Ibrahim. We know this.
Okay,
right?
So 1 second. You said something that's very important. Let's agree with you that the prophets and the messengers are imams to their people, right?
Yes.
But Abraham is what? An imam, not to his people, to mankind.
No, brother, wait. I said after the promotion. That's what, bro. This is what I mean, bro. Please calm down. There's no need for the enmity. We're agreeing on stuff, right? There's some things we disagree, some things we can agree. So there's no need for the antagonism.
Brother, it's not antagonism. I'm trying to be patient because I understand the point of questionings and how you're going to take it down. I can tell it to you before you have to sit there and explain it to me, friend. Listen,
you've got it wrong so many times.
Tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying that Abraham was a prophet and a messenger, and therefore he was technically a leader for his people. He got promoted to the leader of all people, correct?
Yes, that's what I just said. Yes.
So I know what you're saying.
No, you didn't know that before, bro. That's not what you said just now. Don't try it. That's not what you said just now.
Listen to me, brother. When you start explaining things, when you start saying the few points, I understand what you're going with. So now you're going to say the same things and apply this example back to Prophet Muhammad. So Prophet Muhammad was the leader because he was the messenger and the prophet. And God has also promoted him to the leader of mankind when he said you're a mercy for mankind. Or you've been sent to all of mankind.
No, wait, no, wait. Yeah, no, you've got it right, but not promoted. You've got it right. He was but hold on. Wait, brother, please. See what I'm saying? This is what, bro, you're on one like the caffeine. Okay, brother, listen.
I don't have caffeine, but I got intellect. I know where it's going.
No, but so you got it wrong. You got it wrong. You got it wrong several times. I had to correct you, but it's fine. You're a nice brother. Okay, cool.
Listen to me, homie. I didn't get it wrong, but I'm answering you in a thing that requires wisdom for you to understand how you're wrong. So I'm skipping your interpretations and you explaining to me because I'm already at the end where you're trying to make the point. But I try to show patience. And yes, brother, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, what's my next verse? What's my next verse? Go on then. What's after this?
Whatever you want is going to lead back to the exact same point that you're trying to make, which I understand your point. You can bring up whatever voice you want. But at this point, I want to ask you and be very clear to you. Who's the leader for mankind?
What do you mean who's the leader for mankind? Why?
Here.
We're supposed to be doing this and you keep asking questions and going away. What's going on? I don't understand it. Like you keep doing it. You mean here?
let me answer it. And then I'll write it down. And I will show you the answer is not going to change. So Ibrahim.
No, Ibrahim. In this verse, it's Ibrahim. We know this.
So perfect. So Ibrahim is the leader to all mankind. Prophet Muhammad, as much as he was elevated, Prophet Muhammad was told to follow Millat Ibrahim, the inclination of Abraham. So to Prophet Muhammad, Abraham is still the leader. It's not Muhammad is the leader of Abraham.
No, you got it wrong. So okay, I'll correct you and help you here now. Okay?
No. Please, you don't know what you're saying at this point.
The same verse, which I'll read it for you. Listen, when it says, "And of my descendants," it's a question. So why have you taken it down? So when it says that Ibrahim was tested, when Ibrahim was tested, he was then promoted after passing the test when he fulfilled them. Then he asked the question about whether any descendants will also be leaders of mankind. Means it's a status, a position he's given. Is anyone from his descendants going to be given the same position? Not following him, they will get their own guidance for them to be leaders of mankind. The only one after him. My covenant does not reach the wrongdoers. But keep reading. This is what I said. When you get from here to 129, we know it's only from Ishmael. And we know, therefore, it's only Prophet Muhammad. Don't be scared to read it, brother. 124.
I will say it without looking at it. وإذ جعلنا البيت مثوبة للناس وآمنوا واتخذوا من مقام إبراهيم مصلى وعهدنا إلى إبراهيم وإسماعيل أن طهرا بيتي للعاكفين والطائفين والركع السجود وإذ قال إبراهيم ربي اجعل هذا البلد آمنا وارزق أهلهم من الثمرات من آمن بهم واليوم الآخر قال ولمن كفر فمتعه قليلا ثم اضطره الى عذاب الحريق وإذ يرفع وبئس المصير وإذ يرفع ابراهيم القواعد من البيت واسماعيل ربنا تقبل منا انك انت السميع العليم وربنا اجعلنا مسلمين لك ومن ذريتنا امه مسلمه وتب علينا انك انت وارنا مناسكنا وتب علينا انك انت التواب الرحيم وربنا ابعث فيهم رسول منهم يتلو عليهم آياتك ويعلمهم الكتاب ويزكيهم انك انت العزيز الحكيم. So who's the promised child? Ismail?
No, brother. And you read it. I don't know why you read it in Arabic. We're doing this in English. And then, but anyway. Remember, it was my claim. You asked for the verses. We've got the verses.
Lord, please help me. One second. I want to take it back like 5 minutes ago. Just relax. I said to you, Prophet Abraham is the leader of mankind. He's the Imam of Prophet Muhammad. And you said, no. Let me present the information where he is. Okay.
How are you going to do it with this when he's asked about his descendants?
Because it's right here, brother. It's right here. Indeed, the most people to Abraham are who? Those who followed them and this prophet. So in here, in the Awla Nas of Ibrahim, the closest people, the foremost, the ones closest to Ibrahim. So who's the center point? Abraham. And the closest people to him are who? The people who followed him and this prophet. And those who believed, homie. We're trying to
that goes against you, bro. Why would you bring the verse that goes against you?
Oh my Lord, it doesn't. You honestly have some issues in understanding.
No, brother, thank you for this verse. This is perfect. Oh my head. That's
brilliant. No, if we want to get, how come Abraham? Why do we want to get closer to Abraham if Muhammad is the leader? Why is Prophet Muhammad?
Okay. Listen, when he asked of his descendants, okay, I'll give an example because maybe this will help you. Okay, so you have somebody who's a manager of a network of stores, right? He's a manager of an individual store. They're so pleased with his work, they make him the manager of all the stores. Okay, now he says, what about my descendants? Meaning, will you give my descendants not the old position of the manager of one store, but the manager of all the stores? So he's not going to be the manager of the new person, his descendant. The new descendant is going to be the manager of all the stores. Do you see now?
You don't understand. Simple. It's not. No. Let me tell you how this works for me. God clearly states that Abraham is the employee of the month right now. Okay, and no one's going to reach the level of Abraham. And then during times of the world.
Hold on.
Let me finish the explanation of your. I don't know. It's there. I want to put big screen because it's my stage, and I want to.
Okay, go. It's your stage of power. Okay.
It's not about power, brother. I have a content. I'm creating some content so that so people could see us when we're talking.
Okay.
Now, calm down. There is something.
It wasn't that verse. I'm talking about the previous ones, 129 and that. But okay, go ahead, bro.
We'll go there, but I will show you in the Quran how Ismail is not the promised child, but Isaac is the promised child, and the children of Israel makes Israel the one who's more important than Ishmael is still at this point. They're all important, but there's no, because it goes against what you believe. I understand the Quran doesn't affect you, but let me get to the point that I would like to make. Please, dear Lord, let this man listen. 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute. Right there, you go.
Not even 2 seconds. All right, brother. All right. Okay. Whew. Then we inspire to you to follow the creed.
I'm exaggerating like I'm that bad, bro. Come on. Go on. I'm gonna mute.
So God says to follow the creed of Abraham. God says that Abraham is the best friend, Khalilullah. So the mentality of Abraham was the most accepted. Abraham became the mankind, the leader of mankind. God told the prophet to follow Millat Ibrahim, the inclinations of Abraham. He didn't say inclinations of Adam. He didn't say inclinations of Noah. He said inclinations of Ibrahim, because Ibrahim is a step above everybody else in the world. Okay. So when God said that to the prophet, it's not fair. If the prophet is the best man available, why is he telling his employee of the month, the CEO, to follow somebody who is lesser of him? You're gonna say that they're equal, or that one is above the other for someone to follow. Now, when Prophet Muhammad is told to follow Abraham, that means Abraham has the superiority. It does not mean Muhammad is an equal, because if they're equal, they're not following each other. Prophet Muhammad wanted to get close to Abraham as the believers wants to get close to Abraham. And within Abraham, God picked many leaders, one of which is Muhammad. But Muhammad does not now become the primary reason for all the other leaders to come out of, because there's many leaders that came out that are not from the descendants of Muhammad. That's the simple argument.
Okay. Thank you very much, bro. So let me help you with the verse. If that was the case, it would then be that the millet would also be someone from his descendants, because he's asking a question. What about my descendants? So the leadership you're talking about, we all agree. The millet of Ibrahim, that is a system. We totally agree. That is not what's being spoken about here when it comes to leadership. That's why when he's asking about the leadership of mankind, he's asking, what about my descendants? Are you going to give this position to any others? So an example, very simple example. Imagine the first prophet. The first prophet says...
What does this part mean?
Hold on, which bit? My covenant will not reach the wrongdoing.
Okay, but
it means that whoever gets it is Masoom.
No, brother.
It means
no, homie. You're making it means all his descendants get it except the transgressors, because Abraham is talking about all his descendants and of my descendants.
No, of min.
Right, and from my descendants. Okay, but it says وَمِن ذُرِّيَّتِي. All right. So right, because God is telling you who doesn't get it.
No, brother, listen. And this is what I'm saying, the analysis problem. And thank you for this, because it shows your analysis has many problems. So, for instance, an individual is... Wait, brother, please. An individual was tested, Ibrahim alayhi salam. He was promoted, okay? He then asked about, from his descendants, a role which is only for an individual over the people. That's what he asked about. I don't know where you got from this, all his descendants except. It's an individual over a leader over the people. Now,
be quiet. God talks about here of my descendants. Descendants is plural. And here God talks about transgressors, plural. So we're talking about plural.
Wait. Exactly. That's why there's 12 imams. That's why there's 12 imams. The first one's Prophet Muhammad. The second one's Imam Ali. Oh, bro, thank you. So, bro. Now
Jesus was not a leader of mankind? So Jesus was not a leader?
Oh, no, wait. Jesus was not a leader to mankind. Wait. I'll tell you.
Jesus,
he was only...
Jesus was not a leader for mankind, right?
He was only a leader to Bani Israel.
Example.
Wait.
No. Wait. You're talking about things. Jesus is clearly an example for children of Israel, but he's a leader of mankind because the whole world knows of Jesus.
What are you talking about?
Moses was not...
excuse me, Jesus came to Bani Israel. Whatever people, Romans and others want to create about him, that he's a partner with Allah, that I can't even believe you'd use the example. The example you gave is the one which Allah detests. Allah says if you say this thing that he's got a son, it's almost like you read the heaven from the earth asunder.
When did I say he has a son? I'm saying Jesus is not an example.
You said the world knows about him. The world knows about him through kufr. That's how the world knows about him.
The world doesn't know about Jesus.
I'm saying they know about Jesus. Hold on, wait. They know about Jesus as a partner with God, or as God, or as a manifestation and son of God. Okay? So please,
so the whole world, one second. So the whole world knows you're seventh Imam, right?
What's that got to do with anything? Bro, that's not
talking about it. He's a leader for mankind. He's a leader for mankind. You're seventh Imam. Bro, you're so weird. You said
didn't know Ibrahim.
No,
the whole world didn't know Ibrahim either, brother. Stop it. The whole world. The point is Allah appointed him. That's all that matters. The whole world didn't know Ibrahim either. Stop it, brother. Don't try it.
Brother,
the whole world didn't know Ibrahim either.
You're so weird, brother. God called him Imam. Brother, I'm making you an Imam. Yo, if you're going to say that one more time. But he said, وَمِن ذُرِّيَّتِي. Are there leaders from my seeds? He said, yes. But it will not go to the transgressors.
Exactly. They have to be sinless. What's your point?
So, where's the sinless?
If it says, okay, what does it say? وَمِن ذُرِّيَّتِي
I think this is
قَالَ لَا يَنَالُ أَهْدِي الظَّالِمِينَ. Yes? Very clear. Right?
So David is not a Khalifa, right?
Wait. We're talking about who they're sent to, bro.
Quiet, bro. I'm about to destroy you what you just said. David is not a Khalifa, right?
Yes, he's a Khalifa on the earth. Now what?
So is he a leader?
For Bani Israel. I mean, how?
Is he a descendant of Abraham?
Yes, but not for mankind. Bro, I can't even. We just went through this. Oh, bro, this is embarrassing. Bro, please. You know what?
He goes to me. He goes. Wamin dhurriyati, right? He goes wamin dhurriyati. He means some, but when he goes ja'iluka linnas, it means kullun nas.
Yeah, what's your point? But then I said read to. Why did you read the other ones from here in Arabic and your ones you brought in English? Right, brother. Hold on.
Yeah, that's crazy, by the way. And honestly, I'm not your monkey. I'm not gonna keep reading when you clearly don't know.
Okay, there you go. Thank you very much. I can't believe you got refuted this season. Wow.
I got refuted. This is to you 12 guys, be quiet. This guy is saying that this verse is saying that there's 12 people that came from Prophet Muhammad and they're all infallible. They all don't do sins.
No, I didn't say that. 1, 2, 4.
You said they're infallible. You said they're infallible.
Yes, they can't be sinners. It says that.
So 12. It doesn't say sinners. It says transgressors, right?
Brother, what's the word mean? What does Dalameen mean?
Okay, so these people can't transgress. Those people, not prophets. These people are not prophets, right? But when God is saying to Moses here, right?
So you mean while I'm proving my point, you're going to stop me? You're going to stop me?
You're wrong. You're wrong because you're saying those people cannot be transgressors. No, the Quran says you're wrong. Throw your staff, and when he saw it moving,
I was proving my point.
He turned retreating, and he did not pursue. Moses, oh Moses, do not fear. I do not frighten the messengers in front of me, but whoever transgresses and then changes to good after wrong, then indeed I am forgiving and merciful. So even the messengers can transgress. So you're infallible. So your 12 boys, your 12 homeboys that you're saying that I have to believe, they're not infallible.
Well, you wouldn't let me prove it, but it's fine. Yeah. Just read 1, 2, 4 to 1 to 9.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Yeah, bye-bye. You're saying I got refuted easily. This verse refuted everything you said about infallibility. Because
it's from Ishmael. Musa's not from Ishmael. Musa's not from Ishmael.
So only Ishmael is infallible. Oh yeah, just making claims
from Ishmael stuff. Oh my gosh, bro, you're getting emotional.
Bye-bye.
Why didn't you show the verse 128 and 129? Why didn't you show it?
Sure.
Why didn't you show it?
You go put it on your channel.
Why didn't you show it? Wow.
Because it's got nothing to do with what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes, it has, because it says Ibrahim and Ishmael prayed. Ibrahim and Ishmael prayed. Why would you not show the people that? Wow.
As they were building Mecca.
Yeah, and what's the prayer that they make about the descendants? What's the prayer they make about their descendants? What's the prayer? And why did you read it in Arabic and not show them in English?
Send a messenger among them. Send a messenger among them.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
So that must be the first imam, yes?
No, that's not
the
first imam. That's a messenger.
But Ibrahim was a messenger too. Hello. So who's he talking about then?
Your imams are not messengers. Your imams are not messengers.
No, you're talking about Prophet Muhammad, and you said it's plural. So it can't be only Prophet Muhammad. It must be one after him as well. At least two after him. Bruv, you've mashed yourself to pieces. Wow.
I didn't mash myself to pieces. No,
bruv, just show them 128, 129.
Bro, you're emotional. You need to calm down. You need to calm down.
Because I'm very shocked. I agree.
I will show you other verses. I will show you other verses where God is talking about sending a messenger as well. So it's not about your 12 infallible imams that came after Prophet Muhammad as leaders. Okay? Because all of this claim that you made is not substantiated by the Quran. You're playing mental gymnastics at this point.
Okay, we'll see. Okay, please. Right? If you can just show the verses to the people, and then we'll see, isn't it?
Brother,
if it's referring.
You're connecting right here, this verse, right? This verse.
But you're supposed to look at it objectively, bro. Not just come with a judgment and oppress people, bro.
Brother, it's not oppressing people. You hear.
Because you're telling me it's wrong, and you're supposed to be objective when you look at this stuff.
Quiet, bro. You're giving me a headache. You sat here and made a bunch of lies about this.
You was going to swear then. You was going to swear, bro.
Yeah, it is. You're saying a lot of lies, and then you're giving me a headache, and you're calling me.
But I might be wrong, and you can correct me. But you're trying to oppress and say it means this.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Show the verses. Show the
it's
verses.
Right here where you made your
the
error.
Next one. The next
Brother,
one.
You don't listen. You
Let's
made
keep
a
going.
clear error. Can
Let's
you
see
be quiet? You made a
Go
clear error here. If you made an error from the first step, the next all of your steps are already in error because the first step.
Let's
brother,
see,
if I, God,
why are you scared to show the verses? You showed all these other verses from everywhere else. I don't even get it.
Because you don't shut up.
Bro,
shut up.
You went to other verses already.
Shut up.
Don't tell me
shut up,
please.
Shut up.
Stop it.
And be quiet. I'm telling you nicely. You don't let me talk.
I did. But I asked you half an hour ago to show the verses. But I asked you
don't tell me what to do and shut up.
I asked you
want to
politely.
talk to me. You
didn't. I did. I asked you to show the verses.
Then be quiet. Then be quiet. Thank you. So now we're talking about going in a step by step to get to the conclusion that you want to do. I've already showed you how your first step is incorrect. Why would I need to go up against 12 steps after that? You have not substantiated the first step, and then you want to run to prove that you're right because going by other verses. But the first implementation of the first verse was incorrect. So you think you refuted me. I think you're just silly. And you show them, here you go, bro. Here's the verse that you want to talk. And when Abraham said, Lord, make this city a safe land and provide its people with fruits for whoever for them believes in God in the last day, he said, and for whoever disbelieves. Just be quiet, bro. Just give me 1 second.
Calm down,
when Abraham, calm down. You're like, put it on the screen. Put it on the screen. Show me it. Okay, calm down and let me read the Quran.
But you showed it, bro. Double, bro. Come on now. Come on.
It's right.
Calm down.
It's there, bro. When I give it to you, you still yap.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. And when Abraham said, Lord, make this safe a land and provide its people with fruits for whoever then believes in God in the last day. He said, and for whoever disbelieves, for I will let him enjoy for a while, then I will force him to the punishment of the fire, and wretched is the destiny. And when Abraham raised the foundation of the house together with Ismail, our Lord, accept from us. Indeed, you are hearing the ominous. Right? Our Lord, make us submitters to you and of our descendants, a submitting nation to you. Okay? And this is where this verse clearly breaks you, brother. And show us our rights forgives you. Indeed, you are the compassionate and the merciful. All right. Our Lord, and raise among them a messenger from them to recite your verses to them and to teach them the book and the wisdom and to purify them. Indeed, you are the Almighty, the wise. Okay. And whoever desires other than the creed of Abraham is not one who wills himself. Now, before you start explaining, here God says, and make us submitters to you and from our descendants. So there's the descendants of Abraham, and then there's the descendants of Ishmael. So the descendants of Ishmael are submitters and have imamites in front of you. And then also right? The seed of Abraham also has the same promises, and it's also a descendants, and it's also people who are going to be submitters. That's also Isaac, and that's also Israel. So it's not just Ismail. It's Abraham and Ismail. But you're saying, no, it has to be just Ismail. So you were already not in the water a long time ago.
You make all of these accusations. So as I was saying, this is a continuation when it talks about Ibrahim alayhi salam becoming an imam. Now, why you didn't show 1, 2, 5, that's fine. You at least showed these. So what it's saying is the whole story with Ibrahim being made an imam to mankind, we know throughout the Quran that the Bani Israel prophets only came to Bani Israel. So why is it talking about this imam of mankind, and the only prophet that comes with it is Ishmael and his descendant, Prophet Muhammad, when it's talking about our descendants and raised from them? So to refute you, hold on. To refute you, the next verse, 129, says, and raised from among them. So the descendants they're talking about are the descendants from Ibrahim and Ishmael, meaning from Ishmael, because we know this is the Prophet Muhammad.
Stop.
Next verse.
Be quiet.
Stop being rude, man. Stop being rude. Why are you being rude?
Then let me talk. You clearly just did the same thing again. Here it clearly states, and this is what you did earlier, and you're doing it again. You put limitations that are not there. God clearly states and makes us submitters to you and of our descendants.
Next verse.
Before you get to the next verse, homie, calm down. I understand what you're saying, but let me explain to you why it's not just applicable to that situation. It's much bigger than that. That verse is an example to what's going on with Abraham and Ismail. But that also applies to all of the seeds of Abraham, not just Ismail. And the proof here is women dhurriyatina. It's not dhurriyati Ismail. 1 second. 2. So if you're saying that Jesus, brother, I'm showing you how you're.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute, brother. Just be quiet.
No. Oh, wow. You're trying this game.
Brother, 1 second. With all Allah,
you literally ran.
Maryam, I didn't run. Just be quiet. And when God will say, "Oh Jesus, son of Mary," did you say to the people? It's not to the children of Israel. Did you say to the people? So Jesus was told, "Did you say to the people?" It did not say to. Did you say to the children of Israel? So yes, Isa is a leader to the mankind.
He sent to mankind, yeah.
Brother,
okay.
I need you to
yes, we know he says Ya Bani Israel. We know he's and the same thing. Musa says Ya Qawmi, which is his people. Isa says Ya Bani Israel. So if you can just show the verse, the way you read it, it says, and raised from among them a messenger of their own. So the next verse that you claimed, the verse before
from
you claimed,
from whom?
Wait. I'm going to tell you, bro.
From whom, brother? So you look ridiculous.
I'm telling you, bro. You're interrupting me, and I'm telling you who. Okay, it's very simple. So the verse you read was, "Our Lord, make us submissive unto you, and of our offspring a nation submissive unto you, and show us our manasik, and accept our repentance. Truly, you are the one who accepts repentance, the most merciful." And the next verse says, "Our Lord, send amongst them a messenger of their own." So the descendants is talking about in 129. 129.
All right, 129 is the. No,
yes.
Be quiet.
Wait. It's the no. Hold on, bro. Hold on. 129.
I have to mute you. I have to mute you because I know what you're saying, brother. And you're saying just 1 second because we already covered this.
And I can't speak.
You're trying to double down when you've already been proven wrong. So this is the last time I need you to mute, bro. I'm gonna have to mute you.
You just want to talk over me. All right, so that's
not talking over you. It's just you need to calm down. You keep saying that this is only about Prophet Muhammad and Ismail. This is not the case because God is talking about the descendants of both Abraham and Ismail. So the descendants of Abraham and Ismail is who them is here. So that would include Prophet Muhammad, that would include Moses, and that would include Jesus and David and all the other messengers that were sent because of this dua. Because and Roy's among them here is going back to the descendants of, again, Abraham and Ishmael. Abraham has more descendants than just Ismail. Thank you very much.
All right, so there's no thank you very much because it's talking about a specific place where they raised the foundation. So that's why I said read from 124 to 129 because I'm noticing the brother does not normally play these games with text. He normally puts the whole thing, but he jumped from here to over here and different places trying to interrupt. I don't even get it. He let other people do this. They've asked him put this verse up. He's put it up with this. I can't even believe it. But you know what, brother? Thank you very much for at least you showed it. And
here's how it works. This is Abraham and this is the seed, Ismail. Okay, his descendants is going to have messengers, and his descendants is going to have messengers. And they both were raising the foundation and making the prayer. When it's saying among them, it's the descendants of both of them, not just Ismail.
Okay, so are you suggesting really that when it talks about my Lord, make this city a place of security, that's for Bani Israel as well? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's about Mecca. But this here, descendants. This here about, and when Abraham said make this Lord, it's got nothing to do with sending the messengers. That's about him protecting the house that he raised for God. He's raising for God. So he's raising the house, and then he's asking, please make us submitters and our descendants, both Abraham and both Ismail. And they're both asking their Lord to send a messenger from both Abraham and both Ismail. So
no, it doesn't say messengers, it's a messenger. Messenger, one. And it was only one messenger, Prophet Muhammad. Thank you very much. But you know what? Shukran, brother. I mean, you did let me talk, and I really appreciate it. Cool.
This verse, right, Rasulan, is always shown as singular in many other verses as well. It's not signifying as one Rasul. And this is also present in chapter 3 as well. And I will show you that this chapter is not talking about a single Rasul. وَبَعَثْ فِيهِمْ رَسُولٌ مِّنْهُمْ. It doesn't mean al-Rasul minhum, a single distinct prophet. It send a messenger among them. So if you
but
go
it says
here,
offering a nation. No, brother. Look what it clearly says, brother. In 128, it says, "Our Lord, and make up submissive unto you, and of our offspring a nation, singular."
Right.
We know this is the Arabs and descent of Ishmael, brother. Please,
no.
Just accept, submit to Allah.
No, brother.
Nation.
Okay, I hate when you do that, bro. Just you said the point. Let me answer. I hate when you do that.
A nation, singular.
Right. God says a single. Right. And let me answer you before I lose my shit again. God says, وَمِن ذُرِّيَّتِنَا أُمَّةٍ مُسْلِمَةً. If you go to chapter 21 and you go to many chapters where God talks about many prophets and he goes, and this is one community, and I am your Lord. So the community of Ismail and the community of Isaac and the community of Jacob and they're all one community. This is the community that Abraham wanted. So it's not about the community of Prophet Muhammad. So again, you're wrong. Thank you.
That's fine, brother. I you know, I really,
have a nice day.
You know what? I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And
right.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Peace. I don't know. I don't think you can give me some, but peace, anyways.
No, brother, salam, bro. I appreciate that. You did let me speak. You know, salam.
Salam. All right, cool. I don't remove people off the stage, but I just don't like doing that. All right, next on the list we have Badr.
Hold on one second. Can you just ask them to unblock me, whatever that is, timeout, please? Can you ask them to untime me out, or can you untime me out? And it was because I used capital letters, bro. Like, that's all it was.
Please don't do that, then. Community moderation.
I was just making a point. That's all. But all right, I'll keep it lowercase.
All right, let me see if I can find it. This is here. And sorry, what's your name in the chat? Isa as well?
Yeah. The Black-Tellect is called. The Black-Tellect.
The Black-Tellect. Bro, yeah. Honestly, I've yet to know how to unmute people. So let me figure it out.
Well, it wasn't you that blocked me. Maybe Ashley, I think it was Ashley Pollock. Ashley, come on now. That was wrong. Come on. That was wrong. I did go to soft case.
Please don't address Ashley that way. She does a great job and she's been helping me a lot on my channel.
I'm joking with her, bro. Come on, man. I'm joking. Clearly,
I wouldn't know, so I'm just letting you know. So,
brother, it's in my tone. Come on, bro. You can tell I'm joking with her.
How would I know?
Ashley, do you know how to unblock me? There, Ashley.
There we go.
Or what's the word? Get me out of timeout, off the naughty steps.
I don't know. Was that today?
Yeah, just now, bro. What it is, I was typing and doing something else as well, so to continuously go from capitals and so on. I was talking to Prime actually in the thing.
All right, brother. I will see if I can do that. It's in the community settings. I don't see it.
I think it's there. Yeah, it's there. It's there. Yeah, this is the one I'm there. Thank you very much, brother. Shukran for your time and allowing me and the evidence. I really appreciate that. No matter how much we disagree, support you, and especially with your sincerity towards our brothers and sisters in Palestine, etc. May Allah protect you. Alhamdulillah.
Sweet. All right. Peace. Okay.
Am I not left? What's going on? I'm trying to leave it.
No, you're still here.
I've clicked the X, bro. I've clicked the X. I don't know.
Not sure. Hey, Ashley. I'm kidding. Don't. Don't. That's from what's it called? Dictator. Just don't do anything. Just let them be. That was I need to turn the air conditioning on it. I wonder if my neighbors are gonna call the comps. Whew. All right, next on the list is my brother Zain Hs, and then it's you, Papa Wolf, and then we're gonna go with what needs to be done. I apologize. You see how people take their time. I've been here 5 hours. I just realized that, almost close to 6 hours. That was an interesting discussion. Sure, Zain.
Bro, what are you doing? Why are you talking to a Shiite?
Because there's still, I mean, like we have to talk to everybody to see how we can build bridges instead of build divisions. But if they want to talk about theology, I have a duty to defend what God's saying.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can have a discussion about anything, but I mean, like last time I checked in the Shia books, it says that the Quran is corrupted. So I was like,
both sides say that the Quran is missing.
Really?
Yeah, because there's 2 verses missing in the Quran as per the Sunnis. There's the verse about stoning and the verse about the 10 suckles or 5 suckles.
No, that's like that. We call that abrogation, bro. But besides,
no.
What do you know?
There's a verse about stoning that is not in the Quran.
Yeah, but there is in the Hadith. But it is actually, wasn't it an abrogation in some sort, or maybe a change of some sort? I'm not an expert on that particular part. But I do know that in that particular part, because I've looked into it as well. But there are that one specific instance. I'm not gonna go into right now, but I can say that it's not as much as I saw with the Shiite books when it comes down to corruption.
But I said that beginning, and I do mean what I said, that the Sunnis give the Shias a run for the money a lot easier than like that's why I sit and talk about Sunnism, is because Sunnism is the one that has more ground to stand on than all the other people. So that's why I sit and target and have to expose the Sunnis. If I beat the Sunnis, I beat them all.
What if the Sunnis are like the right ones, like, you know, when the Muslims were being persecuted?
Cannot be because the Quran clearly defund. The Quran exposes their position. So it's the Quran talks binary, kafir, mu'min, right? People of the left, people of the right, pure, impure, rajas, tahara, right? So it's always binary. But God also said that there's the scale. So there's a verse where he says like disbelief is closer to them than iman, right?
Yeah.
So there's where your position is on how close you are to the 2 polar opposites. So for me, Sunnis, despite them having concepts of shirk, they're closer to the side that has alignment with the truth. But those concepts of shirks is destroying them within, not externally, but within. Because the other people, they have bigger concepts of shirk that is also destroying them within. But there's going to be more coercion with the Sunnis group is because of the extremities on how they approach matters. Yeah. But if it comes down to the concepts of theology, I have them beat. So it doesn't matter how abrasive and how forceful they want to do with their methodology, which that's how they really succeed in the Middle East. Theology, they're destroyed. So that's what's important. God says that he's going to make his religion appear over all other religions, despite whoever wants to hate it. And in my streams here, that's what I think I'm proving, is whatever question you're showing me, I'm just using the Quran and showing you you're wrong. You're wrong. Quran saying no here. Oh well, you have a standard. No, the Quran is proving you different.
Okay, but just real quick in regards to shirk, are you referring to like in the prayers, or what are you referring to exactly? Like what is the shirkness in Sunnism?
There's two concepts of clear shirks that you're doing. I could take it to a third, but let's go with the first one.
All right.
The first one is talking directly to the Prophet, saying "Wassalamu alayka ayyuhan nabi." This is to me, the Prophet cannot hear you, despite how much you want to say the Hadith says he can. You can't. I know for a fact that he can't hear you because God says the people.
Isn't it said in the Quran that we should send out peace and blessings upon the Prophet?
That's different. You can't talk to him directly. You say Sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Allahumma salli alayhi wasallam, right? So it's like you're asking God to send the prayers. That's different. But you talking directly with him. That's not what the Prophet. That's not what the verse is ever telling you. Right?
How would you reformat it if we said if we were to say Assalamu ala Nabi instead, or
Assalamu ala Nabi in your prayer? Assalamu ala Nabi, that would remove the concept of shirk at that point. Okay. But God is also telling you do not differentiate with the messengers. What's better in the eyes of God? You saying Salamu ala Nabi single or Salamu ala Nabiyyin, all the prophets.
Yeah,
and what would the Prophet want?
About that, but specifically about the Prophet, peace be upon him, that one is mentioned in the Quran, you know.
No, brother, this is your interpretation of that verse, which is not present there. So I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to pull up a verse. I don't know. This Prophet. So there's a verse. Do you speak Arabic by any chance?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so here it goes. Inna awla an-nasi bi Ibrahim alladhina ittaba'uhu wa hadha an-nabi. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَاللَّهُ وَلِيُّ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. When God says وَهَذَا النَّبِي, that's it. It's only that prophet. There's no other prophet where this verse will apply to. Okay? And then when you go to the verse in chapter 33, unanimously, the scholars from your side of the world, they say let me see. Okay, so the An-Nabiyyu awla bil mu'minina min anfusihim. The Prophet is more devout to the believers than themselves, and his wives are as their mothers, right? So they're saying that this verse applies to all the prophets. That the wives of all the prophets are our mothers. This is if you look in the books, they'll tell you this is applicable to all the prophets. And now when God is saying here, the prophet angels, I think it's the easiest way to find it. So one, God also says here, God, huwa alladhi yusalli alaykum wa malaikatuhu liyukhrijakum min adh-dhulumati ila an-nur. So God, he is the one who prays on you or reaches to you together with his angels in order to bring you out of the darknesses into the light. So it's the same terminology that was used. Huwa alladhi yusalli alaykum wa malaikatuhu liyukhrijakum min adh-dhulumati ila an-nur. This is God doing it to the believers. And then we go to the verse that you want to talk about. Where is it? Not lawful for you. Inna Allah wa malaikatuhu yusalluna. There it is. Yeah. Indeed, God and his angels reach out or pray upon the Prophet. All you have believed, reach out to him and submit to him submissively. So anytime a prophet came, this occurred. Anytime a prophet came, God supported him. Because God clearly said earlier that God and his angels pray on the believers. The prophets are the believers. So the God did also pray upon them. Now, there's something here that's very interesting. You see where it says, Sallu alayhi, and it says, Wasallimu taslima, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This exact same terminology was used in a different verse, which is in chapter 3. And I'll pull it up. I think, this is 465. 465. If you look here, so remember, right here it says wasallimu taslima, and submit with submission. It's not saying hello or sending your salutations. Wasallimu, submit. And over here in this verse it says فلا وربك لا يؤمنون حتى يحكموك فيما شجر بينهم ثم لا يجد في أنفسهم حرجا فيما قضيت ويسلم تسليما, and submit with submission. So for me, this verse here, the one that people quote, it's not about me saying salam to the Prophet. It's me to first pray on him, and then submit. So what does that mean to pray on him? So you know how I'm in a situation where people are fighting and going crazy and people are yelling, as I was doing earlier, sometimes in those moments, I could sit there and say, what would the prophet do in these moments? What would Muhammad do? What would Jesus do? What would David do? What would Solomon do? The prophets that God lists, what would he do? And then the conclusion that I reach, which I know is from the morals and the characters of the prophet, if that's the conclusion that I reach, then I would submit to it submissively and do what I learned from them. So, for example, God told David to judge with truth, right? For example. So for me, I need to judge, and I could be like, what would David do in this situation? David would be harsh against this person, and David would be very kind to this person because this guy was oppressed. Okay, submit submissively to what I decided because of me praying on the prophet. It's not about sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that's the first concept of shirk, and that's my explanation of the verse. So let's just say that.
Okay, what's the second concept?
The second concept is this one. So I just want to put what my brother said here. خُذْ مِنْ أَمْوَالِهِمْ. So the verse, let's see, pray on. He was also, exactly. So the prophet himself had to pray on the believers as well. So you could see it in this verse here. So it's not the same meaning that we understand it. Take alms from their wealth to purify them and vindicate them and reach out to them. Indeed, your communication is calm for them and God is hearing and omniscient. So خُذْ مِنْ أَمْوَالِهِمْ صَدَقَةً تُطَهِّرَهُمْ وَتُزَكِّيهِمْ بِهَا وَصَلِّ عَلَيْهِمْ إِنَّ صَلَوَاتَكَ سَكَنٌ لَهُمْ وَاللَّهُ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ. So if you want to take it as a form of like a metaphysical way, if the prophet is sitting there and he's praying upon you and he's hoping that your like life is getting better and he's helping you, he's considering your life, it does, because he's a prophet, it can manifest into something that's positive. Because when the prophet is asking forgiveness for you, it has a big credence on God. So that's why God keeps telling you that you have to go, like those that go to the messenger and ask for forgiveness. Like if they went to the messenger and asked him to ask God to forgive them, it would have been better for them. So that's the role of the messenger and how you can connect to them. Now, point number 2. I want to take you to this verse in chapter 29 or 30, I believe. 30. So it says here, it's typing in Arabic. All right. So this verse here, it says, منيبين إليه, right? So let's go up a little bit. فاقم وجهك للدين حنيفا فطرة الله التي فطر الناس عليها لا تبديل لخلق الله ذلك الدين القيم ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. Therefore, establish your aim to the orthodox religion, such is the nature of God upon which He has originated mankind. There is no alternation to the creation of God. That is the valuable religion. 19. But most of the people do not know. And then God says, منيبين إليه واتقوه وأقيموا الصلاة ولا تكونوا من المشركين. Be repentant to Him, reverence Him, and establish the litany or the prayer, and do not be among the polytheists or idolaters. من الذين فرقوا دينهم وكانوا شيعا كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون. Among those who differentiated their religion and became sects, each party rejoicing in what it has. So God is saying, al-mushrikeen, don't be of the mushrikeen by dividing your religion and segmenting your religion. So this is another form of shirk where people now, oh no, you guys are this and we're this and we can't get along and you're this sect and I'm this sect, I'm Sunni, I'm Murtadi, I'm Ibadi, I'm Khawarij, I'm Shia, I'm Hizbi, I'm whatever that. That's not what the religion is about. Yeah, and so this is the first proof where God is saying that this is a form of shirk. Now there's I can get deeper into it, which is Hamim Ain Sin Qaf, which at this point is not originator. Fatir Yasin, no, go down. Dukhan, Sukhruf, Shura. Yep. Shara, legislate. Okay, so here God's saying, شرع لكم من الدين ما وصى به نوحا والذي أوحينا إليك ما وصينا به إبراهيم وموسى وعيسى أن أقيموا الدين ولا تتفرقوا فيه. He has legislated for you the religion which He advised to Noah, which we have inspired to you, and which we have advised Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Establish their religion and do not be separated therein. And then God goes after, do not be separated in religion. كبر على المشركين ما تدعوهم إليه. So it is difficult for the polytheists what you invite them there to. So brother, you walked in And you said, why are you wasting your time with that Shiite? I said, let's not divide with our religion. You're like, I don't want anything to do with them. So at that point, you see where the verse is it's revealing itself. It is difficult for the mushrikeen to what I am inviting you to what? Establish the religion and don't divide in it. Because the whole concept of what he's talking about, Ahlul Bayt and all this, is about imamate, Khalifa, which is what? Politics. And you guys are on the side that you guys are like Abu Bakr, and you guys, we accept this, but it's also politics.
No.
Because the thing where,
to be honest,
one second.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
The reason why you guys that have the Hadith corpus is because of Muawiyah, by the way. It's not because of anyone else, but because of Muawiyah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't even denounce the Shiite narrative just because of what the Sunnis say. I denounce it because of what they say themselves. You know, I mean, the things they are in there are just abhorrent. You know, for example, you know, the temporary marriage idea it doesn't even extend to just amongst men and women. In a sense, it extends to even children. You can grow up. I'm not even gonna go there. I don't want to talk about it. I know on YouTube, but you get my point.
You see, I know, but this is what happens when these sectarians have. So you see the worst of them, and then this is what you talk about. And they do the same things with the Sunnis. So they see the worst, like, oh, you guys are ISIS, for example. Like everyone's very good at this. They when they want to target the other group, they go to the worst of them and say that this is how they mostly are. Most of the Shias don't agree with the mut'ah, by the way. The majority of the Shia don't agree with the mut'ah.
I've
The majority of the
Shia, and they mainly the males agree. Let's just say that.
Which country though? Iran or Iraq?
Well, if you're talking about like being within the actual people, I've talking to people that come from those areas, but I've not been in the country itself. You feel me?
No. But if you talk to the majority of the people in Iraq, they have a different understanding from the people of Iran in the concepts of mut'ah or insulting Aisha, for example.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have so many different. But the thing is, the idea is that the core doctrine in of itself has it. When I say child, I'm not referring to like you can bring up, oh well, Aisha is. I know you're a Hadith Rejector, so you can bring up, oh, like the Sunnis say Aisha was 9. You know, I'm talking about it says rida or baby infant essentially, so she's still like breastfed. So the idea is that I'm talking about specific doctrines. For example, when it comes down to what says in the books, I don't care about what the culture renounces or denounces. You feel me? I think about what does it say in their book? What does it say? But it says so and so.
You just proved that the verse again that you guys are using the knowledge to go against each other and to keep dividing. And within them, they have divisions, and within you have divisions. What do you think of Saudi Salafism or Madkhalis? Or what do you think about Ash'aris or Maturudis? So there's also divisions within you.
Yeah.
And you guys take each other out of the Quran. Yeah, but this is not what it's about.
I would, but the thing is, like, I wouldn't say. I mean, the problem is this: is that when you're going directly, like, there is a difference between, like, for example, the Salafis and let's say the Ash'aris and whatnot. They have differences in interpretations of certain things, right? But
it's all irrelevant.
Goes completely against, like, for example, we know temporary marriage is not a real marriage because a woman gets inherited.
Okay,
for example.
But Habibi, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if that's what they're interpreting and that's what they're doing, it does not mean that you divide. So I can sit here and have a theological discussion with an Ash'ari, which is going to be much different with a Saudi Salafi, especially about God's position. But at the end of the day, it changes zero on what you have to do for the Day of Judgment. Because God is not going, unless if you're making claims, then you have to prove it on the Day of Judgment. Well, if God's above the throne, or if God's below the throne, or if God's everywhere, or if God has limbs or doesn't have limbs, all of this is not going to change what you have to do right now, this second. So those conversations are useless that people use to divide. Now, when the concepts of mut'ah marriage and the imamates and all of this, again, it has nothing to do what we have to do in this day and age. They're waiting for a man that is never going to come. Put it this way. The man's been hiding in his cave for thousands of years, and it's obviously Santa Claus story, and whoever wants to follow it, they're going to follow it. Them whipping themselves, let them whip themselves, but it does not mean that now I cannot use them against my enemy.
But the whipping themselves also goes against the Quran, you know?
Yeah, I get that. 100% I get that.
There's so many things that just go against the Quran. That's what I'm trying to say, is that, like, I base it on that. I don't base it on, I interpret it that way, I interpret it that way. I'm talking like you literally are just going against.
Because you're seeing 1,200 years of a division. So it keeps escalating. They do crazy things. The Sunni replies, so they go crazier, and then the other guy, and they kept escalating until it got to a point where they are like this. Now, as I said earlier, the Shias have more concepts of shirk than the Sunnis. So whatever God does to them is going to be worse than what happens to the Sunnis. But at the end of the day, the proper Islam that came 1400 years ago, we became a very big community, a single community, from all the way to Spain, all the way to the other side. One big community. Okay, you get what I'm saying? But then they divided, and now we can't even fight a single small tiny mal'oonin. So God is humiliating us, not helping us. He's humiliating the Middle East. He sent a very harsh people, and they're such a small community, but they're giving a run to the money to everybody around them. All you need to do is open the border of Rafah, let 1 million Egyptians from Cairo, just 1 million. And what's the population of Cairo? Population of Cairo. So yeah, there you go, 10 millions. Okay, so from 10 millions of Cairo alone, okay, best Cairo, take 1 million people who are ready, and just throw them into that state, bro. The problem would be solved in 2 weeks.
I mean, these are like specific politics, but I'm not gonna get into these. I wanted to ask you mainly 2 questions.
So those are the 2 concepts of the shirk, and then finally, you guys claim that these hadith are interpretation from God, that in huwa illa wahyun yuha, and so everything that's written is written from God. Everything that was written down is also outside inspiration from God, and therefore it's attached back to God, and that's why it's religious duty. But if it's not from God, then it's shirk.
Yeah, I lean more towards the verse where it says that the prophet is the best of examples, and so have been other prophets, and that's why
I love that you put it. I love that verse. You know why?
Why?
there's a verse that makes it's gonna make you ponder now.
Okay. Well, I still haven't asked my 2 questions. But okay.
I apologize, bro. I know
it's cool. I'll let you pull it up. I'll allow you to make me ponder. I'm like, this is the point of the conversation. I want to see what you guys have, because it's very rare to come across the Quranists. Kind of interesting. Interesting in the way that I'm not like saying I agree, as I said, but it's just all about that.
So the verse about لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ أُسْوَةً حَسَنَةً فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ, right? That's the one. There's a good example in the Messenger of God, correct?
Yep, I think so. I believe so. That's the only one, no?
Do you want me to? It's not the only one.
There's 2.
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it sounds familiar. I haven't memorized Quran.
قد كانت لكم أسوة حسنة في إبراهيم والذين معه إذ قالوا لقومه إن براء منكم ومما تعبدون من دون الله كفرنا بكم وبدا بيننا وبينكم العداوة والبغضاء أبدا حتى تؤمنوا بالله وحده إلا قول إبراهيم لأبيه ليستغفرن لك وما أملك لك من الله من شيء ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير. There has been a good pattern for you in Abraham. So it's the same. There's a good pattern, good example for you in Abraham and those with him. When they said to their people, indeed, we are free from you and from what you worship beside gods, we reject you. So antagonism and hatred has appeared between us and you forever until you believe in God alone. However, Abraham said to his father, I will apologize for you, but I do not control anything against God for you. Our Lord, on you we have relied, and to you we have repented, and to you is the destinies. And listen to this. Our Lord, do not render us as a trial for those who disbelieve, but forgive us. Indeed, you are the Almighty and the Wise. There has certainly been a good pattern for you in them for whoever is expecting God in the last day. And whoever turns away, then indeed God is rich and the praiseworthy. لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِيهِمْ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةً لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمَ الْآخِرَ. So it's the same verse that was said about Prophet Muhammad. It's said about Abraham. And this is the verse that I tell the Sunnis. I'm following my father Abraham, and I freed myself of all these other books that I don't need, and I just rely on God. And there's antagonism. You guys hate us until you believe in God alone. So when people keep using the verse, which is in chapter 33, I believe, and you'll see it's also been given to Abraham. So it's not what you think that it's about the hadith. It's about turn. There it is. There has certainly لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا. There has certainly been a good pattern for you in the messenger of God for whoever is expecting God in the last day and remembers God frequently. That's the thing that you used, but God is telling us what the pattern is, right? So the pattern is how he was acting and what to do and what not to do, and the fighting and what to tell his wives and what not to tell his wives. It's all in the Quran.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, I see your point. I see your point. Now, isn't I just want to make sure the circumcision that's mentioned in the Quran, correct? About Ibrahim?
No, it's not.
Where is it mentioned?
That's the circumcision is not in the Quran.
Okay, that's the thing. So that's where things get a little fuzzy. Now, that wasn't even my question, but it just came up on my mind right now as you were talking about this. Is that if we are to follow, the covenant, for example, from even the Torah and the Bible that they have now.
Yeah. So this is how I approach it. It's not mandatory as per the Quran, so you're not in trouble if you don't get circumcised. So these reverts don't have to go chop a little bit off at the age of 30 or 20 or 40 and make it hurt for a long time. But if you want to fulfill what you think is the truth in the Torah, then that's between you and your Lord. And if it's the truth, it gets accepted. If not, you're following what you perceive the Torah said. But to say that the Quran's mandating to you, no.
Okay.
But there's a lot of, just so you know, there's a lot of Jewish stuff that seeped into the Hadith.
Okay. All right. So then that was just my main two questions, and then there's a third one that I just got added, but that's not from mine. It's from another guy. But the main questions I want to ask. Okay, I just wanted to ask. Obviously, we can't prove this, but what do you think is what is their benefit? Why would the Hadith writers write these kind of hadiths? Like, there's so many specific regulations about cleaning yourself and how to eat and how to do this, how to do that. What's the gain for them to do this? You know what I mean?
The gain for them to do this is profit. They make money.
How?
Bro, do you want to see how much the book of Bukhari costs?
No, but bro, come on. Like, they're not.
Okay, put that to the side. 1 second. Put that to the side.
Yeah.
Whatever the Prophet was doing, it was for 1400 years ago. The society has changed. So his cleaning habits and the way that he approached the food is based upon what is possible as hygienes on that time. So they eat with their left hand and they wipe their butts with the left and they try to not to mix. But until they get to running water or cleaning water, they clean it and then their left hand is clean and they can do whatever they want with their left hand. In this day and age, we have forks, we have knives, we have spoons, and we have running water. So to them, it's like it became to a point where it's like your celebrity worship, that if I use a fork, I'm going against the Sunnah. And they say you have to lick your fingers and all this stuff. This is not, to me, that's not cleanliness. This is the opposite of cleanliness if I have to sit here and start licking. Or me sharing my food with a bunch of people. Yeah, so that stuff is not part of the religion. This is just somebody. Okay, I'll give you an example of what I mean. One, the Christians also wrote a bunch of stuff, like Paul the Apostate. Two, and I'm sorry, Jizyacollector, if that's two. So that's one. Two, the Jews wrote a bunch of stuff and said that it's the oral tradition, it's the Talmud. And it's the same thing that happened with the Muslims, because the devil cannot target the Quran. He needed to target something else.
Okay, and then, I mean, yeah, I see your point, but when it comes down to like the Sunnah itself, it's just like it's a Sunnah that you should follow, but you're not like, it's not like you're going against the religion. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So it's not necessary for guidance.
Yeah, but it's that's where like you tie it into the best of examples and following the example of Prophet. If you believe that is what the Prophet did, then doing that would be better for you in that sense. But you adapt obviously to what you have in your environment. I mean, I still drink and eat with my right, clean with left, obviously, but it's all about how much.
What if you're a doctor? What if you're a doctor you're a doctor that deals with the private parts of people? You would never eat then, right? Or do you only use your left hand?
No, I mean,
you're gonna say, well, no, nowadays they wear gloves, but 100 years ago they didn't have latex.
No, obviously, like you're talking about a completely different scenario, but I get your point. Like I get your point, but I'm just saying that like the Sunnah is.
But you can't do that with the Quran.
It's like there as like the baseline is how I see it. You know, it's like there as the baseline. Because I'm not obviously, you know, if you have a fork, you have utensils. It's not haram to eat with utensils, you know. But if you don't have any utensils,
you want to see what the scholars say? They're saying you went against the Sunnah. It's not about haram. You went against the Sunnah, and if you're disobeying the messenger.
Okay, yes, I don't fully agree with that.
Because the guy goes
wrong, you know, but
bro, I'll tell you, these are like the top scholars, like the I can't remember if it was what's his name. It's not Sheikh Fawzan. It's not Sheikh Fawzan. It's no the new guys on video. Some guy goes, Sheikh, I can like eat with the fork, and then like I'll lick the fork at the end. He goes, can you eat the fork? He goes, no.
Please, man. No, man. No, listen, there's so many new variations now that you're like, nah, bro, I don't. They're not.
But you can't do that with the Quran.
Of course, but some people try to bring their own interpretations, but what I do want to say is that like the wasatiyya, you know, like who want to be like more closer to the, you know, they try to change the verses about so on. So anyways, the point I want to try to get to is the main question I want to get to. Let's say in a hypothetical situation, a non-Muslim, a Christian, a friend of mine, let's say, he comes up to me and he asks me, prove to me that Muhammad existed and prove to me that this Quran comes from Muhammad. How would I prove it to him if I don't use the Hadith, if I don't use anything that really proves that?
You don't need the Hadith, you need history to show that the man existed in history, one. But the Quran does not need to be proven that it came from Muhammad. The Quran needs to be proven that it came from God. So whoever wrote down the Quran, they wrote such profound things about explanation of who God is that it has to be viewed in the reality. So like you have to understand the prophet, when he said I'm a prophet, not everybody around him believed him. The reason why they believed he was a prophet, it's not because he was making miracles. It's because he was saying these words which people were like, bro, these words are amazing. That makes sense. Whoa, that's really deep. Like, how are you coming up with this? Oh, it's not from me, it's from God. But I see it. It's true, it's truth. And this is how I approach the Quran. When I read the Quran, it's like, bro, like these verses are like, yeah, it's right there. Like these people are doing the exact. And look at, God says they're deaf, dumb, and blind. They are deaf, dumb, and blind.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I'm not saying like it will take anything away from the miraculous nature of the Quran and the descriptions that it gives. And the reputations that it gives, but what I'm trying to say is that
if someone is going to sit there and ask, how do you know Muhammad exists? That person's already lost the plot, and he's already deluded, and he's already the only thing that you need to do is give him the Quran and tell him read it and say that it's from God. He will either accept that it's from God, and he's gonna disbelieve. If he disbelieved, nothing on earth will guide him. There's no information that will guide that person. It's only when God wants him to get guided, he will put him in a position where he gets guided. So your role, as I do on this channel, I present the Quranic information. The people who run back to God's book and start to properly pray to God and talk to God and see the context of the Quran and make it about themselves, not about the Prophet. The Prophet gave you the message to make it about you. And لَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا كِتَابٌ فِيهِ ذِكْرُكُمْ. We brought down a book. In it is your mention, your remembrance, your mention. So where do you fit in the book? Oh man, I see myself in the negative verses. I see myself as the person who's saying lies. I'm seeing myself as a person who's joking around all day. So that I'm seeing the bad verses applied on me. Okay, God's telling me how to fix it. I'll fix it. So God says the book heals your mind. So you start learning the good verses and you start applauding. Okay, so the man is talking and be patient. I keep saying myself, be patient. And then when I do lose my cool, I said, no, it's not nice that I talk to him in that way. So let's make it a joke instead. So at least it comes back to cool. Because this is what goes on in my head. I think about like how I judge myself, the verses that come up, and I apply it to the situation. I don't go sabab al-tanzil and go back in history.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, you did say one thing earlier, which was in regards to, well, they lost the plot. But I'm talking about like there are actually genuine Christians out there, especially now with the apologist scene, that are trying to like purport this idea that, well, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, never existed. And then the reason why that would be important, is because most people try to look at the chronology of things, you know, and they try to look at, okay,
but brother, I can prove Muhammad's existence without their hadith.
How?
He's written in Roman records.
But yeah, when was these Roman records dated back to?
During his time.
Okay. Do you have anything up at the top of your mind right now?
There was a man mentioning about the prophecy that a prophet in Arabia said that the Romans gonna win, and it's not possible.
Okay.
Some man wrote it down, and then you have the fight, the war, the one that happened in the first time that they had to fight the Romans, where the Romans won. This is a city in Jordan, and there's obviously the records of the Romans, the Byzantines, when they were invited to their religion, and they said no, and they killed the messenger. And then there was a war with the Muslims. This is the Prophet was still alive at this point.
Okay,
brother. But I'm telling you, for the peace of your mind, if someone's coming here telling you, "Oh, prove to me Muhammad exists," just be like, "Have a nice day." Because what does God say? وعباد الرحمن الذين يمشون هونا وإذا خاطبهم الجاهلون, and if the ignorants are like talking to them, you say peace and you move, like, we don't need to talk to you, peace, and you move on. These people are clearly ignorant, brother. Nothing, like, there's nothing you will say that's going to convince them. They're there to defend
I agree.
the Trinity.
Right. I don't have a like, I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying that before, when I thought about this issue, I'm like, okay, it's a stupid argument, but I can prove it with, with hadith, and there's certain things that would not make sense to be just been written about some random man who never existed. But
right.
But the last question,
but the Quran is not history. The Quran's not history. So the Quran and the hadith is history. The Quran is guidance to God. The Quran is to, So
exactly.
it's
I was
irrelevant.
talking about the hadith.
Mm-hmm.
With the hadith being like, there's so many hadiths written about this certain man, this certain human being, that wouldn't make sense. Like, so I had all of other arguments I don't want to bring up right now because I don't want to take too much of your time. But I do want to, there's the last question that this guy, Jizyacollector, he asked me in the chat. He was like, yo, can you ask about jizya and why you rejected but he's referring to you.
I think he's going to come up. We'll talk to him. We're going to come up and talk to him. Because jizya here is the recompensation of what they're doing wrong. It's not a tax. So right. I am in a city with a bunch of Christians and Jews. And I thought that they were supposed to help me because they say that they're the people of the book and they love God. And I say, I love God and I have a book from God. So we were supposed to be on a team, and then the hypocrites and the liars come, or the disbelievers come and start fighting me. And all of a sudden I see these people also attacking me. They were supposed to be on my side, these people of the book. And then they destroy property and they kill for my people and they cause harm to me, and then I win. Well, now you got to pay up, boy. It's time for you to pay up because we beat it, we won, and now you need to pay your jizya. You see, you have to pay the recompensation of the harm that you did. That's how we understand the word jizya. Does that?
Okay. Yeah, but it's okay. I'm not gonna bring up this whole discussion because I obviously have my own beliefs. But it's been fun talking to you. This is the third time, the most I've ever been on a StreamYard stage with a YouTuber. Last time was a Christian apologist. I'm not gonna mention his name. But
God Logic?
Yes, sir.
Avery?
Yeah, man. Well, he did not like the fact that I was telling him that the Injil that they have, the quote-unquote Injil that they have, is not the actual Injil. And he's like, what's the Injil? And I told him...
There's no talking to him. He tries to... It's not about truth. He's trying to make you say things in a way. He's trapping you. But because he's not a very highly intelligent person. He's not wise. He understands. He's above average, so he knows how to. But me, I see where he's trying to go with things. So I just, like, you could see the debate, me against him and David Wood with me and Baba Shuaiba. It's on Modern Day Debate. Every time he goes, oh, so the prophet in the hadith is not the prophet, right? Because he's trying to say, yeah, he's not a prophet. And he goes, see, he just denied Muhammad. Muhammad's not a prophet. I know where he's going, but it's like, bro, it's not my prophet. Right. So he's and then he tries to say, well, Jesus can't be a Muslim because he's subscribing to a Trinity, and that's haram. I'm like, okay, but Moses and Abraham and everybody else before him subscribed to that idea. So they're all Muslims except Jesus. Jesus is the one odd one out. And he goes, no. And it was just a whole weird conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, so your God is circumcised, right?
Oh man, I don't even wanna go there. I mean, it's like the whole fiasco. I mean, he kept asking me, for example, about confirming the corrupted scriptures. Just a quick one.
Which one?
Is like, I told him, because he says in the Quran, the Quran confirms the scriptures that came before.
Yeah,
right?
Because it's not talking about the distortion of the scripture.
Yeah, exactly. And I told them, like, yeah, it does, but it doesn't confirm the corrupted.
No, there's a difference. There's a difference between believing and following. I'm told to believe it, not follow it. I follow the Quran and follow the Gentile prophet. I'm told to believe that God sent book before them. If that's the reminiscence of what's left behind of the book, I believe in it. I believe that you were sent something. And I was told to tell you to uphold it. Uphold it. Go ahead. Show me how you can uphold it. That's all I have to do. But for me to sit there and show him how it's distorted and all this, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even try to like show him necessarily, but he just kept saying, like, I told him that it's distorted, but then he's like, oh, okay, so your Quran is confirming corrupted scriptures. He's like trying to make it seem like as the Quran is actually affirming corruption, as if like the Quran is making a mistake. And I kept telling him, like, no, it's confirming the scriptures that came, and it's also telling us that there has been additions to them.
But what God is confirming the truth in the books before it.
Of course.
So for example, exactly. So if their current Torah in the sense now is talking about Moses and the story of Moses, the Quran is confirming that Moses existed and that story happened. But then when they say that Aaron built the golden calf for the children of Israel, the Quran is a muhaymin. It supersedes it. It says, no, the Samaritan built it, not Aaron. So it just fixed the Torah for them. But it's confirming the rest of the story. Exactly. So the Quran this Quran clarifies to the children of Israel much of what they used to differ in. So these are all things that they differ in, and the Quran corrects it. So it is confirming the narrative, but then it's fixing it. Because it's a lot deeper than that. Because when the Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, the Jews and the Christians that accepted the Prophet Muhammad, they also had copies of the Torah and the Gospels, right? But they became Muslims. So now the Jews and the Christians are no longer able to modify their books anymore. Why? Because if they modify their books, the Muslims say, no, we have a copy. So when the Quran came, it locked itself, obviously preserved, and it locked the Torah and the Gospel in the form that they were in at the time of the Prophet, because people are, as it spread as well. So people were no longer able to change it because the Muslims took a hold of the corrupted books. So they were not capable of distorting it again. So the Quran fixes it.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Yeah, but it was a fun thing. I just wanted to mention. Yeah, it's the third time.
God bless you, buddy.
And God bless you too, man. God bless you too. Have a nice night. Take care, man.
You as well. You as well. All right. Next on the list is I have to go in order. So it's Papa Wolf. Are you there? Papa Wolf, we should have a private discussion, and I understand that you have much to say, but I would appreciate a private discussion. Let's go.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Muhammad.
Wa alaikum salam. There's a really loud buzzing.
Sorry, let me fix that. Is that any better?
A little bit. I can still hear it, but yeah, now it's getting back worse. Yeah, there's a really bad noise, brother.
I'm fixing it as we're speaking right now. That should do it.
Yeah, we're okay. No, it's coming back. No, we're good now. No.
Okay, you know what?
Ask you a question really quick and then come back. And like mute yourself if you want. Guys, just so you know, I do have to get up soon because it's time for me to end a prayer. God willing. Guys, I swear, this just like every time people come, it just keeps proving to me how amazing the Quran is. I have like, there's no questions where it's like thrown at me. It's like, oh wait, what do I do here? And it's so clear, and then people want to throw their like interpretations. It's like, yeah, but your Quran's not matching what you're saying. No, it is. No, dude, it isn't.
How about this, my brother?
That's amazing. Sounds good.
Yeah, I've changed the mic. So, Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Peace and blessing be upon you all. Brother Muhammad, okay, it's gonna sound a little bit funny, but you know that where is Mecca guy?
Shamsi.
Yeah, well, this guy actually is the one who guided me to you, believe it or not. Just a very, very quick background. For the till last year, till I was 39, I was born a Sunni Muslim, and Sunnism to me did not make sense at all. Okay, a lot of things did not make sense. I'm 5 years old, dogs, people gonna go to hell except us. All of this did not make sense. And since I lacked proper guidance, as you can imagine, that led me astray. So during my teenage, I was very astray. Up until the events of Gaza happened, I found myself drawn to know more. I do computers, I do websites, I do AI, so I'm a kind of a logical guy. And I know for a fact that most of the history that I studied in my life, I studied Egyptology, turned out to be not true. So that's when I came to the realization that most history is not true. That's when I decided to do a full format for my brain, and I started to be selective. I read the Quran first. Okay, it was like magic to me. It was like some sort of light going inside of me. I read the five Gospels of Moses, only the 5 Gospels of Moses.
5 books of Moses.
The 5 books of Moses. I'm sorry, the 5 asfar, what they call it. And to my surprise, everything that they have put it, what's the word? That they have take it out of context. I found that the Quran have told me about it. So just the Quran told me, hey, this is not this is not true. And that's when it happens. Where I live, there is a tall hill that nobody goes to. I went to that hill every single night, alone, in the dark, listening to Quran. And then I started praying to God. I says, dear God, I it's either I'm crazy or there's gotta be more people like me in the world. And the next video I saw when I opened my YouTube is that where's Mecca guy? Okay, and that actually led me to you. I start watching your videos. I start learning a little bit more. And when I saw that where's Mecca guy, the first thing I heard in my head is ما يأتيهم من ذكر من ربهم محدث إلا استمعوه وهم يلعبون. Okay, they were just like, they were laughing at you, they were ganging up on you, and they were just like, it's kind of like a joke to them, but guess what? The joke is on you. Okay, and yeah, let's get right to it. One of the brothers before me asked you about a verse. I don't remember the verse, but where it's the one that it says, if you have a grievance, go back to God and go back to the messenger, right?
Right.
Do you remember this verse? Okay, now if you can be kind enough and go to 39:3.
Sure. 1 second. 39:3, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. Now that the messenger is dead, there, God, peace and blessing be upon him. Who's going to be the judge?
God and the book of God.
Okay, so
because that's what the messenger left behind.
So those who have taken guardians beside him,
right? Correct.
We only worship them that they may bring us closer to God. So we're not we're not worshiping them. We're not worshiping them or anything. We're just trying to get closer to you, Allah. This is God's answer to them. Write them.
We're trying to understand the message. The message is not clear, so we need these other people to tell us.
Thank you very much. And the other one that struck me,
chapter 10.
That's chapter 280.
Undead. Oh, this yes. Okay. And they say that the fire will never touch us except for a limited numbers of days. Say, do you have an agreement with God? For God never breaks his agreement. So yeah, this is as.
Or are you saying about God what you don't know? You simply don't know that. Because the Jews say that.
The Christians say this. They all say this.
And the Christians say that. And the Hindus say that. Everybody's saying that.
Have you not considered those who were given a portion of the book being invited to the book of God in order to judge between them? So we're invited to the book of God to judge between them, but a group of them turn away while they're avoiding. No, we have hadith. And what does the hadith tell you? Oh, we might go to hell for a little bit, and then we go to heaven and we're the Jahannamiyun, right? That is because they said
gonna get
the fire will touch.
Of course, yeah. We're just gonna get grilled. We're gonna get maybe medium rare a little bit, and then we're gonna go back to heaven. Does not make sense. Okay. Right. And last ayah, but not least in this question is 27 from 25 to 30.
ألا يسجد لله الذي يخرج الخبأ في السماوات والأرض.
26. I think
27. This is 27:30. It is. This is 27:30.
This is 27. Okay, just go to up to 25.
It's the same one.
No, that I got it wrong. Okay, so
what's the verse say? This is 25. That's 25.
Okay, so it's 25 from 27 to 30. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is the day a transgressor will bite on his hand, saying, "Oh, if only I had taken away with the messenger," right?
Yes,
oh, woe to me if only I had taken so and so as a friend.
That's it. So and so, so and so, fulanan. God did not.
I love. And the messenger will say, "Oh Lord, my people have taken this Quran as abandoned or forsaken." So they forsake the Quran.
Tell me, isn't that clear, or am I crazy?
No, it's clear, brother. These are very clear. So you have also the verse here where you go to Fussilat.
Fussilat it's Fussilat.
The revelation, Tanzilu min Rahman Rahim. The revelation is from the gracious, the merciful. A book whose verses has been elaborated, an Arabic reading for people who know, as a herald, and a warner, but most of them turn away, so they do not listen. So Bashiran wa Nadhir is applied to the messenger. But brother, I do want to get through the list. Sorry, I don't mean to cut this short.
It's okay.
But because I want to stand the prayer tonight, and I'm late. So
I totally understand. The last thing I'm gonna bring today is I think some of the people, when you're debating, they do not understand the miracle of the Quran. I mean, the Quran was revealed like 1400 years ago. Imagine Prophet Muhammad standing in front of people 1400 years ago, telling them about an insect that actually beyond another an insect. Yeah, I can only imagine those people calling him crazy, and Quran said that they called him crazy. And it's only after 1,000 years, this, I don't know, 1,000 years, maybe less, maybe more, this was revealed. And وترى الجبال تحسبها جامدة وهي تمر مر السحاب. Again, people will think him crazy. But after how many years that the Quran was revealed? So people asking about, what about Alif Lam Mim and Ha Mim, and what about this and that? Guys.
They will be revealed.
I'm sorry?
I said they will be revealed.
They will be revealed. Just wait. The Quran is book for all ages. It's not for just the people who lived during Prophet Muhammad. Okay.
Right.
I'm done with the question. I have only one request. Please, if you found your way to Gaza, take me with you. I got held at the Egyptian border. I got kidnapped. I got detained. So,
brother,
maybe we can go
from your side, it's very difficult. I'm going from a different end.
I will walk till the end of the earth. Just show me the way. I don't care what I will do, even if I'm just gonna remove bricks to get people out. I really don't care what I'm gonna do, but I gotta be there, man. I gotta be there because God told us to be there.
God told us to be there. From Egypt, I'm banned from Egypt. For
Man,
life.
I'll take a transit. I'll take a flight out of Egypt and maybe just go.
Can you fly out of Egypt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me. Put a computer in my hand. I'll be a deadly weapon. Give me a weapon. I'll just.
That's okay, brother.
I gotta do something, man. I gotta do something. I have to.
It's close. So, all right, brother.
All right,
we're
man.
on YouTube.
Always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for your time.
God bless you.
Peace.
Salam. All right. There's 3 people in the list. Okay. First is Jizyacollector. Sounds so bad. And then we have Shaikh. And then we have Haidth. And that's the last 3. Okay. And please, guys, make it very quick. I'm going to start with Jizya. I answered your question, brother Jizya.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How you, man?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. You see, I wanted to ask a question, like, how come like most Quranists are like liberal? You know what I mean?
Because unfortunately, a lot of people in our community, they either have yet to finish the Quran and they're talking about the Quran, and some of them are read it maybe once or twice, and then they want to make their decisions and discussions. There's people who have some liberal takes of the Quran, which is their interpretations, and they have to live their life with that interpretations. And then there's the people who've spent much times with the Quran. As you see, like he'll say the verse, I'll remember in which chapter it is, and I'll pull it up and we can talk about it, where we are so familiar with the material, thank God, by God's grace, where we understand where there's room for some liberalism and where there's room, there is no liberalism. And those people, then we just have a polite discussion. If they want to stay with their thinking, that's fine. Most Quranists, unfortunately, in the West, have yet to actually involve themselves with the material heavily. But on the right, in the Middle East, we don't have that liberalism. There's a small portion of liberalism, but the majority of the Quran alone, Quran-centric people, they're in it.
Now I see like Quranists in like the Middle East, they say like Christians are Muslim, Jews are Muslim, stuff like that.
Well, the word Muslim is not what you think it is. So there's the word Muslim, and then there's the word believer, mu'min and Muslim. Muslim is a lot more encompassing. So man aslama wajhahu lillah. So who submitted his face to God, and kana muhsinan falahu ajruhu 'inda rabbihim wa hum la yakhafun. So they like those who submitted their face to God and did righteous, then there's no fear upon them, nor do they grieve, i.e. they're going to heaven. This is including Jews, Christians, Sabians. And then there's the believers. The believers are the ones who believe in the Quran and follow the Gentiles. The Majus?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the word. I don't think the word Majus there is talking about them going to heaven. I haven't seen that. But of course, from them, if they believe in one God and they're do righteous, then yeah. Jews.
Like
but
many
yeah,
Quranists,
so this
they're generally just liberal. I don't know why. Because the Quran is not a liberal text, so I don't know where they're getting this from.
there is some form of liberalism which is applicable, and it's how you're going to approach the verses. But for me, yeah, so the Magians, the Majus here it was not put into the group of the people that I could say they're going to heaven or not. But if they're believing in one God in the last day and they're doing righteous, this applies to anybody in the world, even Sikhs. You could take the Sikhs in India. They believe in one God. Their title for him is Wahid Guru. And they have a concept of the last day, which is not very similar. And they believe in the Prophet as well. They believe in the Prophet Muhammad. Yes, because their religion was actually helped to be established by a Muslim. And their concept of the Golden Temple is very similar to what we're supposed to do in Mecca, where people can come and eat as much as they want and a place for them to have safety and pray to God. So the Sikh religion has a lot of concepts that's very similar to Islam, but there is a figure where some people end up worshipping him, and it's the same thing with Buddhism. So Buddhism is technically mentioned in the Quran as well. If you look at Dhul Kufl and who Dhul Kufl is, it could be understood as Buddha. And Buddha said, whoever worships me is stupid. But you could take it. Kufl is from the name of the city where Buddha was born as well. Kufla.
Oh. So what do you think about the jizya? How come like the Prophet made every non-believer pay jizya if it's not what you say it is?
That's from Hadith for me. The way the Hadith is, it's extremely similar to what Saudi undergoes now, where they use the Quran, they use the religion for their advantage to put them in a position where the religion protects them. So they could not do that with the Quran, and they wanted to have more liberty as people who are leading the Islamic community, for them to have ways to oppress people and to do what they want and say, God told us to do this. This is where the laws of apostasy came. These are where the laws of jizya came. This is where how they started to make zakat. It's like almost a tax. Instead of you paying zakat, you pay it to the government. So they manipulated the religion for their advantage. And this is where the hadith is problematic. And then you have hadith is that if a leader is coming whipping you and take your money, you just be quiet and you don't do anything. So these are
the hadith is da'if. It's been graded da'if.
No, bro. The hadith about the leader whipping you is not da'if.
Yeah, Ibn Hazm said it's da'if.
Ibn Hazm saying it's da'if.
Yeah, and he's a scholar. But Saudi doesn't even have jizya for anyone.
Jizya, because the way they apply the jizya is differently. They don't have jizya because they don't exactly, brother. It's like in this day and age, that concept is so alien and foreign. It's not applicable.
So why do you say Saudi as an example for bringing this type of thing in?
Saudi manipulated a new movement in the 19th century. They took that movement and they did the Saudi Salafism, which has Madkhalism, where they protect the Gulf leaders and everyone else as a kafir. This is a movement where they use their religion, and if you don't agree with them, then you're an apostate.
Yeah, but in the Umayyad period, they used to make Muslims pay jizya as well.
Exactly. so you're proving my point.
Why would they make it only for non-believers, but then make Muslims play it as well? Why not just have the Prophet say?
You're paying my point. You're proving my point. The word jizya is taken out of context, brother.
So why does it mention they don't believe in the last day in the verse?
Yeah, because if they believed in the last day, they wouldn't have fought the believers. They say they're the people of the book.
They believe.
Because if I believe in the last day, even if I don't care, if you're saying you believe in God and I believe in the last day, that means now my actions is going to be used against me on the day of judgment if I go and transgress against you. So these people are saying they believe in God, yet they treat us like animals. So they don't believe in God because God did not limit them. The fear of God did not limit them. So it's like me talking to Sunnis, and Sunnis start to fight me, hit me physically. Well, how do you believe in God and you're physically transgressing against me? You don't fear God. You don't think about the last day. So you don't believe in the last day. Because if you believed in the last day, you wouldn't have hit me.
It says they don't.
So these people
the messenger as well.
Yeah, because if they accepted the messenger, they wouldn't have fought him.
If they accepted the messenger, Muslims, right?
Yeah, but brother, they're fighting him is because they didn't accept him. But yet they're the people of the book. They're not the disbelievers.
People of the book are disbelievers, right?
No.
But the Quran says whoever rejects one messenger is not a believer, and they reject the messenger.
Show me where that says.
Is Surah Nisa, ayah 150.
Any messenger?
It says whoever says, "Oh, we believe in some, we disbelieve in others." It says they're disbelievers.
Right.
And that's what the Christians, the
topic.
Jews do.
Right.
Yeah.
Indeed, those who disbelieve in God and his messengers and wish to differentiate between God and his messengers, and they say we believe in some and disbelieve in some, and they wish to adopt a way in between, right? Those are the true disbelievers, and we have prepared humiliating punishment for the disbelievers. But that does not apply to all of the people of the book.
But all Christians will tell you, we believe in John, we don't believe in Muhammad. They'll tell you that.
Not all of them. I can show you some that they say that Prophet Muhammad was sent to a certain set of people to guide them to God, but I don't want to follow him.
Why? Why would they say that? They believe the Quran and everything.
Brother, it's God knows what's in their heart, and some people it's very difficult for them to escape that type
but
of
generally they're disbelievers, right?
I would not say that right away, brother. They have because if you're gonna, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. If you're gonna go right away and say that they're disbelievers, then I have to say Sunnis are also disbelievers.
Why would Sunnis receive the same messengers as you do?
It's not just the messenger; it's what you're doing that's causing the disbelief. So for me, I say that the Shias and the Sunnis and the Christians and the Jews they have concepts of shirk, which causes ingratitude, which is what the word kafir means.
How can you group them together?
Because you guys are doing the same things that the Jews do. The Sunnis are doing exactly.
The Sunnis and Shia, they take the Quran as a book. The Christians say this is a fake book. How can you group them if they actually love the Quran?
Let's talk about Unitarian Christians.
They don't believe in the book.
They believe in their book.
But not our book, which is the last book.
But that's the thing. So it's the more you have of faith, the more you're going to get reward on the day of judgment. If the person is upholding the gospel to the best of his ability, he has his reward.
No gospel as of now.
Brother, they have the reminiscence.
Well, the gospel of Matthew.
So here,
you think that's the gospel?
Yeah, brother. Look here. Look, I'll show you a verse. I don't care about the gospel of Matthew or whatever you want to say. If they're upholding the laws of law, the laws of God, they have the reward with God.
Find
so
more
look
of
at
the
this
gospel
verse.
in the Quran than the gospel you have to do.
The Quran corrects the gospels that they have. So look, okay. So this is you, the believers, are a good nation produced for mankind, and call for kindness and forbid abomination and believe in God. And if the people of the book should believe, it would be better for them. Some of them are believers, but the most of them are immoral, right? They can never harm you except harassment. 1 second. They can't harm you except harassment. And if they should fight you, they will turn their backs to you, then they will not be helped. Humiliation has covered them wherever they are apprehended, except by the rope from God and a rope from the people. And they have brought in wrath from God, and poverty has covered them. That is because they were disbelieving in the verses of God and killing the prophets without rights. This is what they disobeyed and were trespassing. Now listen to this. This is important. They are not equal. Among the people of the book is a nation who standing reciting the verses of God during the night, and they prostrate. They believe in God in the last day. They call for kindness and forbid abomination, and they hasten in good deeds. And those are among the righteous, right? And whatever good they do of good, then it will never be revoked, for God is aware of the pious. So God is clearly telling you from the people of the book, they're not equal. Some of them are going to heaven.
That's talking about the Jews, right?
The people of the book.
But it says they kill prophets. That's a specific trait of the Jews.
Some of them. But
Yeah,
it's here it clearly says the people of the book, which would be Christians and Jews. And technically now Sunnis and Shias.
You know, the people of the book sometimes is used just for one tribe.
Not necessarily.
Like, you know, Surah Ahzab, it talks about the tribe Banu Qurayza.
If you're going to contextualize it to the history of what you think is happening, then yes. But God is talking generally on the mentality of the people of the book. So for me, this is also, I see it, I swear, I promise you. When I see the people of the book, I also apply it to Sunnis and Shias to a certain example, to a certain degree. And when they do try to harm, they only harm me in harassment. And then when they try to fight me and fight my brothers, they eventually turn around and run. because they see we're too serious for them, or there's no messing around. And they're like, you see how the Muslim armies are in the Middle East. They're not very organized, so they're very easy to get stomped because of all the craziness that they had. No, the Shias are even worse than the Sunnis.
What about like?
But they turn around, brother. There's a lot of hubbub, like there's a lot of propaganda that goes online. But if they're going to fight the believers, they're fighting Jews and Christians and Zionists and whatnot. But if they're going to fight believers, the people who are upholding the book of God, they get destroyed very quickly. Very quickly. By God's grace. No, because of our will compared to their will, and our intellect and our spark is not comparable to theirs. They're lacking. So because of me not having these confusions that they have, my eyesight and my awareness and my hearing and my mindset is a lot more pure than theirs. And my mind is not infected with all the devils that come from all the shirk that people do. So when they fight us, they have a lot of things going on in their head, and they turn around and run because they just can't get it together. That's why when you put 10 of us, brother, you put 10 of us, 20 of them, up to 100 of them, is not a problem.
But don't like Quran. Do you think some Quranists do shirk as well?
Like what?
Like they believe in science over the Quran, stuff like that.
I have yet to meet somebody telling me that the science trumps the Quran. If the science is aligning with the Quran,
they won't say like that, but they'll believe in like LGBT or stuff, 30 genders.
That's what that person is not being loyal to the verses of God, and he's going shirk, on his own interpretation. That's his shirk. It doesn't mean Quranists is committing shirk. So when I say Sunnis are committing shirk or idolatry,
on shirk.
When I'm saying Sunnism are committing idolatry, I'm talking about the curriculum and the basis of the curriculum. When you're talking about a single individual in the Quran alone community, he's not a representation of the curriculum. I'm not talking about a single person committing shirk in Sunnism. I'm talking about the curriculum itself has doctrine, which is idolatry.
Sunnism, the Sunni curriculum is the Quran first, then the Sunnah. How is that shirk?
Tradition, right? So you have tradition. Yeah. Part of the tradition is you talk to the Prophet directly in your prayer, correct? Wassalamun alayka ayyuhan nabi.
Yeah, there's nothing. That's not shirk.
Calling upon a dead man is not shirk.
Saying peace to a dead man is not shirk.
Directly in your prayer.
Yeah.
That's not shirk. That you're talking to someone who can't hear you is not shirk.
So if you go to a grave and say peace be upon you, someone, is that shirk?
If I'm talking to somebody who's not room, I'm calling upon them, they're not answering me, nor can they hear me. So yes, I'm following a delusion.
Hadiths that say the Prophet is made to answer.
Yeah, the Prophet can hear 1 billion people or 2 billion people calling to him at once, and he's actually replying to every single one of them. That's why I don't accept that nonsense, my friend. Because you just made him omniscient. So he's hearing 2 billion people talking to him.
Not omniscient.
Through an angel. Yeah. I understand, brother, but this is where it's not reconcilable with the logic, where God tells me to not pursue what I have no knowledge in. It is not possible for somebody to hear 2 billion voices at once and reply to all of them.
Is it possible for someone to split the sea?
God split the sea through Moses.
Okay, so God can do this as well.
What, have a person hear 2 billion people all the time in his grave?
Yes, nothing's impossible for God.
So when God is saying that you cannot make the people in the grave hear you, but now he broke God's law and he's making people.
That's a metaphor. It's talking about people who are dead.
Yeah, so you can't make the dead hear. The living cannot make the dead hear. You're saying now, no, the living is making the dead hear.
It's not. You know that is the problem. It's talking about people who are like spiritually dead. It's not talking about actually
no, brother. It's actually talking about the people in the graves.
So when it says,
it's saying the people in the graves.
So when it says the living and dead.
Yeah, the living and the dead is not equals different. But I'm talking to you. You're not letting the people in the graves, not the ones who are dead. The people who in the graves, you cannot make the people in the graves hear you. This is not the people who are spiritually.
Because according to the Quran, this believer is already dead. They're buried.
Oh, they're in the qubur. So God is talking about qubur, right?
Yeah, that's why it says in the Quran, have you seen one who was dead? We revived him. In the Surah.
But that also means that someone who could have been physically dead and God allowed him to come back to life. And those people are usually more closer to God because they've seen how death could be. So it could be applied physically and it could be applied metaphysically. But us as people who...
I think it's metaphorically, like everyone agrees on that verse.
What? That it's metaphysical? No, not everyone agrees that it's metaphysical.
You know what verse I'm talking about?
What?
6112, that verse. Or
Yeah.
6122, yeah, that one.
Yeah, so this, brother, it does not need to be metaphysical. So, for example, somebody goes into literally cardiac arrest. Somebody goes into cardiac arrest. So someone who's died, he's lifeless. And we gave him life and made him a light. So he realized how important the relationship for God is because he was lifeless at one point. So it does not need for it to be metaphysical because it could be actually physical.
So what does it mean the one in darkness, someone that's died, he's
Where does it say anything about darkness?
It says, is he compared to one that's forever in darkness?
Where does it say anything about darkness here, brother?
It says, is one who revived, is he the same as someone?
And we gave him a light.
Yeah.
Yeah, and is he among the people, like the example, who is in darknesses from which he cannot exit? He didn't say about the person being dead here.
It's talking about disbelief and belief. That's what it's talking about. Right.
Correct, but this is telling you about that the book is an example for all things. How many people that have endured things like cancer and things where they did die, people did end up dying, cardiac arrest, and then they came back to life, but they were very spiritually strong because of this life-altering experience. This occurs many times, and I could pull up many videos in what's in this specific topic.
Or do they become believers, these people?
Not always, but God is telling you about those people that died and came back, and God gave them a light.
So what light was given to them?
The light of God at this point. Some of the light of God.
Isn't the light Islam?
Belief, yeah. But it was a life-changing experience. It's a life-changing experience, brother. So it could be metaphysical and it could be physical. I don't understand where the degree is. You're saying this has to be metaphysical.
Metaphor, like everyone knows it's a metaphor. I don't know why, like you always want to be
everybody.
Sunnis.
Everybody is saying that this is a metaphor, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious.
Sure, and for you, it's pretty obvious that that this is a metaphor, right?
Yeah, is it not to you?
Everyone's saying that it's a metaphor. No, brother, because I could see people dying, coming back, and God giving them a light. People have not died and came back.
So but then someone who died would be bad according to if he's taken like that.
Some people have been saved and came back to God because of a life-changing experience of them dying and coming back to life.
Like Abraham never came back to life, so is that verse saying he's bad because of that?
That's not what I'm saying, brother.
If you take it like that, that's how it would be.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, have you seen the person that God put to death and brought him back to life and gave him a light?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that's not how.
Yeah, okay. All right. That's sure.
But you see, like the guy before, the Shia guy, I think like he was kind of right when he says like most Quranists, they reject Hadith due to emotional reasons. Like
you're giving me literally an emotional response for that verse, and you're saying that I'm wrong because of what you're emotionally feeling about. All right, then. You feel better now?
I'm just saying because like I've never seen you do like one isnad analysis, like showing why this Hadith is not true.
So I have to jump into your garbage to prove that that garbage is wrong?
No, but you just say something like my prophet wasn't a pedophile. That's kind of an emotional argument.
He wasn't. Did you see the whole concept? It's an emotional argument. So when I show you a whole video that's 50 minutes showing you proof from your own documents that she could have been 16, 17, and you reject those sources, but you take the source that she's saying 6, you're saying I'm being emotional now, that I'm making an emotional argument that your own books show that she's 16.
Now you would have to show like how the Hadith is not true.
The Hadith is not true. I have many episodes in regards to this. If you want,
so he fabricated it.
The people who fabricated it, starting with Abu Hurairah. Yeah, so brother, here you go. Look, Abu Hurairah is the person. Oh, he doesn't have things. So brother, here's a video you could watch about the abrogation process and how your Hadith abrogates most of the Quran. This right here, okay.
I'm talking about
this one right here. This one right here, it shows you how self-contradictory the Bukhari book is and how completely wrong it is. This 50 minutes completely destroys your whole Bukhari books, and it has nothing to do with the sanad. It has to do with the content. So the sanad is irrelevant because you're saying that it's sahih anyways. So we have to see what's going, and then finally, it's sahih Bukhari. It's not sahih.
But then we have Sahih ibn Hibban. We have other Sahih books. Doesn't mean everything's Sahih.
So Bukhari is not Sahih.
Have a nice day. That's his. What?
Sahih Bukhari is not Sahih. And here you go, bro. 40 minutes. It's not kicking you out. Is at this point you showed your ignorance.
I'm just saying.
You don't know your own.
He said 70 hadiths in Bukhari.
I don't care about. Okay, so Sahih Bukhari is not Sahih.
It is Sahih, but not every single thing.
Okay, so it's not more than 70 because I go into chapter 60 of Sahih Bukhari, and every verse that I covered, there was either a problem with what it's saying above a verse, a few verses around it.
Every verse,
and it's also almost every. They don't talk about the Quran, brother. They make self-contradiction. A whole chapter of tafsir in Bukhari for the Quran.
Yeah. What do you think about
Which
it?
one?
Is it good?
Which one?
About it's called the Book of Tafsir commentary.
The Book of Tafsir, the commentary of Bukhari, right?
No, it's
from Sahih Bukhari.
Yeah.
From Sahih Bukhari.
Yeah, commentary of the Quran. It's book 65.
Book 65.
Yeah.
Let's pull it up together.
What do you think about this specific one? The one about Surah Fath. Do you think it's right? This hadith.
All right, so here is go. So this right here goes against the Quran. Like it didn't take too long, brother. It doesn't take too long.
Well,
this is against what the I know. I'm going to share it. So this is from the book that you're talking about, the prophetic commentary of the Quran. Here you go.
Yeah.
So it says here, I asked Allah, what is the greatest sin in the sight of Allah? He said that you set up rivals unto Allah, though He created you alone. That's one. I said that is indeed a great sin. Then he asked, what is next? He said to kill your son, lest he share food with you. So this right here is not what the Quran is saying.
How do you know?
Okay, and then here it says to commit illegal sexual intercourse with the. He's giving you specifics of something that's extremely general.
Yeah.
Shirk, murder, zina. This is saying shirk, murder, zina. Here is telling you about the killing the son, your son. It's not murder. It's a specific type of murder. Specific one type of murder. But this is the greatest sin. So me killing a normal person, murdering a normal person, is not to the same level as this.
No, that's not what it means.
Okay, so me just having intercourse with the wife of my neighbor is not equivalent to having the intercourse of not my neighbor, somebody across the country. It's not. It's not the same.
It's a bit more severe, but both are sins.
That's what I mean, brother. This is not what the Quran says. The Quran says all murder is a terrible sin. The Quran saying all zina is a terrible zina, and your punishment is doubled.
Your dad is worse. You don't think killing your dad is worse than killing someone else?
Here it says you're killing your son.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying just asking you like a question.
Okay, so killing my dad is worse than killing my son? That's not what the question was asked. He said, what is the greatest sin in the sights of Allah?
Yeah.
Murder.
You murder?
Of someone who's not supposed to be killed. Yeah, but it's murder and zina and shirk. It's not the killing of the son.
No, shirk is worse than murder.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. God is telling you what the crime is, and here you're giving it a single specific. But there is no single specific, because the crime of zina is the crime of zina, depending if she's across the country or if she's your neighbor's wife.
So you tell me incest zina is not worse than other zina?
Brother, again, this is not what the verse is saying in the Quran. The Quran is putting them all as a great sin. Here it's telling you a single form of it.
It's just being more specific. There's nothing wrong with that. What do you think about
the Quran
this one?
is a clear book. The Quran is a clear book, so this is not a clear book.
Yeah, it's very clear. We never disagree.
This is clear. This is clear. This is clear. So the Quran is telling you those that commit murder, those that commit zina, and those that commit idolatry, their punishment is doubled. But here you're saying no. The one that kills his son, that's the murder that we're talking about in the Quran. The other ones are not that murder, because the Hadith is explaining the Quran.
Do you think every tafsir in Bukhari is fake or something?
No, I just don't need it because it does not align with what the Quran is saying. That's what I'm saying.
How about other ones that do? Right, do not take those.
Like which one? Why do I need it if the Quran is explaining itself?
Okay, so what's Surah Fatih? What's it about?
Surah what?
Surah Fath.
Fath?
Yeah. 48.
About a victory. Yeah, about a victory.
What victory?
Yeah, but brother, let's see how this explains the Quran, right? So this is what this is the wisdom that was missing from the Quran. So the Prophet said, it was said to the children of Israel, enter the gate and prostrate in humility and say huttan, right? Repentance. And Allah, oh Allah, forgive our sins. So I say hutta, and oh Allah, forgive our sins. This is apparently a verse in the Quran, which is similar to a verse in the Quran. But they entered dragging themselves on their ass, their buttocks. So they did something different from what they have been ordered to do and said hittan, but added a grain and a hair. So they started crawling on their asses. This is what was missing from the Quran. What's wrong with that? He's gonna tell me he's gonna tell me what's wrong with that.
It's not saying they did something good. I don't know why you're acting like it's praising this act.
No, brother, but do you understand what he's saying here? That they're sitting there crawling on their asses is what's missing from the Quran that I need to get from the Hadith as explanation of what the verse is saying.
No one said it's missing from the Quran. It's just more insight.
This is more insight from Abu Hurairah telling you that people were walking on their asses.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you needed this insight.
But what do you think about this one about Quran 48, the tafsir?
What about it? What about the tafsir?
We go to Sahih al-Bukhari if you can. 4834.
And this is the last question, by the way. So which one? 48?
4834.
4834. Right. إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا.
Yeah, do you think it's right? It's about Hudaybiyah. Do you agree?
In his context, it could be, couldn't be. It does not change what the Quran is to me.
What do you mean in his context?
In his context, it could be, but this is not what the Quran is sent for.
He was literally there. How do you mean in his context?
Yeah, but in his context, on the verses, the way that he's going to apply it is going to apply to his life and what he's going through. But for you as a human being, this is irrelevant. You in 2024 right now, not the Quran. What you're talking about is irrelevant. The Battle of Hudaybiyah to you is irrelevant. What's relevant is the verses on how God gave him victory. The Treaty of Hudaybiyah, which they broke, and then they came to Mecca, and then they had a war later, and the Muslims won. It's very clearly detailed in the Quran. If you want to call it the Treaty of Hudaybiyah because of your history, you go. But for me, it's very clear what God is telling me. I don't need this information for me to understand how I need to deal with these believers that keep. Is it important to take? Is the question. Is this important for guidance? No.
But you're accusing us of shirk for taking it. I'm saying, is it shirk to take it?
Brother, the shirk is when you're telling me I have to stone somebody if they commit adultery, which is not in the book of God. That's shirk. When you're telling me I have to kill the apostate, if I have to kill the apostate, that's shirk. Because God never told me to kill the apostate. That's shirk. When you're telling me I have to throw people over the edge before homosexuality, that's shirk. I don't need to do that. When you're telling me I have to, it's forbidden, it's haram for me to wear gold or silk or gold or wearing red is haram. That's shirk. That's all shirk.
You never said that shirk.
That is shirk. You're saying God told you, but God never told you. So you're associating those laws back to God. And there's a hadith says that if there's a condition that is set outside of the book of law, don't take it. So stoning an adulterer, so you stone an adulterer or not?
The Quran says if a woman commits adultery, confine her in her home until she dies. Does it not say that?
There's a difference between confining her, putting her in jail, and you killing her. Do you stone her or not, bro? If she's married, if she's married and commit adultery, if the girl is married, okay, where do you find that in the Quran? You don't. You find that in the other books. So that's where the shirk comes in play.
Why would that be shirk?
Because you're associating a law to God that is not from God.
So say if you get like a wrong interpretation of the Quran, is that shirk as well?
Bro, it's not shirk at that point. I'm not saying that. I'm not telling you that eating seafood is haram. I'm not telling you eating shrimps is haram. I'm not telling you eating dog is haram. I'm not telling you eating donkey is haram. When I'm saying these words, I'm attaching it that God told you. If you tell me, bro, don't drink coffee, it's bad for you, that's not shirk. But if you're going to say, God told me it's haram and for you not to drink coffee, and God didn't tell you that stuff, then you associate a concept to God, which is shirk. But we have to move on.
Everything bad's haram anyways.
God says to me to take the rules that's in the book, and I don't have anybody else to give me the legislations of the law. So no one's going to tell me I have to stone the adulterer, and no one's going to sit here and tell me to that it's haram for me to wear gold or silk.
Okay, but listen, I think I'm about to go in it, but I think you should stop calling people mushriks.
You are, but that's what I have to. I'm not saying it as an emotional response. If someone's committing, I know, brother, you're the one who's getting divided. I'm not dividing you. The person who goes, yeah, I don't want to commit shirk. I see what he's saying. Because I don't commit shirk, but you're the one who's committing shirk. So I'm trying to help you. I'm not sitting here to insult you. Is the hadith from God?
Yeah, hadith is from God.
Okay, then, and if it isn't, then what is that?
That wouldn't be shirk. That would just be an error.
Okay, so you're saying that the hadith is from God and you're associating it to God, and then it turns up to not be from God. And what's the error that you committed?
Does God not speak outside the Quran?
Don't go to a different topic. It's very simple, brother. I said to you, you've associated the books of hadith to God. And I said, if it's an error, what type of error is that? Association.
Okay,
yeah, I can kill somebody. I can kill somebody by error, but it's still murder. It's a murder on error. I killed him by mistake, but I still killed him. That's the error.
That'll be manslaughter.
I would have still killed him, and that's the error. The error is I had him killed by mistake. So you sat there and associated to God to bring you closer to God, and that was a mistake. So the mistake that you made was idolatry, connecting, and you started idolizing
idols, bro.
Idolatry is idolizing anybody. You're looking at the hadith books as the people who are giving you the hadith, brother. The Sahaba and the Prophet. Where? We're going in circles, brother.
In the Quran. Like, but I know you don't want to, there's no point in starting a new argument. But
all right, brother. I hope it is. There is shirk. That is literally the definition of shirk. When God says to you, do not divide your religions, that's what the mushriks do. That's what you guys did. You divided your religions.
Mushriks, but the Christians are Muslims. Okay, bro.
No. You are Muslims who's committing shirk. The Christians have a form of Muslims who are committing shirk. That's why God doesn't outright call the Christians mushriks. That's why He doesn't outright call the Jews mushriks. Yet they're committing shirk. When the word mushrik is used in the Quran, it's for the people who say multiple gods. But there's times when God says, if you obey the devil, then you are a mushrik. You know that verse when God says, if the devil will inspire you, and if you obey the devil, then you're a mushrik. It does not mean now you're sitting there worshiping multiple gods. You guys have the same issues with the Jews, yeah, and the Shias have the same issues with the Christians. It's the same story being repeated, but you guys just don't see it. Then sit,
the Jews,
brother. Wait, and you guys are very similar to the Pharisees. Anyone who doesn't agree with you, they have to go to jail. And you're the ones who have the authority on the religion. Everyone else is beyond you, and whoever is not a Sunni, they're all kafirs. And there's 73 sects, and only one sect is saved. You don't believe that?
We don't believe everyone that's not Sunni is a kafir. Who told you that?
73 sects and one sect is safe. Do you believe that?
Imam Nawawi said the Qadri are Muslim, the Khawarij are Muslim.
73 sects and one is safe. Do you believe in that hadith?
No, that hadith is da'if.
Da'if. So Ibn Taymiyyah and Albani are completely wrong then when they said that's sahih.
Yeah, they can be wrong. Like, we don't take scholars as lords, man. I don't know why you think this is Judaism.
No, but your Lord is right. Your scholar is right. They're wrong and your scholar is right.
No, I just look at the evidence and I see which one's right. It's not hard.
Okay, so there is no 73 sects and one is saved, right?
No, there's even some different narrations that says 72 in paradise, if you didn't know that.
Whatever, brother. The Quran doesn't have this problem. This is exactly my point. The Quran doesn't have many narrations for the same ayah.
It's one the Quran doesn't talk. The Quran is only for like personal stuff. It doesn't matter about that.
No, brother, you didn't get it. You didn't get it.
That?
The Quran is such a beautiful.
Everything.
The Quran is such a beautiful masterpiece that you don't find contradictions with it, and it gives you one message. With your hadith, you're saying no, there's a narration, and there's this variation, and there's this. This one's da'if, this one's heavy, this one's good, this one's bad, this one's weak. So you have all these issues with the hadith that I don't find in the Quran. You go, oh no, these are equal. One is beautiful, and one looks like a heap of garbage.
There's a contradiction in the Quran.
Where's the contradiction in the Quran?
One verse says the married woman keeping home. Another one says lash them. Which one do you take?
Okay, so for me, zina is adultery, right? Adultery. So the one that cheated on her husband, she gets the lashing, and the one who's committing fahsha, showing herself naked, doing oral things, doing things that are not having actual sex, that's the one who gets locked up. And the one that gets whipped then goes up and sits in her house until God gives her a way out. So the verse is not abrogated. There's no abrogation in the Quran. But funny, in your hadith books abrogate the Quran. So there's hadith that remove verses from the Quran, which are still there. But the hadith, the Quran never abrogates the hadith. So the hadith is a muhaymin. It supersedes the Quran. Please, brother, I have to move on.
Okay, thank you, bro. Have a nice day.
You as well. Take care.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Perfect. Alhamdulillah. All right. I have Shaikh next, and then Alex, I'll get to you. But guys, please, we have to be real quick. I do want to stay in the prayer. Shaikh, how can I help you?
Hello, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yes, my name is Ahmed. I am from Pakistan, and I have heard you twice, and I just came to know that it's the Quran only. So I am starting to believe that, right? But I have some confusions. You can say that they are arising in my mind. So can you tell me then? Can you tell me that when was Quran actually being revealed? Do you believe that it was 14 years ago back?
Look, if you're going to look at the history, it could be it's relatively understood to be 1,400 years ago. But for you, as a person who wants to get close to God and do the commandments that God has done to fulfill the will of God, you don't need to know that history.
But it's question which arises in the mind, because we are just denying all hadiths and the Prophet said. So
brother, I'll tell you what mean. I understand your confusion. When I deny hadith, I'm not denying that it's all fake. What I deny hadith, when I do hadith rejection, the hadith has no religious authority. So the hadith, it can talk about history, it can talk about things and people and what happened and battles, and supposedly this guy said this and this guy said that, and there's a picture. Sure, that's the history, but it has no religious authority. The hadith cannot tell me to eat with my left hand because God told me so. The hadith is not going to tell me to stone people because God told you so. The hadith, when it tells me that stoning is because some man saw a monkey stone other monkeys, and therefore this is proof that we have to stone the adulterer, this is all monkey business.
Yeah, I understood. Yes, I understood.
I don't reject history. I don't reject science. I don't reject geography. I don't reject knowledge, but I reject religious guidance outside of the Quran.
Brother, how can you know that if Quran is saying that you are mercy to the world? Right, there are many verses where Quran says that you are mercy to the world. How will you come to know that who is you?
There's one. Because of the context of who it came down to. It's very clear. It's about the messenger.
But how would you know that who is the messenger here?
Because you're reading the whole story. So whoever the messenger is delivering the message, he's the mercy to mankind.
Right, but how can you know that that is the messenger? Quran doesn't say this.
So are you saying that you're the mercy?
How can you say that I am not the mercy? Do you have any
because
proof
God
from
says,
the Quran?
yeah, because inna arsalnaka. Were you the one who's being sent? So the Quran was about you specifically?
It may be. Why not? Because the Quran is for all stages in the world. It's
okay,
not
so
for
you're a prophet. Well, one second, you're the prophet then.
And there is a difference between brother prophet and the messenger. What I have came
I didn't say prophet. I said I didn't say that there's a difference, but you clearly said that when he's saying you, it's you, like actually you.
Brother, it might be because you cannot say that was a Muhammad.
No, this is not what I'm trying to get to. When God says Ya ayyuhan nabi, is he talking about you as well?
Brother, he's talking about the Nabi, but we don't know who is the Nabi.
So the first person who had the message, innaka rahmatan lil alamin, inna arsalnaka rahmatan lil alamin, he is the person who was sent as a mercy. And anyone who's repeating his message is spreading said mercy. So it can apply to you, but it does not apply to you solely. It applies to you as a disciple of the messenger. So I'm waiting for you to tell me whether you're a messenger or whether you're a prophet now.
Brother, we'll just get to the same point. Like, how will you know that who is the person there?
As I told you, it's because it starts the chain. The chain is the messenger. The messenger is the one that's sent. If you're a disciple of the messenger spreading the same message, then you're spreading the same mercy. And the mercy is God sending the message through the messenger. So it's not you are the mercy. It's the person who was sent with the message, and the message is the mercy to the mankind. So if God did not send the messenger, the person who received the message, brother.
Can you say his name? And does he have the name or any?
Muhammad.
Where does the Quran says this, brother?
Muhammad was just a messenger. And if he dies, right, are you going to turn on your back? Who's he talking to here? Muhammad was just a messenger.
And Allah is giving you the knowledge that Muhammad is the messenger, right? He does not say, Ya Muhammad.
No, he doesn't need
Allah
to say, Ya Muhammad. That's what
Why,
I'm saying.
brother?
He's talking to the people. He's saying, "Oh, believers, if Muhammad dies, you're gonna turn on your, or if he died or he killed, right? Are you gonna turn on your back?"
Yes, but he's giving you the information that Muhammad is the you are the believer, and if the Muhammad dies or he was
Yeah.
killed, you will
So
turn back
why
to
is
your
he?
religion.
But he's talking, Ya ayyuhal mu'minun, which is covered many times in the Quran. All who have believed, all who have believed, all who have believed. So he's talking to the believers. So the exact same believers that are being addressed throughout the whole Quran to that specific group. He tells them about if Muhammad, the messenger, dies. So now I have the name of the messenger, Muhammad.
Right.
So now the messenger is the prophet as well. So it's the messenger. He's a prophet messenger. Unless
No,
if there's
brother.
two entities now.
Where does Quran says that Muhammad is the prophet and the messenger? He just says he's the messenger, but you
Okay, but
have
it's
to
the
know.
same book. It's the same book. So it's the same book saying Ya ayyuhan nabi wa ayyuhal rasul. So the same book is telling you Ya ayyuhan nabi ya ayyuhal rasul. So if I have already established that Muhammad is the messenger, when God is addressing Ya ayyuhal rasul, he's also addressing Ya ayyuhan nabi in the same verses. In the
Brother,
exact same verses.
Right. I just got your concept. But can you say when Quran says, "Oh, the people of the book," and whenever he says, "Ya yual," what he says, "Ya Bani Israel." So does it mean that all people are the same? Quran talks different groups of the
No.
people. Quran says
Right.
different.
Yeah, I never.
different
The children of Israel is different than the people of the book. I didn't say that they're the same.
Right, there is the difference. So
Right.
likewise, "Oh prophet" is the different, "Oh messenger" is the different thing. You cannot both
But is
say
that
that.
too different? Brother, I understand this concept that the messenger has the duty of messengership and the prophet has the duty of a prophethood. But you could have a messenger prophet, as God says, Moses, right? Moses
Right.
is a prophet messenger, right? And Moses had a book. And that book was compared to the Quran. So the person who's delivering the Quran would be at the same level as Moses. And therefore, Moses being a prophet messenger, that would be the person who's delivering the book, the other book, which is comparable to Moses' book, is also a prophet messenger. And therefore, when God is saying, Ya ayyuhal rasul, O messenger, he's defining to you the role of the messenger. When he's saying, O prophet, this is the role of the prophet. So your question is very simple.
You are saying that both are the same personalities.
No, it's the same person, but with different duties.
Like Muhammad is somewhere in the Quran, he's a messenger, somewhere he's the prophet, right?
Muhammad at some points is being addressed as the messenger, and Muhammad at some points is being addressed as the prophet.
And he has different duties of the messenger and the prophet, right?
Correct. So some verses is explaining to him as a prophet on what to do.
Quran doesn't say that, brother. This is very concept
Quran
from
doesn't
your
say.
side.
But this is not a concept of my side, and I'm about to school you. Is Muhammad a messenger?
Yes, Quran says that, but he's not the Nabi.
So you know that Muhammad is the messenger, right?
Right.
Okay, so we agree that Muhammad is a messenger. There's no denying that when the messenger is being spoken, that it's Muhammad. right?
It's not necessary, right, brother? There are many verses from the.
Bro, 1 second, man. I'm not done. I'm not done. I told you I'm gonna sue you. So you agree that Muhammad is mentioned as the messenger. So now we're gonna pull up a single verse, and the verse is right here in front of you. Muhammad is not the father of any among of your men, but a messenger of God and the seal of the prophets. So Muhammad was given prophethood. Thank you very much.
No, brother.
Anything else?
The seal. It's a says seal of the prophet. It's not the last of the prophet. So he
I don't care about last of the. I understand you're trying to prove yourself that you're a prophet, and Jesus said of coming Ahmed, and you're Ahmed, and you're the prophet. I get your mentality, and I get the delusion. I don't care what. Okay, but here, clearly, whatever khatam means, whatever khatam you want to say, which is seal, stamp, sign, whatever it is, but he is something khatam in Nabiyyin. So he would have been applied to this subset of Nabiyyin, prophets. So Muhammad is not a messenger, and he is the subset of this Nabiyyin, whatever you want to say khatam is.
Yes.
So for him to be khatim and Nabiyyin, right? He has to be a Nabi.
No, brother.
Because khatim, what is khatim? Man, this is so
the
easy.
seal of that means certifier of the prophets, right?
He's what?
He certifies
means
the prophet.
Okay, so what does certify the prophet mean? So, like, is that someone who is that somebody who? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Brother, he certifies the prophet, correct? Certifies
the prophets, right? Seal.
Okay, so he's the one who proves that they're a prophet, correct?
Yeah, the prophets in the book.
Yeah. Okay, so just a question: why is khatim a noun, not a verb? Certifying, certifier. Here, khatim is a certification, right? That's what you're saying,
right.
But it's a noun. So he is khatim al-nabiyyin. So he has to be from them.
Brother,
he's from this subset.
If you are saying that if he's the certifier or the seal of the prophet, he must have to be a prophet, right?
Yeah, if he's the seal of the prophets, then he's the last prophet. That's what means seals. Khatama. Khatama means it's done. Khatama ala qulubihim. He sealed on their hearts.
So
Khatama ala qulubihim.
Yeah,
there's a verse. Yeah. Khatama ala qulubihim. He has set a seal on their hearts. Here you go. 271. 271. Yeah. So this is the same word. Khatama. God has sealed their hearts, their hearing, and their eyesight with a veil, and they will have a terrible punishment. So that's what we're. Oh, here. Sorry, I put it wrong. Sorry. God has sealed their hearts. Khatama.
Right.
Khatama. They're sealed their hearts. Have a nice day, my friend.
Can I ask you another question, brother, if you don't mind?
No, because these are very these are funny questions, but they are easy. But go ahead. But I do have to move on. I do want to stand a prayer.
Just last question, brother.
Quick.
Do you believe that before this Quran there were books like Torah, Injil? Do you believe that?
Apparently you don't.
Me? You are asking about me, right?
Yeah, because you don't make a claim. You're trying to trap me, but your claim is already refuted by the way that you asked your question. You're asking me, is there a book before the Quran, right?
Right, because I have some verse which will say that and which will deny this.
Mm-hmm. That there is no verse, right? So God has only one book, correct?
Right.
Okay. So can I show you a verse where you're wrong?
But first I have to prove my point.
Brother, I don't need to, because it's going to go through a lot of mental gymnastics, and it doesn't matter because there's already a verse telling you you're wrong.
Okay, show me, brother.
Exactly. So that's the easiest way. Let me just pull it up. So you tell me you're new to this, and yet it seems like you've had a lot of thinking about it, but it seems like
because there are many questions which arises in mind, but you do not know anyone to answer you, right?
Brother, because your questions, the ones that you're asking, are designed in a way to look for a failure point. in the overall context of the Quran to bring forth an interpretation that would test and confuse the layman. And then the layman would end up having to think about what you're saying, thinking what you said is true. But if you look at the context of the Quran after you study it for so many times, whatever you're going to bring forth as a way to test the strong narrative, it destroys what you're saying very quickly. And then you're the one who looks confused. That's why with me, it doesn't work very much. But when you go to other people who have not studied the Quran very long, yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to distinguish between the messengers and the prophet. And you could say it's two different identities. But the Quran dispels you. But here you go, brother. This is 2, 3. Okay, so we have 2 verses. The first one I want to pull up is this one, 4:136. 4:136. I could see what you're going to say here, but then I'm going to show you the one where he talks about multiple books, not a single book, multiple books. So this is the first verse where God says, "Oh, you have believed, believe in God, his messenger, and the book which he revealed to his messenger, as well as the book which was revealed before. And whoever disbelieves in God, his angels, his books." You see what it says there? His books. Not and look, the Arabic, before we say kitaban, it said kutubihi. This is 3 or more at this point. So you have the Psalms, you have the Torah, you have the Injil, and then you have the Quran. So these are kutubihi. وَرُسُلِهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. So that's multiple books. See that? Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it. Salam. Cool. Awesome. Alex, are you ready?
Alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Peace.
How are you, brother?
I'm doing well. Thank God.
Alhamdulillah. I've been watching your channel now for like more than a year, and I've really came to light with this whole following the Quran alone is the only way. And I mean to tell you, when you made me look into everything, and I just couldn't believe just the nasty stuff that I found in Sahih Bukhari and Sunan Nasa'i. Well, first, my background, I'm an American. I'm a revert to Islam. I've been a Muslim now for 7 years, and just this past year, thanks to you, brother, I'm following the Quran only.
God bless you, bro.
May God bless you. And I've been watching a little bit of the stream, so I'm just gonna keep it really short because I know you want to pray Isha, and I want to pray Isha too. And but yeah, I just wanted to go over a few things that I thought is very interesting for all of our Sunni guests, our little Sunni characters, right? Like how you talk about Shamsi, where's Mecca? It's almost as if these people say that using a compass is bid'ah because the Prophet and the Sahaba didn't use a compass. So you can't take their knowledge from any of that stuff. But
brother, don't you see how it's interesting? All of them, all they want to prove that the Quran is not enough. That the Quran is not enough. That's all that's their whole reason. That's why it's so easy to talk to them, because that's all they want to prove. The Quran's not enough. So the Quran destroys them.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I wanted to go over too, because the Sunnis, they make the claim that the Quran is co-eternal and uncreated, with Allah, right?
Astaghfirullah.
Yeah, astaghfirullah, lazim. And they make this claim. So if this is something that's a co-equal with Allah, it's co-eternal with Allah, meaning it's an extension of Allah's attribute, they claim. And now they're saying that something that's a part of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is now dependent on something that's created, i.e. the Hadith. And they wonder why, you refer to them as mushriks, and I can see why you do, and I definitely see them as being, associating things to God that, God never said anything of himself, and it's almost like a repeat pattern. Because my background, I used to be a Unitarian Christian, and I was told about Constantine and the Council of Nicaea. And, I learned about Judaism and how the Talmud came later on. And it's almost like it's a repeat pattern. Like it's always like 200 to 300 years after the messenger departs from this world. And like
it's the same test.
It's the same exact test. Yeah.
Right.
But like, I just don't understand why they think that something that comes from God is dependent on something that's coming from man.
Right. And they
just don't get that.
God says it in chapter 12. He says, and the majority of them will not believe in God other than if they associate. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something that you clearly see. And I agree. So these people keep saying that the Quran is uncreated and it's the word of God's verbatim. But then you ask them about the Torah, is that the same? And some of them will say yes, some of them will say no. But if they say yes, that means, okay, whatever language the Torah was revealed in, that means that language is also eternal, never been created. And Arabic was also eternal and never been created. Because for those books to exist, those language needs to exist because that's the dependency of that book. And then they get crushed. So, and God tells you to believe in God, the last day, the angels, the book, let's say singular, the book, and the messengers or the prophets. So we know the last day is going to be created. We know the angels have been created, and we know the messengers have been created, and God has not been created. So you're saying the book has not been created? So everything has been created except the book? Logic.
Yeah. But, and it's also funny too, because, they want to apply the same standards of the Quran to the Hadith, but Allah revealed in the Quran that we will preserve this Quran.
Right.
And we find manuscripts like the Uthmanic Codex and the Sana manuscripts that goes back to the time of the Prophet. And these are intact manuscripts. But the earliest Hadith collection that we know of is Sahifa al-Sadiqa. And it's supposedly written by a companion named Abdullah ibn Amr. But they don't have that. They don't have that Hadith collection. So Allah chose not to preserve it.
Right, exactly. That's actually a very good way of proving that would have been a very easy way. If that book continued for a very long time, then God had an emphasis on preserving it.
He would have had the intention of keeping it. If he wanted that to be part of the deen, he would have preserved that too.
Correct. So, and it also shows that the people who were responsible for hadith, they failed at the beginning and they were unable of maintaining a single corpus. And it shows that they had absolutely nothing to do with the preservation of the Quran, because the Quran was being preserved, but the other books did not get preserved much later. So your point is very accurate. SubhanAllah. Yeah. But we need you guys are like this is where it's amazing to talk to people that come from the West, because you don't have the bias of growing up with them. You don't have that bias that they keep force feeding you as a child. So you're looking from an honest point of view. You had to escape your programming, right? The worship of Jesus and idolatry of Jesus, if that was what's going on around you, and the other lies that they were feeding you. So you had to think critically and escape it. But then now you're walking into a book. Okay, this book is telling me the truth, but now I'm seeing the same things that I saw over there. But if we say to them, oh, you guys are deluded. But when you come with a fresh pair of eyes, they don't have much to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And, even their own books, puts them down, and their own bush crushes them. Like, so many of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah and so many of the Shias, they believe that, we get 3 questions in the grave, but there's other so-called hadiths where there's a 4th question in the grave. And in that narration, it's the 4th question is, and how did you come to this knowledge? And it says, I was revealed the Quran, I read it, and I understood it, and I lived by it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so like, and then you have the other narration, like I'm leaving 2 things behind. As long as you follow these 2 things, you're never going to go astray. The Sunnis say that it's the Quran and Ahlul Bayt, and then the Sunnis say it's the Sunnah of the prophet, and then it's the Quran. But then there's a third narration that says,
I only left the Quran.
One thing, the Quran. But they consider all three of these authentic. You know, he couldn't have said all three of these at the same time, because then that would have been three things.
But it's one speech that three things have been said, and it's three people's perspective, and one side is correct for agreeing that there's two things, which is Ahlul Bayt, and they're fine to accept that hadith, and then the other hadith is the Sunnah. But when we say he said one thing and it's the Quran, you guys are apostates. It's pick and choose. It's pick and choose.
Yeah. And I really do believe that specific hadith, like, that is why our community, that's why the Ummah has been so disconnected, because we've been focusing on, you know, people who lived 1400 years ago who are irrelevant to us. And the Quran says, you know, we will not be asked about what they used to do, because what Allah is concerned about is what we do with what we're tested with. And they're speaking more about these people than they're speaking about Allah. It's really sad, because every time I go to the masjid, the only time I hear the Quran is when they're praying. They don't say it in the khutbahs. There's no Wednesday lectures, nothing. It's all just this scholar or this Imam. It's Abu Hanifa, or it's Imam Shafi, or it's Muhammad Shaybani, or it's somebody. But no verses of God, no understanding it. All they focus on is reciting it, but you know, it's not just some musical to sing. No, we're supposed to understand it.
Unfortunately, they don't. God says, like, have they not pondered upon the Quran, or do they have locks on their hearts? And as you see, like, I'm giving them the verses to show them where they are showing incorrect things, just to give credence to their people, not to the books of God. Like I don't know, you were earlier when the man is saying, no, this is only Ismail. And because it's only Ismail, it's only this seed, and it's only these people. But God was talking about Abraham and Ismail. So it's also applying to Abraham. No, it's not Abraham. It's just Ismail. It's just Ismail. Well, bro, okay, now you're going like hardcore mode against God. So you're going to be in trouble. But then if you go to the Sunnis, it's the exact same mentality where they use the verses of God. The only verse I hear from Sunnis often, obey God and obey the messenger. Brother, there's the whole rest of the Quran that we can talk about. No, obey God and obey the messenger, and look at the hadith. I'll show you scholars, like there's scholars saying that the Sunnah, that Quran needs the Sunnah more than the Sunnah needs the Quran. And therefore you could follow the Sunnah and you'll be completely fine. You can follow the Sunnah without the hadith and follow what they tell you about the Sunnah, and you're saved. But if you follow the Quran without following the Sunnah, you're not saved. So what's their religion? Sunnah. And you can see it, brother. You can see it reflected, as you said, in their mosques, in their countries. Everywhere you go, it's just Prophet Muhammad. And
but they don't care to think about what he would be saying if he were alive today, with the state of the community, with what's going on in Lebanon, with what's going on in Gaza, what's going on in Yemen, and every Muslim country for the past 100, 200 years.
Brother, if Prophet Muhammad was alive today, they would probably put him in jail.
Yeah, like our brothers like Hassan Farhan Maliki and Rashad Khalifa when he was assassinated.
I have my take on Rashad Khalifa. I think he did some okay work. I just don't agree with his exegesis of the Quran, and I do not agree that he was a messenger. But the Code 19, there is some truth to it, and he shouldn't have been murdered. But I think it was actually mercy from God, him being murdered. Right. So I talked to the submitters group, the Rashad Khalifa submitter group, quite often, especially on Discord. I had like a 4 or 5 hour debate last time with them, and we got to a point I might make a reputational video, just because it's not about Rashad's character. It's not about the Code 19 per se. There's some things where it's like the Code 19 does not have to fit for Hafs, because it could fit for Shu'bah and it'll be identical. So it does not need to have the Hafs reading. It could be the other reading, the Shu'bah reading, and it'll still be okay. But his exegesis is where I have a problem. He's saying a lot of things that are incorrect. But Farhan Maliki, I think I heard some bad news. So I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah,
he's still in jail.
I know he's in prison right now. May Allah protect him, inshallah.
Yeah, may God ease his pain. But God sometimes helps you forget where you are in an easy way.
Yeah, like Yusuf and the well.
Yep. Yeah, and God help him. Oh, yeah, brother. I really appreciate you coming by, Alex. You're a breath of fresh air at the end of the stream. And you're more than brother, we do have I'll put it in the chat. I'm not sure if you are reading the chat, but we do have a Telegram. If you like our Lord is God. Yeah, so we do have like a discussion board, and we have like it would be very nice to stay in touch with you, my brother.
Yeah, most definitely. And inshallah, maybe sometime, maybe we can get Bobby's perspective and Grayson Brock back with us. Since they seem to be a little bit more closer to the Quran than some other people on YouTube at the moment.
They're pretty wise and smart. So they're pretty wise and smart. I think you can figure out what I'm trying to say. So they're doing what they need to do, but they're pretty smart and wise.
Yeah, may Allah continue to guide them and all of us.
Amen. Amen. Alhamdulillah. Let me just answer my brother here. Brother, that Telegram is not a video chat. We do have like a discussion board, like a forum where people are discussing. But then every day at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have a Quran study hosted by my brother Musa. I usually show up where we have an hour going through some verses and we're pondering and seeing how it connects with the rest of the Quran. And Musa also gives his interpretations of the verses. So we have this is what's going on in the Telegram. It's not a video chat. You don't need to have a video, but I do answer some questions and I do pop in once in a while. And today I got beat in chess, so I'm a little upset about that. Hi, my brother Alex. Yeah, I hope those people will show a little bit more, and may God guide me and guide you more, and may God forgive me and may God forgive you. And hopefully, it's very nice seeing you like online here on my screen, but I hope I get to meet you in heaven, my friend.
Yeah, inshallah. And but one more thing before
I see you in heaven. Let's say it that way.
One more thing before I go, and I just want you to know this. About a year ago, this was during Ramadan time. I was coming back from work for my dad's company, and I was driving a work truck, and these two people behind me, they looked like they got into an accident. So my natural inclination was, to rush to their aid. But they were trying to scam me, make it seem like I caused the crash. And when I got on the phone with my dad said, just get out of there. They didn't like that answer. So they assaulted me. They broke my arm. And I just held on to a lot of anger because of it. But when I started watching your Quranic remedies, the first episode is Surah Baqarah, the first 15 ayats. It really gave me a lot of resolute, and it made me let go of it. It made me realize that, there's no need to keep going on with the anguish and pain of all that because, I'm going to get my retribution either in this life or the day of judgment. And even if I don't see it, there was some good that's going to come out of it. And I just want
your retribution already came.
Yeah.
You're going to witness it. Don't worry. You're going to get your right back. Be strong, my friend. Listen, those people, God put you there. Listen to me. God put you there so that they would abuse a servant of God, so that if they're sent to hell, they have absolutely no excuse. Because why would God send to someone to hell if they're not committing crimes? They committed a crime against you, and God knew you could handle it. And God helped you heal it. Because he knows what you're capable of suffering and what you're capable of carrying. God will not burden you with something that you cannot sustain. So it's like doing push-ups. I could do 10 push-ups and my body wants to quit. But God knows that I could do 40. So God will keep pushing me to keep going until I hit 40, and then I'm happy when I hit 40. Even though the whole time it was painful. You grew up now from that event after a whole year, and you're a much better person, while they're a much worse person. So don't worry. God never wrote it upon you to get hurt. He just knew that they were going to hurt you, and he allowed it to happen. But there's a lesson for you, and there's hell for them. Don't worry about it, bro. God's got it. You doing better now, at least?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, I'm doing much better.
Thank God, brother. Thank God, man. I swear your story is amazing, brother. Come by more often.
Yeah, most definitely. And
all right, and I am gonna try to start. Yeah, my day is extremely jam packed. You see, I did 8 hours. I'm gonna go stand some prayers, and then I'm gonna pray some more, and then I have to try to get my stuff in order. I am trying to make at least an hour so that I could do the Quranic remedies. They too take about an hour to record. So I'm gonna try to get that restarted. I have a whole channel about it. It's called the Quranic Remedies. But yeah, as my brother Abu Sulaiman says here, Sulaiman, God is the most wise. So he knew what you're gonna go through. Don't let it be a burden for you. And that was your test. It seems like you passed, guys, with God's grace. So it's not me, brother. It was not me. It was not my Quranic remedies. It was just God. Just God is helping. All right, homie?
Yeah. All right. Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Wa alaikum salam, brother. Good night. Thank you for coming back. All right. Just because I promised you, but Paddy, you disappeared. Paddy, where'd you go? Paddy, you said you're going to ask me a question. You said it was a quick question. Where are you gone? Paddy, where are you? Paddy. Man. Paddy, where are you? You were in the backstage and you disappeared. I'll give it a second. Listen, brother Dan, I can't go for a whole debate. I really have to go. I see you in the back there. I'm going to add you. Please make it quick and short. Oh, man. Okay, so I'm going to add Dan to the stage. And if Paddy comes back, I'll let her ask her question. His Paddy, I'm not sure. Because I thought, I'm not sure. I'm going to let Paddy ask their question and astaghfirullah. And then we'll go from there. And then I have to go, guys. So, Dan. What's up, Dan the man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
I'm all
doing
right.
good. Well, I got a question for you about the your debates and what you talk with these people on the Dawa scene, as you like to call it. So, my question is, are you not surprised that you hear the same talking points that they use on you, that they literally use for everybody else?
Everyone
But
else.
the same talking point, but the same talking points that you use, right, when it comes to the Quran, they use for other people when it comes to debating Christians. So they divert
Brother,
that entire thing, but they flip it on. I'm just curious, because
my favorite one was with Uthman goes to Christian. He goes, you know what's in your Bible, right? And they go, yeah, it's the word of God. He goes, look at this number. This is 43. And here it's 20. This is a numerical contradiction. So what does that mean to you? That your book is obviously not right because there's one numerical contradiction, the age of the king. Okay, so here's your hadith book. The same narrations. They say it's 9 wives. The other one says 11 wives. That's a numerical contradiction. Well, why aren't you having the same reaction you're expecting from the Christian? Well, here's your hadith books. You say Solomon had sex with 70 girls in one night. Another one saying 90 in one night. That's a numerical contradiction. Why aren't you applying yourself to the same thing?
yeah, I know what you mean, but here's the thing. So one question I got to ask you is don't you think the truth could be somewhere in the middle? So when you're looking at it from this point of view, that for example, on one extreme you've got everything that every single thing that has been written down, like what I'm talking about, every single one, even if it's Dave, it's not Dave, whatever, it's it's like set in stone. And then the other side you have the Quranist spectrum, and they're like everything is garbage. So don't you think the truth could be in the middle? Because here's the thing, like if you look at just the prayers, right? Just one example is the prayers, right? They pray all five times, right? Every single sect, Shia, Sunni, Paddy, all, right? So don't you think there could be a proto source? I'm not talking about this Bukhari, this, that, or Kafi, or whatever. Don't you think
I
there could be a
understand
proto
what
source
you're saying.
that's actually true? So that's what I'm talking about. So,
Okay.
for example, kind of like one point, kind of like when you have in Judaism, you have monotheism. Even though it's been changed, this, and that, the monotheism is still there. They still believe in
I
one God,
understand.
called Baralov or whatever.
Right.
So that's my point.
So that the original prototype that they're following, okay, I can understand what you're saying, and that there is a ground for you to say that it's been repeated often for it to have some truth in it. But that is still the application of the religious guidance. So if you're going to talk about the truth of the history, yeah, we can find the middle ground about history. But when it comes down to the truth of religion, no, I can't find middle ground with them, because I understand what you're saying. To me, I could witness that there could have been a source that applied the Quran correctly, and then it slowly got passed down, but every generation added their little touch to it. But is this necessary for me to apply the Quran? No. I can completely delete all that and apply the Quran for what I'm doing today. And that's what I've done. And I'm capable of now defending that position very strongly, because they want to set me up to the standards that they're measuring the way they're applying the Quran. But I don't want to deal with that. I want to apply the standard of the Quran on what they're doing and what I'm doing. So that's where the Quran comes as the attribute, like the thing that's judging between us. But for me to say that was there no prophet applying the Quran and showing people how to apply, absolutely that occurred. But is that necessary for me 1,400 years after all these changes? No, because I don't need to obey the prophet. I need to obey the messenger. And that brings me to the point that I was trying to make, is that the messengership is not sealed. Prophethood is sealed, but the messengership is not sealed. When God is saying obey God and obey the messenger, this has applied to many generations after the prophet, because there's messengers that came to help explain the book and how to apply the book. And I can show you a verse to prove that there's multiple messengers after the prophet if you're interested in seeing.
Yeah, so my point is this. So my point is this. So when you said that it's not necessary to apply this, and that, I'm not saying it is, but here's the thing. I'll give you one example, right? Don't you think there could be a lot of truth? Because I truly believe, I think we disagree on this point. I truly believe there's a lot, overwhelming truth that you will find in the Hadith. In the Hadith, you will find. Yes, you can say there's something that, there's an issue with this, and that. I think you will truly, if you look at it, there's truth. Because it cannot be, one thing is the example of prayer, the actions of the prayer. Literally, my brother,
That's not in the Hadith.
No.
But that's not in Hadith. That was a living tradition.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Right.
That living tradition then transformed.
I understand that.
Yeah.
No. It was a living tradition that the Hadith did not capture, because you don't have the rules and the regulations and the step-by-step procedures of Salah. They have some things, but those things that they have, the majority of it is not actually applied in their Salah. Everyone who's a Muslim, born Muslim, they learned Salah from dad and mom and the guy in the mosque.
Right.
They didn't read a book on how to Salah. Now, but here's the thing. People can apply and add things which they assume will bring them closer. And then the generation after them cannot understand that it was the person trying to get closer to God, and they think that this is the way. And this applied to many generations, especially with the lifting of the finger, where you're going to put your hands, the things that they say in the prayer. Like you can go to Mecca right now, I believe, and after the guy says Allahu Akbar, you have a guy in the background, Allahu Akbar. Like, why are you doing it twice?
Right. So here's the thing. Right. This is where the point comes across. Right. Listen, there are differences there, but the proto source, that's the thing. You say it's a living tradition. I agree with you. But here's the thing. That's where I think the truth is in the Hadith. Some of it is there. Like, here's the thing. I'll give you one example. Like, how much the Sunnis and the Shiites and all those different sects disagree amongst each other, right? You know how much they disagree. But here's the thing. They cannot categorize. It's impossible for them to disagree with the actions of how to perform the prayer, right?
Yes, no, they do, bro. They do.
No,
they do. Go. Have you seen the Shias pray? Have you seen the Shias pray?
Yeah, I have. I know exactly how they pray. But here's the thing. I'll give you an example.
So the three takbirat.
No. When they make khunut, and when they do, that's what I'm talking about. Those minor details, obviously they do different. I'll give you another example. Why the Malikis do one salam at the end of prayer? Why the Malikis do one salam? And then I'll give you another example. Why is it that the Shafis and Hanbalis, after the Imam says Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, then the Hanafis do it during the time when the Imam does it. But the Shafis and Hanbalis do it after. Why?
Listen. This is now one thing. There is a group of Shiites that pray 3 times a day. They don't pray 5. Just so you know, there is a Shia group that prays 3 times a day. Now these are not minor things. There is a Shia group that prays 3 times a day. I'm telling you. Yeah, I believe so.
Ismailis, yeah, but here's the thing. Even though when they pray three times, I'll give you an example. When
they're connecting 2 in 1s, I get it.
Yeah. The Ibn Yasharis, they pray to, they don't pray it like, oh, they pray only 3 times. They still pray 5 times. It's just that they combine, kind of like how Sunnis do when they travel. It's no different.
Right.
It's literally the same.
Brother, I swear to God, I understand, and I understand what you're saying. Again, this is you trying to like salvage of whatever's coming to you. But I will be very clear for you. You're salvaging of whatever's coming to you as tradition, and you're seeing whatever is applicable and is proper in religion, in regards to religion. This is what you want to salvage, and you want to use it. And whatever the community is doing, there's a general understanding. Okay, but God clearly states in the Quran that when a community becomes oppressive, they get the warning and then they're removed, and there's no coming back. Okay, so this is very important. So there has been a few caliphates that came by. They had the strength, the power. They were superpower. Every time they became too oppressive, they were removed and a new power came. They were removed and a new power came. Up until the Ottomans. The Ottomans became powerful. They became oppressive, and then they were removed. So at this point, when there was no caliphate after it, there is no return to the Muslim Ummah, because that's it. It's sealed. It has to be a new superpower. It has to be a new form of understanding, and it has to be a new set of people, because God removes the old and he brings something new. So now America was the superpower for a while. They're about to get removed after they get their warnings and they get everything, and you'll see a new superpower emerge. But when it comes down to the religion, we're not going to go back to having actual what you believe is the actual Salafi and the Athari and going back 1400 years. That's you living in an empire that died, and you're trying to apply the rules of an empire that died.
Yeah,
that's the simple way I see it. So for me, that tradition and all of this is of a dead empire. The Quran is living, and this stuff that you talk about, you guys corrupted it, and it's no longer a way for us to become a community and to unite. It's a way for us to divide.
But what is corruption? I want to ask you this. What do you mean by corruption? Like, I'll give you an example.
Fasad.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, something that, okay, so there's two ways of understanding what corruption is. I leave something like organic out for a while, it becomes like moldy, and I'm no longer able to eat it, and it dies, right? The other thing is I take it and I throw it against the wall and I break it, and now I can no longer eat it. You guys didn't let it sit there and rot and died. You guys kept throwing it into the ground so many times that it still looks like the fruit, but it's so banged up and it's dead.
But doesn't that happen normally with human culture? It adapts. So here's the thing: those small details in terms of jurisprictions, in terms of like whatever they say, in terms of the judicial, fatwas and whatnot, right? Those things obviously they adapt over time. Like, you know it by yourself. Like laws adapt over time, right? So when you say, oh well, in the beginning, I'll give you an example. In the Hanafis, Jummah was mandatory, but if you didn't have a representative of the Sultan or the person who's in charge of the state, somebody of his representative, it wouldn't be valid. Like during the Ottoman times in the small villages, I mean, you can look it up if I'm not wrong. They wouldn't even have Jummah if there was not a representative. But now with this change, so now it's adapting to the circumstances that are current. So that's what I mean. Like,
but that's not religion. That's my point. That's structure. That's structure. That's applying the religion and creating a structure, trying to adhere to what you were given as guidance. Right. That's not religion. That's application. So, but to me, the way that is being applied in this day and age is disconnected from the guidance. So I don't need your application. I don't need your rules. I don't need your jurisprudences. I don't need any of it. Because yes, there is some truth to it, but the majority of it is no longer aligned with what the Quran is saying. And this is what I preview in my video. So many of the verses. So does any Christian in this day and age, is he worthy of going to heaven according to all of the jurisprudences? No, unanimously they say there is no Jew, there is no Christian in this day and age that can get to heaven if they heard about Prophet Muhammad, right?
Right. So I'll give you a
right. but the Quran is telling you you're wrong.
But can I answer that?
Sure.
Can I answer that? One point. What makes you know that a Muslim who says outwardly, I am the greatest Muslim, I am this and that, he's going to go to heaven? Right? I'll give you a best example. Like one thing, I agree with you even. Like, when there are some of these like people who are more so orthodox, they say, oh, this guy says X, Y, Z, he's a takfir. They declare takfir on him, right? They call him a kafir. So I want to talk to you about this. Like when you say, oh, about the Jew and the Christian, I want to say, like, how do you know? How do you know? Like who knows? Only God knows what's in his heart. Right. I'll give you one example.
But brother, it's not about knowing it. It's not about God's judgment. I'm telling you about your doctrine. So you're saying the assumption, the core assumptions of Sunniism, that if someone heard about Prophet Muhammad and did not accept Prophet Muhammad, those people are going to hell. That's it. if there's an intercession and God is merciful, but this is not how we believe it. And if someone asks you, are they going to hell? They'll say yes.
Right. So let me ask you something.
That's one. That's one. That's an issue with the.
Yeah, but if somebody rejects, brother, somebody rejects Islam, do you think if they wholeheartedly reject Islam, even though probably I'll give you a
Brother, that's not my question. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking good Christians that did not accept the Prophet. Do they get to heaven?
How do I know? My God, that's the thing.
I'll tell you what the Quran tells you. The Quran tells you they do.
They do. Based on
and I know this is shocking.
Yeah,
no, based up exactly.
I know
right.
what you mean.
So, but do you?
I know exactly what
but
you
mean. But the Sunnis say it no longer. It doesn't matter what their actions is. There's no way for them to be accepted. That's the proper Sunni approach. That's one. Anyone with an ounce of monotheism and said the Shahada, he will go to hell for a bit and eventually get to heaven.
Right. That's based on
that's haram.
The orthodox thinking process, right?
But that's haram. That's against the Quran. You can't say that someone goes to hell temporarily and then gets to heaven. There's clear-cut verses that says that this will never happen.
I know that they'll be abide therein eternally. I know what you mean. In the words, I know exactly what you mean. Right? Where it says they will abide therein eternally. Right? I know that.
Right.
But that's not my point. I'm not talking about the semantics of
wait one second. I'm telling you about, you talked about jurisprudences where these people are making a way for applying the law. But when we're talking about the basics understanding of what the theology is telling you, there's such a huge disconnect that the way that they're going to apply the jurisprudences is based upon what they are understanding as opinion. It's not based upon guidance. So whatever they're doing, the basis, the foundations of it is broken. So why would I take something that's broken and try to build on top of it? I don't need your building. I'll go start a new building.
But how do you know what the building looks like? I'll give you an example.
The Quran.
Okay, perfect, my friend. Tell me. I hate asking this question.
How do you pray?
You get this 1,000 times. Exactly. You got it.
Right. Yeah. But exactly, brother, you're trying to set it up to the standard that you were giving. Listen, I know. But you're asking the questions in regards to how you were told to pray. So you're setting a standard that this is how I pray. So how do you, brother? Let me get it to you. So you're trying to see a structure that I have for prayer to see how I'm applying it. But the way that I applied the prayer is not against the numbers of units. It's not unit-based prayer as you guys have it. I have a time-based prayer. Okay. So when you're saying there's no rakats in the Quran, exactly, because there's a time limit in the Quran. Right. So from the setting of the sun up until the twilight of the night, that's one prayer. The whole Fajr, that's a second prayer. And God talked about a middle prayer where you're standing up at least half the night. A little less, a little bit more. So there's your three prayers listed in the Quran. God said qiyaman wa sujudan, right? Standing and prostrating. And and then he's telling you, وَاتْلُ مَا أُوحِيَ إِلَيْكَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةِ. This is in chapter 29, I think. It's best. So recite from the Quran and establish the prayer. So you would have to apply and recite the Quran while you're praying. And God says when the Quran is recited upon them, why do they not prostrate? So for me, I want to do the correct thing. So after I'm done reciting a chapter of the Quran, I'm going to prostrate. And God told you in your prostration, there's tasbih, there's tahmeed, there's dua, there's so much that there's pondering upon the Quran. So, but you can't do that in the 5 minutes that Sunnis do their Maghrib. There's no time for that. They take the shortest period in the Maghrib specifically. They take the shortest ones, three rak'ats, and they're done in 5 minutes. Like, bro, and then I go sit by myself for another 40 minutes, reading chapter 9 and chapter 8, chapter 9. Today I read 25, 26, and 27. So I do 25. I read all of 25 Furqan, and I prostrate and I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about my day of judgment. I'm exalting God. I'm not even thinking about the stream, but I know at the time I have to go to the stream, but I'm thinking about the Quran. You see what I'm saying? I stand up again and then I read another chapter and I'm reading it like loud enough for me to hear it. And I'm in the mosque and bro, like the Shaikh will walk by me. It's like, man, this guy's like praying like hardcore. But this is why I know the book so well, because to me, the prayer is so important. But to you guys, it's 3 rakats. And how do you pray? Well, brother, nowhere in the Quran does someone come to the Prophet and it says, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الصَّلَاةِ. They ask you about the prayer. No, it's not him establishing the prayer. The prayer was a way where it was not set in stone. They set it in stone for congregation so that people would know what to do. But after the congregation is done, you're supposed to go stand and pray. That's what you guys call the sunnahs and the 2 rak'ahs. And it's supposed to be a very extended, long period. And the Prophet prayed a lot. So when you're telling me, how do I pray? Brother, I pray by how the Quran tells me to pray. And my prayer, I feel like it's helping me a lot more than what Sunnis do. Because it helped me, I'll be very frank, things with obscenities as a child, I no longer even have the thoughts of them. Things with certain addictions, not even close to them. I'm talking about coffee, nicotine, stuff like that. The prayer legitimately scares you away from that stuff. Because you know, if the thing is, the way I test my relationship with God is if I'm not able to concentrate in my prayer and concentrate on the words that I'm reading or the words that I'm reciting, I did something bad. I'm doing something wrong. And then when this is how I test my relationship. But if my prayer is 2 minutes, think about whatever I want, just recite things and do the actions perfectly, I didn't pray, bro. Because how many people have I seen? They leave the mosque and they light up a cigarette. You didn't pray, bro.
Right. So let me just ask you one thing, right? So what you said about your prayer is more so about the duration, right? And you said about the living tradition. It's about based on the living tradition. And that's what I'm saying, right?
That's not what I said. No. Nowhere did I say that I'm using the living tradition. I'm saying using the living tradition.
Yeah, I know, but that living tradition, it has to be something that's based on the truth. I'll give you an example. They cannot agree. What can they agree on? But yet they agree that there's 4 rak'ahs. There's 4 rak'ahs, like in Isha, there's 4 rak'ahs. They agree.
Brother, to me, that is irrelevant. Because I will prove it to you that you guys are applying the Quran without you even realizing it. And you're saying that it's 5 prayers when it's 3 prayers.
Can you have a?
So I'll show you.
I want to ask you like one question. Can you have like in 1 minute? Can you have absolute concentration? I'm not right now, but I'm talking in general. Like if somebody has full concentration for less than a minute, I'll give you an example. Professional football players, right? They have concentration for 10 seconds, but during those 10 seconds, like time slows down for them even, like that level. Like if you see with Messi, I'll give you an example. With him, like time literally you perceive that time is slowing down for him. But it's because he has absolute concentration in that moment of time. So when you say, oh, it's about 45 minutes, I agree. It's better if it's longer, right? If you do it longer, they're great for you. But to say that in 5 minutes you can't get concentration, I mean, it really depends. I mean, you could have somebody who
there's absolutely no way for you to click into your prayer in 5 minutes. And within 5 minutes, having 3 different chapters and doing 3 rak'ahs, you have not been able to really ponder. That's for you.
Yeah,
that's for you, brother. That's for you. That's for you. I just like for 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, it was 3 rak'ats. Which verses are you going to read? Because the majority of the Quran, they're big chapters. They take not 5 minutes. The majority of the Quran, like let's go from 12 and after. After Joseph, you have Surah 13. Surah 13 is about 6 pages. Each page is about 2 minutes. If you're reading fast, if you're reciting it properly, that's 1.5 minutes. So to get to 6 pages, that's about 8 minutes of just one. That's the first rak'ah. Not even. It's like 10 minutes to get through chapter 13. Right? So like this is a verse for you to contemplate throughout your salah. But you guys run to Jizya Amma.
No, but
Or you take small slivers of other surahs. That's it. There's no way. I pray with you guys. I don't have time to even reflect on what's being said, because like I don't have time to really taste and live and feel the Quran. Except in Ramadan. I love when you guys do your Taraweeh. I wish you guys did Taraweeh every day. Like, to be honest, I love Taraweeh.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That's a personal thing that you're experiencing, right? I can't concentrate. No, genuinely it is. My friend,
brother, come pray with us for 2 weeks. Me and the group of people, the Quran alone people, when we pray, the group that's very close to me, come pray with us. You will see, brother. We don't take it as there's no joking with the prayer. For us, it's very important and it's quite extensive because it makes us really.
There's no joking with us. I mean, that's kind of.
I get it. I'm not okay, but the majority of the people will not be able to last our prayers because it takes a lot of time to build up to the levels that we got. And it's just like going to the gym. So at the beginning, you could do a few push-ups, but then the more you practice it, you can do like 100 push-ups. and the people around you like, wow, how are you capable of doing that? Is because of practice. I can stand a 4-hour prayer, no problem.
Right.
Especially if I'm at a mosque, I could sit and go through 5 jizit or 4 jizit. No, it's 100 pages. 100 pages, which is 5 jizit. I'll read 100 pages in one prayer. So it's like I'll read 10 pages, I'll prostrate, get up, read 10 pages, prostrate, and then chill for a little bit, like 5 minutes, 2 minutes, like put more, like do the ablution one more time, stand up, and then do it. And within 4 hours, I've read 100 pages, recited properly. But because it took a lot of practice to get that point, but now I'm fulfilling chapter 73 and I'm getting closer to God. So yeah, solid ground, and God is rewarding me in my life. So it's not about how you pray. It's not how you pray. It's what's the prayer is the question. What is the prayer?
I understand, but during those 5 minutes, when you say Maghrib, during those 5 minutes, I give you personal anecdote. I'm fully concentrated. Like I understand word for word what I'm saying. Like I understand. Like I feel it. Right. So it's a personal choice. I mean, that's the thing.
But it's not the same, brother. It's not that. Like God is literally giving me the guidelines. He's telling me from the sunsets all the way up to the twilight. But you want to just do 5 minutes, then you're gonna get the rewards of a 5-minute prayer. I'm going to get the reward of a 40-minute prayer or 80-minute prayer or 50-minute prayer, whatever it is. When God is telling me Fajr, you can take your reward for the 10-minute Fajr. I'll take the reward for the whole Fajr. Because it's not equal at this point.
If we get the reward. That's the thing, brother. We have to say if we get the reward.
No, I mean, even if you're a criminal, and you do a good task, you get the reward.
But
whether here in the world or the hereafter.
But did I do the task? Did I do the task like fully with the right intention? If I'm like, I did this, I did that, or
you get any good that you do is paid back to you. If you stood and you danced and you were lazy and you were a hypocrite, then that's a sin against you. That's not a good thing for you. But if you're wholeheartedly standing a prayer, whether it's 5 minutes, wholeheartedly with concentration and with khushu', like with fear, and if you did it for 5 minutes, it's not going to be comparable to a man who did the same things for 40 minutes. That's what I mean.
Right. Yeah. So I think we need to do something that we can't. It's better if we just disagree. but honestly, bro,
I appreciate that.
Some of your talks. I mean, I would wish that these sort of conversations we have more. Even with we disagree, it's a normal conversation. I have nothing against you. I wish you all the best, brother. So
God bless you, bro.
More of these conversations would happen instead of just like shouting back and forth in debates. You know what I'm talking about.
I appreciate these discussions, and these discussions are helpful because we get to express our sides without people throwing guns at us. I understand this, and yeah, so it's very nice for you the way that you approach the matter. I'm hearing an accent. I think you're from Jersey, close to that area. Is that correct?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Nice. The accent, bro.
Yeah. It's a giveaway, but yeah, brother. I hope all the best for you, and then looking forward to talking to you later. Take care now.
God bless you, man. Bye-bye. Peace. Assalamu alaikum. All right. Only because I promised you, Paddy. Peace.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam. Sorry, brother. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you?
I'm doing all right.
I asked you have a long.
I have to go, so like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I just want to ask you about, I really appreciate what you guys doing, try to bring light to the Quran. And, but I don't like the word Quranist, it's like, yeah.
I don't use it. I'm not a Quranist. I don't say I'm a, like, if I'm going to introduce myself, I'm not a Hadith rejector because I accept the best Hadith, which is the Quran. But I have to use the word Hadith rejector and Quranist in the descriptions and stuff is because of the algorithm. Sunnis don't search Quran alone Muslims. Sunnis search Quranists. They search Hadith rejectors. For them to get my contact, I have to at least adhere to some stuff of the search engine optimization. I don't call myself in the streets a Hadith rejector. I'm a Quran alone Muslim or a mu'min. That's enough.
True. But I appreciate a lot what you guys try to teach us. Like, there's only way to salvation is through the message, and that's the Quran, And I used to follow the Sunnah also because where I come from, that is the Shafi school, And but it's not like to tell my friends and my family and the people are really close to me about that I follow the Quran alone, and you go against the tradition. It's like they cannot believe it. You know what I'm saying? How you can only follow the Quran and forget the tradition, and that is like, so it become very, you feel really alone because you only follow the Quran and you cannot convince the people you really love. Like that is the only way. The Hadith is just, you know what I'm saying? It's just sayings of saying. You know, it's like yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, so yeah, so I'm really happy. Like in these days, like now we have like you brother, you have brother Shuaib. I like you guys anyway. Like you and Shuaib when you go together online, I really love it. You know, it's like tag team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
but if me and Shuaib are capable of going against the actual knowledgeable guys, like I know we get a lot of people who are students of knowledge or just trying to debate, but if you put me and Shuaib in front of like the big dawah guys, brother, we would show you things that you would like we would crush them very, very hard. So we there's certain things we don't express right away. It's just because we're waiting for someone a little bit bigger. Let me put it that way.
yeah,
But we do say the truth. We're very clear, but there are ways to really put these people into a way that's like very crushing. You know, especially in their hadith books. Like we can pull up the whole thing about where they got the 5 prayers. We don't pull this up with the layman here because they have no idea. But we could start talking about where they get the 5 prayers from and the Ma'raj and how God and the Prophet are the Prophet is negotiating with God, and God can't do basic math at that point.
Right.
So
it's true because
amazing.
I hear that I used to know Shuaib before than you. I used to listen.
Hello, brother. Did I lag or did you lag? Can you guys hear me? Oh, I think I lagged.
It's like they believe in the Quran, but it's like they don't really uphold it like the real, like that is the real guidance, you know.
Brother Paddy, your thing is brother, your mic is crashing.
Yeah. Can you hear me, sir?
I can't. It was lagging. I only got the point where I think you're saying that they don't really uphold the Quran, and then it cut out. It cut out again. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me, sir?
Hey, brother. I'm hearing you now. It cut out. Now I can't hear you anymore. Now I cannot hear you anymore, my good brother.
I think the connection is not so right?
Yeah, and I believe it's more so on your end because I'm able to talk to my chat while you're not. So I think it's a problem on your end, Paddy. I'm gonna wait, guys. Sorry, because I promised I'll ask. Ask me your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, the question is, for me, the question is like, I see you guys, you know, spend a lot of time conversing the Sunnis, like what is they are doing wrong, and sometimes I don't see the purpose of it because we clearly know the Quran is the guidance, and we're supposed to study the Quran, and we're supposed to understand the stories about the Quran so it can help us the day of time we are right now, you know. But I feel like we understand that like the hadith they need to upgrade to the Quran alone, you know. And but you people, you keep repeating the same story to the Quranists. It's like you try to I know the hadith. You try to convince them they need to follow the Quran, but they know the Quran is guidance. But you try to convince them like you need to follow the hadith, the Quran alone. You know, I don't know if you get me what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. You're saying that we're maybe putting too much effort or too much
Emphasis,
time.
yeah. Try to
emphasis on them.
Yeah, to
Right.
prove them like the Quran is the only guide. You know what I'm saying? And like you was talking to one guy, and he don't want to hear that. You know, he don't want to hear about the Quran. It's the only guidance. You know, he want to hear like, okay, we have to accept the Hadith and all this, but he don't want to hear about the Quran alone. You know what I'm saying? So what is the point for you try to bring him aboard? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So
you know
for
what?
me, For me, I try to use it as a learning experience for everybody else that's watching, because they have a gatekeeping on the religion of God. So they're the ones who are saying who's a Muslim and who isn't a Muslim. They're the ones who are saying they explain the Quran. So I need to make an example out of this group specifically. I do have contents where I am focusing more so on the Quran for the Quran alone community, and there are videos that I'm making that are specifically for the Quran. Now, there is also the concept of the social engineering. So the social engineering, I'm not saying that I'm manipulating people, but I have to play the game of the social media. The social media is very touchy, and it's very specific on how it advertises things, right? So I only in the last 1 week or 2 weeks, actually, it's not even 2 weeks, I started to have to even pay YouTube for them to advertise some of my certain shorts to certain groups of people, so that I can start doing jihad again. Like this is my effort. I don't take money from YouTube. I don't get paid from YouTube. But for the first beginning, I was writing the algorithm, but then now the algorithm is against me. So I have to start playing different games. So there's a way for me to get. I can't talk too much about it, but I have to be clear. I can start making my things extremely political. Instead of Sunnism, I can make it extremely political, and I can start to get targeting a different audience, the audience that's more concerned with the news and what's going on. And then I have a different group to bring them back into the religion. But the problem is, every time I'm going and venturing, getting a new group, and I start talking about the Quran alone, the YouTube diminishes you very quickly. Because to them, yeah. So let me explain it this way. If you were a Sunni, you don't see Shia videos come to you. You don't see Ahmadiyya videos come to you.
No.
The YouTube only feeds you Sunni stuff. So okay, now Sunni, the YouTube labeled you as Quran alone. Sunnis no longer see your videos.
Right. Okay.
Shia, right. So I have to talk about Sunnis so that Sunnis get my videos. If I don't talk about Sunnis, only a very small portion gets my videos. So as you see today, I played a game. I put the word revert in my thing because I have to target anyone where YouTube thinks that this person is what they would consider a revert, because they're looking for things in regards to reverts. And then all of a sudden my live will show up, they click and they came.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
But I know for you it'll be long evening, but long night. So, but I appreciate a lot what you guys doing. You and Shu, I really like to hear what you guys have to say and to preach and to give more knowledge about the Quran. But I think your knowledge of Quran is amazing. You know, you people know more, and I would like to hear more debate like with the Muhammad Hijab and all those kind of guys from Speaker's Corner.
When
You
they
know,
stop
are really entertaining. It's always entertained me, man. Because, but one thing I don't understand, you know, really, if I ask myself why they don't understand the Quran, to follow the Quran alone, I don't understand it. You know, why they always have to put the Hadith so the same category as the Quran, you know, and that's why I never understood it, you know.
But
And
brother, they have walls of books. You see them when they go sit in their libraries. Wall of books. I have to practice. I only practice one book. I practice only one book. They have to go through so many books, but so when they come to me, I practiced, as they say, I practiced at one kick 1,000 times. They practiced 1,000 kicks one time.
Wow.
So
Wow.
I'm more prepared than them when it comes down to the Quran. I've had to sit here and dissect it. So many, like, bro, this Quran is falling apart. Like here, it's falling apart from how many times I've used it. But this book is already 1 second. And my old Quran, I lost the cover because of how much I had to sit and flip in the book and go from inside. So like the book is disintegrating in my hands, and for them, no, they have, like, the Bukhari book is 4,000 pages. Muslim is more than that, and they have all these books that they put on their shelves, and they have to go through, and this guy and that guy, and the more the history comes by, the more books added. Because now it's Albani and Ibn Taymiyyah and Fawzan and Bin Baz. So more and more the religion gets complicated, and I just have to practice this.
The only one, you're right. Yes, I thought there was one ayat in the Quran. They say, like, in the day of judgment, the prophet is gonna tell to. I know I'm not so knowledgeable, so, but they say about they're gonna the prophet gonna complain to Allah that the people, they left the Quran alone. You know, they abandoned the Quran, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I don't think. Yeah. You know, it's the Quran. Sorry.
I mean, there is two ways of understanding the verse. That one, the prophet will say that on the day of judgment, or the messenger will say that on the day of judgment, and two, that the messenger was saying it to his people. He's complaining while he was alive. God, my people have taken, because the next verse is God talking about the prophet having an enemy. So as God is revealing the Quran through the prophet, people are not caring. He's like, my people are forsaking this amazing book. They think it's forsaken. They think it's empty. So if they were not ignoring it then, they will definitely ignore it now. But I do have this channel, and you can see, like, I had to move some of my videos from my main channel. This is called the Quranic Remedies, where I spend like about 20 minutes. 20 minutes on a page of the Quran, and I go through, like, just the things that you're capable of taking it. So it's called the Quranic Remedies, and I have to start, like, putting more material on this. But yeah, I'm almost finished with the verses of the cow. So what I do is literally I just take.
Mashallah. May Allah reward your work. Yeah.
God bless you, brother. So this is where it's like.
Yes, I just joined you. I didn't know you for so long. I know Muhammad. I know Baba Shuaib. I didn't know you, but since I know you guys, I also join you, and I'm start to know you more. But I like you have more patience. You know, you have really patience with people, because sometimes I've been listening with some people and say, "Man, you really have patience, bro." You know what I'm saying?
What do you do? Like, because the man can sit there and tell you you're wrong all day. Okay, bro, I'll just wait for you. Like and some people are talking. I swear, sometimes people are talking, and I'm just thinking about God, and I'm hearing them, but I'm thinking about God. Like, and this guy's wasting my time. But what do? You have to be patient.
Yeah, like you had I think yesterday with Baba Shuaib, and was one guy, I think was it was yesterday, I think. That question, I was like, man, I think Shuaib had that, Shuaib didn't even want to talk no more, I was like, man, how you people, you are a really patient guy, it was like, you try to explain to him very well, very kind way, but I was like, damn, you really have to have patience, bro.
Thanks, brother. But in Baba Shuaib's defense, that Dawah quest showed up at the 8th hour of this stream, so we're already tired, and it's already been done. So now, so that's that's hour 7 or hour 8, because that was also an 8-hour stream with Baba Shuaib.
Okay, my last question, sir, because I know you're tired, also you need to rest. One thing I like in the time of the Sahabas, Abu Bakr, Omar, one thing I always ask myself, why they can go against the Quran, because after Surah Ayat Kursi, Allah said there is no compulsory religion. How these people were able to convey, to enter another country and conquer them and kill them and all that, in sake of religion, while Allah say there is no compulsory religion. So I never understand that. You know what I'm saying? Can you explain me to that?
Okay, so when it comes down to you could say the first three. I don't want to discuss Ali and Muawiyah right now, but let's discuss with Uthman, Abu Bakr, and Umar. So they did not start the war. They're not the ones who went out and started the wars. The people, the Persians attacked and the Byzantines attacked, and there was retaliations, and the Muslims was winning. And then at certain times, the Muslims went and started to do expansion wars. That's different. That I don't agree with. But technically, it was the Byzantines that threw the first rock, and then there was an escalation, and the Persians threw the rock. So you can't, like, for example, I come to your house, right, and we start to fight. Okay, no, I come to your country and we start to fight, or I attack you, and then you beat me and you start taking more of my country. Whose fault is that?
Oh, so it was like a self-defense, let's say.
It was a self-defense, but they started to push into the territory of the enemy. Bounty, war bounty. And then at that point, but for me, look, man, if I was a community leader, for example, let's say I am a politician, and I see my neighbor is not a person that loves God, and they are a person who's causing problems in the world, a corrupter. Like, if, for example, let's say I become the president of Saudi Arabia. No, I can't. This is a little too much. Let's go to Jordan. Okay, I'm a president of Jordan all of a sudden. One day to show up, I'm the president of Jordan. I would start going to the Syrian president and be like, look, man, I'm going to need if you're a Muslim, I'm going to need ownership of that land as well. Okay? If you agree, then you can be a mayor of a city. If not, I'm going to have to come and take it. The same way as Solomon told Queen of Sheba. Because I want to now unite the community under one flag. So I have to go almost force the law, if that makes sense. But that is if you have the resources and the power. So for me, I don't understand why any of the people in the Middle East doesn't click with them. You know what? I want to expand. I want to take these people and I want to make one community. And these people would be supported by God because they're going for the truth. Not for them to be powerful, not for them to be strong, but for the community to improve. I need to unite. So if that means removing leaders or trying to make the leaders come under my control, that's how it should work. Simple and direct. But to go and kill people and start a war with Europe and start the war with Turkey, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's definitely not what I'm saying. Paddy, I think your mic cut out. Brother Paddy, I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate, man. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Peace. Really quick, what's up? Real quick, one quick question, as fast as you can. David.
Okay.
As fast as you can.
Okay. So it was a question I was having about the Quran. I read a verse in chapter, I believe 65, the divorce, and it was talking about rules for a waiting period, right? It said 3 months for one who has already passed menstruation, 3 months for someone prior. But the thing that got me was it was in chapter chapter 33, verse 49. It said that there's no need for a waiting period if you haven't touched them, or I believe that means have sex with them. Yeah. So right. I was wondering if like that was implying that it was like for people below menstruation, like what that's all about in the Quran.
You mean those that did not menstruate?
Yeah, those who haven't menstruated yet. If
so I understand. So listen, I'm going to be very clear with it. Are you asking, is this allowing for pedophilia, or are you asking me genuinely what does it mean?
I genuinely want to know what it means. Yeah.
Okay, so the word here that was used was nisa'akum. Nisa'akum means women. Okay, because if it's fatayatikum, which would include young girls that have not reached the age of having the ability to menstruate. Okay, and then God here is saying that as for those who have not menstruated, right? One way of understanding it, that is like, okay, so as for those who despair of menstruation among your women, so these are the people who hit menopause. If you doubt, then their period is 3 months. So okay, so the girls that hit menopause, let's wait 3 months just in case if there was an extra egg. And it's also 3 months for those who have not menstruated. So for me, it's like I just divorced her, but we had like sex a month ago, but she still didn't menstruate. So her waiting period is also 3 months after that, just to see if she's going to menstruate or what, then she's pregnant. Because if she's pregnant, then their term is until so it's not 3 months if she's pregnant. Her term is much longer than that until she finishes a pregnancy. So I have to wait 3 months if she's pregnant, and then the verse carries on.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you so much.
Right, brother. It's not about there is no if this is the word here. Okay, let's just say وَالَّذِي يَئِسْنَ مَحِيضًا مِن نِسَائِكُمْ. Right, so the word that I'm using here is nisaikum, and I'll turn on the transliteration. So the transliteration is there it is, transliteration. So the word that we're here, nisaukum, right? This is for your women. Okay?
Yeah.
So I want to take you to another verse. Well,
also, thank you again for taking my question. I know you got to go, so.
Yeah. It's okay, because at the end of the day, it's for God. I saw you waiting patiently, so I said it's only fair, and God is the judge at the end. So inshallah, it's here. So the verse that I want to say. Okay, so here we go. So the one that I want to show you is this verse. So God says, we'll go up one. Indeed, those that the angels will cause their death in wronging their souls, they, the angels, will say, in what were you? They will say, we were oppressed in the land. They, the angels, will say, was the earth of God not spacious to immigrate therein? Thus, those are the ones who refuge is held, such as an evil and destiny. This is about the people who kill themselves, from what I understand. But God says here, except the oppressed among the men, women, and children. So you see the word nisa here?
Yeah.
And then the children, wal wildan. So there's a separation between the word nisa and wildan, because I can't use the word nisa on a child, someone who has yet to ever menstruate or get to the level of puberty. And this is not only used once, this is used more than one person. So وَمَا لَكُمْ لَا تُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. So it's like so it's like children. I believe it's going to be used a few times. Children. No. There it is. Why should you not fight in the way of God while the oppressed among men, women, and children are those saying? So they're not men, they're not women, but they're children. So if we go back to that verse again, here, God says the word nisa'akum, women.
Which is woman.
So
yeah.
Can't be a child. Game over. You can't marry a 6-year-old. It's game over.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. That actually really helped me a lot. Thank you so much. Praise be to God.
God bless you.
God bless you too. Thank you.
There's no such that's illegal. It's haram. You can't. That's oppressive. There's 2 rules for the condition of marriage. One, she has to reach the ability to produce, not puberty. It's not her getting a little pubic hair or getting hair under her chest or having a little lump. No, she has to have a menstruation that reaches the fact that she is now capable of reproducing. That is the first one. That is the age of nikah, the capability of reproducing or marriage. And then the second thing is she has to have the ability of rushd. Like, not saying that she has a mental issue, but she has to get to a point where she has maturity. Imagine marrying a 6-year-old and then giving her the responsibility of your house. If God is telling me that I cannot give the orphans their money until they reach a mature age, so I could sense some maturity from them and then give them their money, how am I going to marry a lady or a girl that's 6 years old and give her responsibility and give her money and wealth?
Exactly. That makes so much sense.
Right. So and within that things about Aisha 6 years old, there's a lot of narrations that show she was 16, 17, and 18. But they'll go with the pedophilia.
they're so like comparing it with the Quran. You read the Hadiths and you see it's so like the Muhammad from the Quran is so different from Muhammad in the Hadiths. You see Muhammad in the Quran, you can't exceed having 4 wives. In the Hadiths, he has like 9. How many? We read these things. There's so many contradictions. I've watched a lot of your videos, and they're amazing. You know, it's eye opening.
Yeah, but just it shows you how amazing and easy and simple the religion is, and they just complicate it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, it's clear words. It's a clear book. You know.
Yes. But Brother David, I appreciate you stopping by. I do have to do my responsibilities now. I have like a few hours before I can get to sleep. So.
Oh yeah, of course. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. God bless you.
God bless you too. Thank
peace.
you.
Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Believe it or not, the stage at the bottom is empty. Alhamdulillah, we went through the whole lot. People quit, people didn't quit. But I hope you guys can see that even 8 hours, almost close to 9 hours, no question was raised or no thing that was raised where the Quran did not answer it. I understand some people are going to think that they refuted, oh, I'm going to hold on to my position and you didn't get me. But anyone with a little bit of sound of intellect, they could see that it clearly isn't the position that they're representing it, especially when you look at the whole scope. So when God is saying, did you tell the people, all mankind, it's not now just that person. And at the end of the day, this is my goodbyes for now. May God protect the believers. May God forgive the believers, dead and alive. May God shower his mercy upon us. May God accept my effort, my striving, and your striving and your effort. There's some people that can, bro. You guys say things that you have no idea the emotions and what you make me feel about my Lord when you say the things that you do, because I'm but a servant of God. I'm not the one who's guiding you. I'm not the one who's helping you, nor can I make you click my videos, nor can I help you feel closer to God. But God is using me to be able to do that. And some people, when they're talking, I feel like it's like a glass of water being poured. Like it's just, you feel the purification. It's like, I did that. Like God allowed this to come to me. My brother Alex there, he said some very deep words that really helped me. And a lot of people that came up and said that my videos helped them. And I get a lot of messages from people saying that. This is a blessing for my Lord. And I implore you guys, the relationship with God and the book, this book, like, it's my fear is not being able to remember the book or the book not being around. Like alhamdulillah, I have sufficient way for me to, but the book is so important for me as a believer. Like if this book disappears or I start to forget, I would rather, I'm ready to die now, but I mean, like that would be such a tough test for me if I get into a situation where I'm not capable of remembering the book. And may God save me from those moments. So with that said, that's why we need to go help our brothers and sisters in certain places. so we don't go to the old age. God bless you, my sister Yatim. But bless you, my sister Ashley, for helping me out for moderations, and all the other moderators are here. Thank you, Saab. Bro, you need to sleep. Bro, I need to pray talking about sleep. As-salatu khayru min an-nawm. But thank you, guys. We're going to hopefully in a few weeks, maybe next week, we're going to have another 8 hours. I don't know. I can't say that. We're going to have another few hours with Baba Shuaiba. And we're going to have another thing. But as you see, guys, the main Sunni guys, they don't allow us to come to their platforms because they don't want to give us publicity. But on my own platform, it's not going to give them publicity because they're already public figures, but they run. And I know some of them see it and it's like, it's that guy. Come, boy. Come here. Let's have a chat. Let's actually talk about your hadith. You don't need to talk about the Quran because we know you don't know the Quran, but let's talk about the hadith. Nope. And other than that, I hope they could see that it's about peace and it's about finding the middle ground. But you guys need to find peace between yous and the Shias that you might have in the mosques, but you still have to treat them more and better than you treat certain individuals that are killing your people. So I would rather sit there and see the Shias help the Palestinians instead of you crying your tears that someone's helping them. But with that said, ain't no deity except the God. Ain't no deity except the God. There is no deity except the Lord. There are no deities. There are no gods, creatures, divinity, except the Lord that created this world. And with that said, may God forgive me and forgive you. And peace. Peace, guys. Sorry, I just remembered something earlier in the stream. Peace.